Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
I'm here.
Councilmember Laloe,
Here.
Councilmember Harris,
Present.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Here.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Here.
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Jennings,
I am here, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Vang,
Here.
and Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Thank you. Would everyone who can please rise, please do so. And ask Councilmember Eric Guetta to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Guetta. Good afternoon to everyone. We do have some very important items tonight. I do want to announce that we are going to continue at the appropriate point, item 25, which is the review and appraisal of the city, state, and federal legislative platform. We're going to just save that for a meeting in the near future, since the rest of the agenda, I think, is pretty thick in terms of the time I believe it will take us. We want to begin tonight with a special presentation, and that is recognizing Deputy Fire Chief Chad Augustine for his contributions and years of service to the city of Sacramento. And I know that Councilmember Ashby is raring to speak here, as she knows Chad so well and has worked with him so closely. I just want to say, as the mayor of this city, first of all, congratulations on your ascension to be the fire chief, as I understand it, of Pasadena, California. A great city, not quite as great a city as the one that you are leaving, but what a well-deserved promotion to lead. Chad, in the times that I have known you and worked with you, you've embodied the highest levels of both professionalism, but also you're friendly and you're open and available to talk to anybody about anything, especially as it relates to your passion for the fire service and the essential service that it provides to the people of the city of Sacramento. And so, man, what a big loss for us. But when somebody rises and gets to be the chief, we can't hold you back. And so, bittersweet, but we're very proud of you and very grateful for your service to the city of Sacramento. I know Chief Loge is here, I see as well. I know Mayor Pro Tem wants to speak. Why don't I ask Chief Loge here to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, the first thing I did is when Pasadena called me, I told them I wanted to know who I should be mad at because they were stealing an incredible fire officer from me. But in turn, as the fire chief, I couldn't be more proud to have a member of my staff taken away from me to ascend to a fire chief's position. And Pasadena is extremely lucky to have him. And for what we're going to lose here in Sacramento, the citizens of Pasadena are very, very fortunate. The good thing is Chad has been very, very good in prepping people under him. So I always say I have a very deep bench, and we will never replace Chad, but we will fill his position down the road. But I just want to say congratulations to him. I couldn't be more proud of being the fire chief of Sacramento and having him now being one of my counterparts in Pasadena. So thank you, Mayor.
That's beautiful, really well said. Before I turn it over to my colleagues again, I do want to say that though we cannot be physically present today, it would be my honor when we can, however we can, for me to present to you a key to the city. And it's the highest honor. It does, as I always like to joke, the key does not open the city treasury, but it is will be representative to you, I hope, for your lifetime, just how much the people of the city of Sacramento value your service and cared about you, Chad. And I look forward to delivering that to you very soon, right? Let me turn it over to Angelique and Jeff. Jeff Harris, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. You have already delivered that key to him, or your staff has. So he has it from you. Thank you for acknowledging
I knew that, by the way. I knew that.
It's COVID. We're all just trying the best we can. I want to read this resolution for Chad because he is a true hero, and there's no way that I could remember everything that he has done for the city of Sacramento. So we gathered information and we put together this resolution, and it's from all of us, Chad, from the whole city council. But he started with us in 1999. If you take one look at Chad, it's hard to believe he was a firefighter in 1999, but he was for the Sacramento Fire Department. And since then, he has obviously exemplified the core values of our department, which are honor, respect, integrity, courage, and devotion to duty. Chief Augustine earned a master's of legal study degree from the University of Arizona. He graduated magna cum laude from there, and his bachelor's degree is in fire administration from Waldorf University. He also has a chief officer certification from the California State Board of Fire Services, which is quite hard to attain, by the way. Chief Augustine has served in a wide range of capacities while he's been with us. He's managed programs in hazardous materials, urban search and rescue, large-scale emergency disaster incident management, and he developed a short and long-term range plans for the department. Under his leadership, Mayor, you will remember the EMS division for the department has been awarded the Mission Lifeline EMS Gold Plus Award. You remember, Mayor, we got silver and he promised us we'd be gold the next year, and he achieved that goal. All of that means that Sacramento received an excellent rating in cardiac response for emergencies for folks in our region. That is all under Chad's leadership under the Mobile Integrated Health Program. Chad was named Firefighter of the Year by the Me Foundation because he heroically rescued a man from a burning building while he was working for the Sacramento Police Department. He also was awarded by our city attorney's office an award for life saving because he one time happened to be at City Hall doing work as a deputy chief when a member of Susanna's team went into cardiac arrest. Thank goodness for that lady. Deputy Chief Augustine happened to be at City Hall that day because he saved her life as well. He's also, if you know him, well known in the CrossFit world. This year, he ranked 20th in the world, 20th in the United States and 30th in the world in the CrossFit games, which are extremely competitive. Chad also works part-time as an active flight paramedic. He works weekend shifts. He's the kind of guy that would tell you that he doesn't actually have a job. He just gets up every day and does what he loves. So he doesn't really believe this is work. It is his passion. Chad, from me to you, I want to say thank you so much. I think people know that Chad is a personal friend of mine, and we have been friends for a very long time, many years. But on the darkest day when my dad was passing, Chad found his way to me, and I was all by myself at about 11 o'clock at night, and a nurse had told me, prepare, this is going to be the night your dad leaves. And I was really, really scared and sad and by myself. And Chad found his way in, and not only did he provide me the support I needed that night, he actually gave instruction to the nurse there that saved my dad, and he lived another 5 days. And as a result of Chad's actions, my brother, my dad's sisters, my dad's brother, they all got to say goodbye. And so I will forever be indebted to Chad. My daughter calls Chad the second nicest person to ever live on earth, second only to her papa, which is the highest compliment I could give you, aside from a key to the city and a resolution, the highest praise from the biggest critic I know. Chad, Sacramento is so sad to see you go. I hope Pasadena knows what they have in you. The minute they don't treat you right, you come right back to us. We'll miss you. And thank you for everything that you have done for the city of Sacramento and for me personally. Thank you, Mayor.
Well said. Jeff Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Chad, everything that's been said indicates who you are as a person. Your achievements are numerous and great, and you have been one of the best people who's ever worked for the city of Sacramento. You know, it is a real tough loss for us to let you go, but as the mayor said, we would never want to hold you back. The fact of the matter is, you have a key to the city. I rather anticipate that you'll use it to unlock and come back to us. And I would look forward to that day when the time is right. Nonetheless, really sorry to see you go. A lot of people don't know that aviation is a real passion for Chad, and it's something that we share. And we actually got to fly together and go look at a project up valley, the site's reservoir. It was really a high point for me, and just amazing to spend time with this truly unique individual. Chad, your skill set is second to none. I'm really sorry to see you go. I hope that we can stay in touch and go flying again at some point in the future. I wish you all the best, and everything that Angelique said is absolutely true. You're a real gem, and we'll miss you.
Thank you. Chief Augustine, B, do you want to say a few words?
First off, good evening, Mayor and Council. My wife told me that I better not get emotional. Too late. Today is probably the highlight of my career of being with the Sacramento Fire Department. A great friend of mine today asked me if I felt loved and supported, and I could not feel more supported and loved. And really mixed emotions, excited for new adventures, but very sad to leave the city of Sacramento. And I feel like we have the greatest group of men and women working for the Sacramento Fire Department who every single day just strive to serve the community of Sacramento. And I really feel fortunate to be part of that team. And I could not be more honored tonight to be able to meet with each of you and just tell you how much I appreciate each of you, your leadership for the city, and also your friendships. Thank you. Thank you also for the key to the city. Like, that is like beyond humbling and such an amazing appreciation for me. So thank you.
You'll treasure it, but we treasure you. So thank you so much, Chief. We'll see you at the Rose Bowl.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to the consent calendar. Members, are there items on the consent calendar that members want to either discuss separately or vote on separately? I know, Councilor Angelique, you had a recuse.
Yeah, Mayor, I need to, out of an abundance of caution, I need to recuse myself on item 9, which is entering into a contract between our police department and Sutter Hospital for their security. And my husband runs the emergency room at Sutter, which is the primary beneficiary of that contract. So out of an abundance of caution, I will recuse myself from that item.
Okay, very, very, very good. I have Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes, Mayor, due to requests from the public for comment, I'd like to pull item 2 and also item 23.
2 and 23, okay. 2 and 23 we will talk about then separately. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, Mayor, I've asked to pull number 4 for a separate discussion and vote.
Okay, that's number 4. We'll do that. I've got Councilmember Laloe. Were you up there? No, I thought you were earlier.
I was, but Councilmember Venezuela and Councilmember Harris called up the 2 items that I want.
Okay, so let's do this then. I'd like a motion on the consent calendar for every
I'll move
item.
the balance, Mayor. I'll move the balance.
And I'll second.
Okay, it's the balance other than those items called out with Councilmember Ashby, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby recusing on the Sutter item. Please call the roll.
And for the record, I have no callers for public comment. So
Okay.
This roll call is for all items with the exception of 2, 4, and 23. And Councilmember Pro Tem Ashby is recusing from number 9. So Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. Okay, let's take them one at a time. Let's start with item 2, Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes, and well, I had a question about funding for this year, but I'm not sure if we're going to open public comment on this item because I think some folks wanted to call in.
Is there public testimony on, you said there was no public testimony on the consent calendar, Madam.
There was no public testimony in the entire consent calendar, and the queue was closed once we made the vote.
Okay?
All right,
So-
never mind then. Well, then my question is very simple. I noticed in the staff report that it mentioned $950,000 in fiscal year 18-19 and in fiscal year 19-20, but it didn't mention any funding for 2021. So I just had questions about if these programs were ongoing. And I'm not sure if my other colleagues have questions as well.
Can member staff clarify what the funding is for the year that Councilmember Valenzuela mentioned?
I'm going to have Nicole Clavo, if she's on the call here, to respond to the funding question here. I think I'm trying to see if she's on. If not, Chris Conlon is also on the call. He could probably respond to that question.
I am on the.
Oh, there she is.
I am on the call. Councilman Member Valenzuela, can you please repeat exactly what your question is?
Yes, the item mentioned $950,000 in funding for fiscal year 18-19 and 19-20, but didn't mention if that program was ongoing with funding in 2021. So I was just wondering if that had received funding in this budget year.
So we have a RFP that came out last week for funding year, fiscal year 21-22. Funding year for 20 was pulled, I believe, by the city council and was reallocated to Healing the Hood.
Okay, thank you. That was, thank you for that. I don't know if any of my colleagues have questions as well.
I don't see any other questions on this. Do you want to, somebody want to, oh, I do have Councilmember Vang now, I'm sorry, on this item.
Yeah, Mayor, I just also wanted just to ask a quick question. I do appreciate just the evaluation report. I also recognize that there were a few organizations in the report that actually have done some really great work in South Sac in particular. That's Miss Jackie Rose and also Pastor Lesseman from South Sacramento Christian Center. And so I also was going to pull the item and just wanted to know how it's being funded, especially, I think we have seen activities in the city of Sacramento. And, if this grant and these programs are effective, I would like staff to explore just the option of supporting these programs. So that's my comment for this item.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jennings on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my recommendation would be, because I think accepting a report is one thing, but going through it and seeing the effect that it's having in the city and where we're going to go, not only in 2021, but also where we're going to go in the future. I think if we would to have a separate conversation with this, we would be able to answer all the questions for the entire council and the entire city of Sacramento about what we want to do with our entire gang violence prevention department. So that would be my recommendation.
I would suggest that what we do is we accept the evaluation report today, but based on your prod and Council members Vang and Valenzuela, that we actually set the gang issue for an update and have a longer conversation about what we intend to do going forward. Is that all right?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get a motion in a second on item 2.
I'll
make
move
the
item
motion.
2.
Okay, I got Valenzuela and Jennings on that one. I could have been wrong. It's the Jeopardy thing. Yes. Let's call the roll, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Gatta,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. All right, thank you. Let's now move to item 4, and this was Councilmember Harris who had some questions or comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, in the time that I've been elected and sat on many boards and commissions, I've never seen a stable of consultants entering a master services contract this deep for this amount of money or for this time frame. I did a little bit of digging and investigation, and I think that working with planning staff and the city manager, we came up with a scenario whereby the needs of planning staff can be met, but also gives more of a modicum of control for the council to understand how well this program is working and revisit it in 3 years. So my suggestion, well, actually, I'd like Tom Pace, actually our Director of Community Services, to come on and explain the proposal that we settled on. And this would be my motion for the council in lieu of what was printed. Tom?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. I'm Tom Pace, Director of Community Development. This report recommends creation of a master consultant list to assist staff on the Neighborhood Development Action Team with specific neighborhood development projects. These include capacity building, community engagement, planning, engineering, and economics, among others. The report does not commit the city to spending all or even any of the maximum budgeted amount, and it does not guarantee all or any of the individual consultants will be asked to perform tasks for any project. The list does help expedite the procurement process so that when a particular neighborhood development project is identified, staff can quickly call on the pre-qualified consultants to respond to a specific scope, schedule, and budget for the deliverable projects that are required. And this will save time for the startup to get those projects underway. In discussions with Councilmember Harris, we have some suggested revisions to the recommendation, which would reduce the overall project budget to $6 million and the duration of the contracts to 3 years with a maximum of $600,000 for any one contract and a maximum of $600,000 for any task order. And so with those reductions, that would be the revised suggestion for council's consideration. I'm available to answer any questions.
So Mayor, that would be my motion as read into the record by Tom Pace. Again, the idea here is even on SAFCA or regional SAN, their stable of on-call consultants is usually 6 or less, and it is usually revisited by those boards after 2 years. I think that this revised proposal gives planning staff lots of latitude to have the efficiency that they're looking for, but also the council can understand more fully how well the program is working in 3 years and revisit and reauthorize. If it's going well, then we just look at this again and re-up the amount. So that's
Okay.
my motion.
Is there a second?
Mayor,
Yeah.
I hear Councilmember Harris's concerns. However, I think it's really important. I looked at that list, and some of those folks have areas of specialty. I think that's why it's such a large list. Some of them know certain neighborhoods better. Some of them know certain topics better. I think it's well vetted, and honestly, I'd be willing to move staff's recommendation.
I think they worked it out. I think, as I understand it, just communicating with the city manager, that what Councilmember Harris just represented has been a behind the scenes workout.
Yeah.
Publicly. So I'm fine with what Jeff.
I understand. I'm not. So I would rather move. I mean, whatever. It's not the hill to die on, but I think that the staff's original report is better and gives more latitude to council members who need help in their district, or some of those people, for example, are downtown, really understand those topics really well. Lucy and Company is one that stands out to me. They really understand water. They've helped the utilities department. So I don't know. I think it's better to stick with it the way it's written, but I will cry no crocodile tears if Councilmember Harris's motion passes, but I would offer a substitute to move staff's original recommendation forward.
Okay.
So Angelique, if I might respond to that, my motion did not restrict the number of consultants that could be brought into this proposal. It was just about the time frame and the amount to understand how well the program is working. So it was not a proposal to cut the list of proposed contracts. It was simply trying to work with planning staff to understand more explicitly what their needs are to make this work.
Okay.
Let's hear from the city manager for a moment here, who can
So,
maybe.
Mayor, thank you very much. So staff's good with either approach. The intent here, as discussed with Councilmember Harris, was for us to be in a position where we have resources on tap to be nimble and be responsive to the various initiatives that come out of the council. And it should be noted that we're not going to spend, we don't have to spend a penny of what's approved tonight, nor do we have to let one single contract. It just merely gives us the flexibility for all of it. But having said that, we're good with going to the amounts that Tom had mentioned and then re-upping or going the full amount. And we're good either way. So we're going to be taken care of.
All right, Councilmember Laloe.
Thank you, Mayor. My concern is there any way that our office, per district, can be notified if any of these consultants are being used? Just because, some might be good, very aware of what's going on in downtown, whereas they might really not know the activities in D2. So my question is, number one, can the offices be informed of what entity is being used? And also, if a particular entity is not qualified for a particular district, does the council office have the permission to recommend another consulting firm that has a better understanding of that particular district?
Councilmember Laloe, maybe I can have Tom talk through or his team talk through the procurement process and what we did to vet the folks that made the short list. But we can absolutely notify the council districts when we are doing work in their districts and with which consultants, because what we're trying to do is capture, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, is individuals and firms that have expertise in certain areas. But we have no problems checking in with the council member to make sure that that's a good fit and that there's not only a notification with the council districts, but a concurrence.
And would the council's office have an opportunity to have a recommendation if a particular entity is not really very knowledgeable about his or her district?
Absolutely, but within the context of what gets approved here tonight. It would be nobody outside of this procurement process. So Tom, maybe you just quickly walk through high level what that looked like, the outreach, and how we ended up with these 54.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, Tom and Howard, the council agenda is so packed tonight, and I'm okay with, I can just support Councilmember Harris's recommendation. I just want to make sure staff has enough broad space to do exactly what Councilmember Laloe just said. I just feel like if we give you more room, then there's more consultants to choose from. And as you have 3 new members, and as Member Valenzuela and Laloe and Vang call you, and you need those people on staff, that they're there right at their fingertips to grab. But if you feel confident that we can do that under Councilmember Harris's proposal, I don't want to belabor the point. We are still on consent. We need to move forward. I'm happy to second his motion. And if it becomes an issue, please bring it back so we can give you the full discretion.
And I second the moving more rapidly through the agenda notions. Thank you. But let's hear, we got other members. I got Councilmember Vang, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll keep this short. I know that we're still on consent. Thanks for moving us along, Councilwoman Ashby. First, I just want to thank staff for their work on this, and I just want to also just, refocus the council. As we move forward on our racial equity initiative, I just want to put out there that I think it's also really important for us to review our policy on procurement. I think if our intention is to be as equitable as possible, then we also need consultants and partners that's reflective of our communities. I think, I appreciate Tom, thank you so much for giving staff, our team a briefing. But questions that I've heard from the community is just, how were these organizations selected? I do appreciate, I have seen some of these organizations, they've been in the community, so that's really great to see. So just want to give a shout out to staff, but in the spirit of transparency, I think it's also really important for us to just be able to break down the gender, race, regional breakdown of these 54 organizations, right, and who they serve. But moving forward, I want to know what our policy is on procurement, even if that's a report back as it pertains to race and gender, because if we are really to practice the racial equity initiative, I know that me and Lynette is really leading that groundwork, and we have to do the community involvement. But I feel like, as we're doing contracts, procurement, this is something that we can begin to tackle as well. And so I just really wanted to put that on the council's radar as we move forward, because we're always talking about racial equity initiative. And I just want to make sure that we keep that in the back of our heads as we moving forward. So I don't know what the policy is on procurement, but I think that's something that we need to look at, or if Law and Ledge can take a look at that.
So Councilmember Bank, we will absolutely do a report back to the council and then follow up with you beyond that as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Howard.
Okay, very good, Councilman Lowy.
Just one last comment, Mayor. I think, again, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this as I see this vast list. But when it comes down to it, we have to make sure if we want to make any changes within any community, especially some of the more underserved communities, that we get the community involvement and their thought process about what's taking place and who's actually doing the work. So again, I just want to make sure that beside this list, not only our offices get notified, but if for some reason the particular consultant is not connected with the community, that the council office has the right to object and replace that with a subsequent consultant that has familiarity with the district.
I guarantee you, Councilmember Laloe, that if you've got a particular project in your district and you want a particular consultant to be working on it, so long as there aren't conflicts of interest or any problems, that the city manager, I speak for him on this, will happily add that name to the list. Guaranteed. That's what will happen, because it's about serving your constituents in the right way. So this is a start. We can always add if there's an issue, and our city manager will always work with the members to try to meet their needs and the needs of their constituents, as long as it's legitimate, right? Did I say that right, Howard?
Yeah, and I'll add on that I think in the interest of providing the information to the full council, as part of the report back, we will detail out what the procurement process was and what the outreach efforts were to give you a little more comfort with how we arrived at these firms. So
okay.
Yes.
Let's move on. We're going to move on. Let's call the roll. Councilmember Ashby, Pro Tem Ashby is withdrawing her substitute motion. Jeff Harris has got a motion. Is there a second on his motion?
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby already made the second.
Made the second. Very good. Let's call the roll.
So on item 4, the motion was made by Councilmember Harris, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ashby. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Vang?
Yes.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Aye, very good. Let's go to the last item on the consent calendar that was asked to be taken up separately, and this is item 23, which is, I guess, my item, but Councilmember Valenzuela had a question. Go ahead.
Yes, and I just want to make a note, and I know I'm not saying anything wrong happened. I know it's still our practice to cut off the queue on items once we start to take up the item, but I'm still getting texts from folks who get cut off. And I know, Mayor, I've asked behind the scenes, I just want to make public a request to consider keeping the queue open during items, because I think folks are missing their opportunity on this item and a few others that they wanted to make comments on. But I will say specifically on this item, I had two clarifying questions. One, it still references a 24-person limit in the ordinance that we adopted, and we had changed that to be an 80-person limit based on size restrictions. So I want to ensure that the motion that I make tonight recognizes that that change needs to be made in the documents that we were provided.
I will take that amendment, absolutely.
Thank you. And then I also want to clarify, and I saw some new materials come out for the mid-year budget items. So I just want to make super clear that I know how much money we're allocating for the safe camping and parking. And just to confirm my understanding that we're allocating $250,000 to be made available for establishing those sites. Is that correct? I think that's a city manager question.
That is correct. It's $250,000, and with the approval of this resolution, we're moving forward with procuring, I think it's 23 of these homes, tiny homes, and we will come back as needed to implement the rest of the resolution.
Okay, so just, sorry, I wasn't really asking about the tiny homes. I just meant like for safe camping and parking spaces, there was a $250,000 separate set aside to help us stand those up, right?
That is correct, and that is within the authority the council has provided me already. It doesn't need to be part of the resolution. So, but it's important to note as well.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I'd like to move this item with the amendment to clarify that it's an 80-person limit on these sites per size.
Second.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question of the city manager there? Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I thought this resolution in front of us tonight was just for the 24 beds that you were moving forward, and the 80 piece would come in the next. Aren't you you're gonna have to bring forward, there were a lot of other things that were discussed last time that would need to be in the next resolution on this topic. Am I wrong?
That's right, but I think what we said was we wanted to get started with the dollars within my authority, and we would come back as needed to do the full implementation, including some of the consultant work for the actual ordinance itself.
What I'm asking you, Howard, is Katie, Councilmember Valenzuela is asking you to make sure that this ordinance doesn't preclude future sites that are larger than this. And I just want to make sure that you can include it in this item, but I want to make sure that's in the larger resolution that comes back next time, because this is really very specific to the purchase that you're making of 23 or 24 unit. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But it also includes the amendment, I think it was from Councilmember Harris, about the parking lots, about paved and unpaved. So we're going to address all the things that were part of that item as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because this is very narrow to one thing, and I think she's speaking more broadly citywide. If they yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, okay, sorry, now I don't understand what this motion is, so I need to like clarify, because my understanding of this item is that we were approving the funding for the tiny homes implementation project, but we were also saying that we're going to move forward with funding for implementation of other sites that are additional to those that would fall under the emergency ordinance that we adopted.
No, that first of all, the intent of what you're saying is absolutely correct. And that for the procurement of 60 tiny homes, we want them to be part of a regulatory umbrella that you just described, namely to be able to accommodate, to put those tiny homes into a larger tiny home development. But this was a very simple motion. And it is actually, I don't want to say it's profound because nothing's profound, but it's really, really important. Because for the first time, at least in my memory, when it comes to this issue, the city council is actually giving detailed instructions to the city manager and management about timelines. And not that, and it's important to the city management because they need to know what is a higher priority than something else. Well, we've defined it now by saying we want at least 60 of these up within 30 and 50 days. And it's a statement of priority here. Now, I want to make sure that we take this first tranche and that we do it in the way, Councilmember Valenzuela, with the flexibility that you just described in your motion a moment ago. The broader policy about how we do it, that's got to be agendized separately, I believe. Is that right?
Okay, I thought the next step after we adopted that ordinance was to do both and to identify the resources so that we could start standing up the safe camping and parking sites, which are obviously a lot cheaper. But that's, if you're saying that's coming back next week or in the near future.
Well, so Councilmember Valenzuela, what you'll see in the mid-year budget that's coming before you tonight, yeah, we've included $1 million for both tiny homes and the things that you're talking about that go along with it. So it's a separate motion. It's part of the mid-year piece.
Part of the next item.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Is there a motion and a second on item 23?
Mayor, I have one quick question.
Yes.
What is the cost of the tiny homes? I didn't see that, just average cost of each.
Howard?
I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute
What
fast
is the,
enough.
what is the cost?
They're approximately $10,000 a piece, roughly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, I think you made a motion. I'm happy to second it.
Yeah.
Moving
Yes,
the
and
item.
for this tranche of tiny homes, Councilmember Valenzuela's motion, I take that it can be, these can be placed in a location with more than 24 people on a site, okay? Let's call the roll.
So, Mr. Mayor, will you clarify the motion? I believe Councilmember Valenzuela made a motion and Councilmember Guerra, but then it was no longer amended. Is that accurate?
No. Okay, let's clean this up here. It's Councilmember Valenzuela can make the motion with Councilmember Guerra seconding. It is the staff recommendation plus Councilmember Valenzuela's amendment that this tranche of tiny homes that have to be bought and placed within a very specific and short period of time can be placed on a site with more than 24 units. Up to 80, I think was her motion, okay? Please call the roll.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings?
Aye.
Councilmember Vang?
Yes.
And Mayor Steinberg?
Yes. Okay, thank you all very much. That is the consent calendar. Members, the way I would like to proceed tonight without objection is I'd like to dispense with items 20, 26, and 27 quickly, because I think they'll be very short items. And then I would like to take Bridget Dean and the Department of Community Response before the mid-year budget. The reason for that, and I want to thank Councilmember Vang for consulting with me today. I'm always willing to change my mind when there's a good suggestion, is that the issue of funding OCR is in the mid-year budget. So let's hear the foundational report about OCR. And by the way, the OCR report is going to include an update on our warming center activity. So it'll be an appropriate time for members and for the community to weigh in on the city's actions Tuesday, Wednesday, and beyond, all right? So let's take item, without objection, let's continue item 25 first. Can I get a motion to continue 25?
So moved.
Moved and seconded, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, will you reiterate who made that motion and who the second was?
Whoever wants to, whoever speaks first. I don't know. I don't know. You know what we used to do it in the legislature, and I don't know why we can't do it here. You substitute the motion, the maker and the seconder from the previous motion, and then you just substitute the motion. It takes about 10 seconds. And
Okay, Mayor, don't overcomplicate. My Vang made the motion and Councilmember Jennings seconded it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Gatta,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye, thank you very much. Okay, now let's take up item 26.
I can make quick work of this one for you, Mayor. This is a District 1 issue with Greenbrier. I'm happy to waive staff presentation and make the motion.
I'll second.
Is there public testimony, Madam Clerk?
There's no calls for number 26.
Okay, let's call the roll on that, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Gatta,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye, thank you. Item 27, this is the authorization to hire a staff aide.
Mayor, again, I'm happy to make quick work of this one. Spoke with the head of human services in our office there, and I am happy to waive staff's presentation without objection and move the item.
I second.
Very good. Moved and seconded. Somebody is moving a second. Let's call the roll.
Thank you. And for the record, there's no callers on this item. Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Mindy, that was Councilmember Laloe that seconded it, and yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Aye.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Gatta,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye, okay. Thank you very much. Again, without objection, now let's take item 28 before we take the mid-year budget. And again, this is about the progress of the Office of Community Response, but also about the warming center issues. And of course, it's all related. Emergency, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Bridget, we're glad and lucky to have you. Welcome. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Before I do this real quick overview of where we are with the Department of Community Response, I just want to give a sincere thanks to all of you for giving me an opportunity to use the lived experience I have and my work experience to be in this position to serve the city that I live in and I love. And so I just want to say thank you for that. And before I also start, I'm just going to share a really quick story. I am one of 9 children. I was born to 2 parents who were both mentally ill and struggled with addiction issues. When I was 16 years old, and I grew up in poverty, extreme poverty. When I was 16 years old, my father passed from suicide, and I quit high school and raised my younger siblings. I was a teen mom at 18 and at 19. I have family members, including one of my children who has been justice involved. And so I share all of that as somebody who's been homeless with 2 of my babies and as a single mother, to let you know that the opportunity to do this work every day is important to me. I have worked in school systems. I was a continuation high school principal for many years. I was a school counselor and a school social worker, and I have a sincere heart for our kids in this community and our families that need supports. And then additionally, I have had a law enforcement career as a non-sworn personnel, but that also has been part of my effort because I truly believe to change systems, you must be in systems. So that's my quick little purview there. So I'm going to give you an overview of just where the department is and the work we've done. And then I will touch on the warming centers because I know a lot of you may have some questions about that. And I want to update you where we are with that. So forgive me while I do my share screen here. All right, I'm going to assume that's all good unless one of you give me a shout out that it's not. Okay, so I'm going to talk today about where we are with the Office of Community Response, or the Department of Community Response, as we move forward. So how we got here on July 1st of just this year, and I know it seems like 10 years ago, but the City Council directed the creation of a new office to establish an alternative response model to 911 calls that did not require police or fire response solely. That became the established alternative 911 model should be staffed by non-sworn personnel. That was the request, social workers, counselors, et cetera. And I was at that time, at that time when you started when you made that direction, you also gave it a 2-year time frame to create the new department to support public safety and reduce calls for service for fire and police. On July 14th, I was appointed as the interim director of that newly created Office of Community Response. And in September of 2020, Homeless Services Division and the Office of Violence Prevention were also added to the Office of Community Response. So the right response to the right call at the right time. This is what this is about. It is a systemic shift in our public safety model. It allows us an alternative resource in response to those in crisis. It helps us provide assistance that does not require police or fire personnel to respond every time. It opens the door to a different first response model, allowing us to work collaboratively with police and fire and other emergency response teams to reduce those calls for service and provide individuals community-based service and providers. The goal is we can be first on scene, or we can provide follow-up and support as needed. And to be honest, many of the calls that in a department or a program like this would really be doing the work in is a lot of follow-up to make sure individuals don't come back into contact with other first response models. And then the other goal is to establish collaborative teams that reflect our communities. We need to be using trauma-informed interventions. We need to work from culturally competent framework, and we need to engage in first languages and respect our lived experience members. So our goals of the department are as follows. Our primary goal is to link each person to appropriate services. What works for one does not work for all. That can include mental health, substance use issues, housing, medical, food. And to the mayor's point, we're seeing this now. We're seeing this right now in the last 5-6 days of the work we've been doing as a city, and it's why it is so essential. And ultimately, the goal is to ensure the quality of life for individuals and reduce calls for service to law enforcement and fire. The additional goals of our new department would be as follows. We need to improve the positive response experience for an individual in crisis. We have many community-based organizations who are doing this work now, and they know exactly what is needed for individuals that maybe other departments or teams may not be aware of. We need to reduce the repetitive rate of contact with law enforcement and fire department personnel. If we can get people into the hands of those who have the expertise in our community, then we reduce the crisis. And more importantly, when they are in crisis, we reduce the contact with outside entities that don't have healing relationships with them. We can create new collaborative partnerships to expand our services citywide for that individual or family system. We can also increase access to service providers in the community and support long-term success of the individual. Case management, long-term contact, making sure that people do not fall through the cracks. Reduce the impact on overcrowded emergency departments. We continually work with this. Again, the mayor's efforts with whole person care and pathways, and much of those programming has been about how do we reduce that contact and overcrowding, and then reduce calls overall to 911 and provide access to community resources. So this is an overview of how it would work. The department would consist of, we'd have teams that consist of a social worker or counselor or like field experience and an outreach specialist. Teams would also include peers with lived experience, county social service staff, and community-based organization partners. The Department of Community Response would have established response, support, and case management protocols that would be adhered to when responding to calls for service. And those would be transparent process, meaning there would be no secrets with the community. This is how we're responding. This is the models we're using. And this is how we are going to support individuals when we do respond. The Department of Community Response will be dispatched via a distinct phone number, which we've already created. And that will be based in our City Communication Safety Center. And I want to stress that a key piece of this department is being part of that public safety model. And so by using that community safety center, it allows us to be dispatched by safety dispatchers who are able to determine best resource for an individual at the moment. But more importantly, I can also determine if somebody may need a community response team over maybe a police officer or fire based on questions they may ask. And then individuals can also call 911 and be redirected to the community response team for response, even if they call a 911 and they choose to ask for one of our teams over an officer or fire if it's appropriate. And then the other thing I want to stress here with the contact and response model is our community-based organizations are going to be critical to our success. We have to widen our band of access to our community resources and our many, many agencies in this city that do amazing work every day in the very communities that are often feeling disenfranchised and disconnected from our service models. So I just want to stress how important that is to me, and I'll show you shortly what that looks like in the budget process. The other thing about our community-based services is that they provide specialized areas of expertise that are not found within Department of Community Response, law enforcement, fire, or others. And again, that is why they are so essential. So I just want to do an overview of the calls for service at Sacramento PD in a few key areas. And this is to point out how often our community is reaching out to law enforcement to respond to calls for service in these areas. These are all citizen initiated, and these are not proactive calls. These are citizen initiated calls for service. So we have mental illness and then the 5150 holds. And I know that's not necessarily the most nice way sometimes to say that, but that is somebody who's placed on a safe hold for their safety or others. Our homeless related calls for service, our family disturbances, juvenile related. And then the other thing I did request was the school campus calls for service, because as many of us know, schools are often the touch base for many of our students to begin their contact with law enforcement or others.
Bridget, what percentage of this is of the total calls that we get?
For the police department averages, I believe, almost 600,000 calls a year, 500 to 600,000 calls a year.
Okay, thank you.
And I know maybe one of the department can speak to that. So what I want to touch on is just what else can we do and what can we do, right? So when we talk about creating a new system that can respond to calls for service, I just want to stress that it's bigger than mental health and it's larger than our unsheltered, although those are two areas that we absolutely need to change response models in. But there are also our school campus issues, our response to family and youth crisis and disturbances, mental health calls for service, our unsheltered related calls for service. We can work to stabilize mental health symptoms at the time of the call so that they don't have to go further into any of the systems. We can ID support systems for individuals to use during their crisis. If you have a crisis, knowing that you have a support system around you, having somebody to access that support system and creating that support system for long-term crisis response is crucial to a lot of individuals being successful. Connecting individuals to resources and then linking them to past and current providers. This is an essential piece where I continue to reach out with the county, and I do believe we'll find space to work together. That access to resources is essential. We have to have that for individuals that we are working with. Redirecting and educating our community on resources other than 911. As you saw with those high rates of call for service for many of these, sometimes individuals don't realize there's other options. And one of the goals of this department is to make sure from a community communication aspect that we are getting that information out on a regular basis to support individuals. Writing those actual mental health or safety holds and transporting are something we're working with our legislative committees. And I believe we are working with local state senators to change some of that shift. I know the mayor has been very involved in this for many years, and who can write the hold? How can we transport individuals in crisis will be essential. Providing that voluntary transfer if somebody opts to go to services or a hospital over not getting treated. That's another area where social workers and our lived experience and our community-based organizations can really assist in reducing that impact on services. Following the ambulance if they do go to an ED, and then we complete the mental health crisis assessment so that that individual is streamlined quicker into the services that they are needing. Supporting the person and the family during the crisis before, during, and after. That after piece is essential to keep people from the repeat calls for service to begin with. Providing ongoing case management. And by that, I mean a standardized case management. I am a clinical social worker. I've been doing social work for over 30 years. To say that we need to really create solid case management and that follow-up to be successful is a minor statement. We have to work diligently to create a very tight net for individuals so they don't fall through the crack to begin with. I want to just touch base on, I know you're gonna be talking about budget later, but I just thought this visual was good because what I want to point out to you is looking at this new department structure with the funding that I believe is being suggested tonight, 63% of that is actually would go to fund community-based organizations and vendors to work with the new department. 18% for city labor costs. That 19% of one-time costs I want to stress, once those one-time costs are gone, that 19% would also then move into the 63% window for community-based organizations. I am committed to being a community team player and creating teams that serve the community where they are at. So our next steps, we will be scheduling several meetings after today, if you approve the budget, with organizations in the following areas: youth and families, mental health, homelessness, substance use. I believe my email is available to many people. If there are other areas where you think we need to hone down into and really be proactive, please reach out to me so we can get those groups set up as well. Additionally, we will work with all of you to identify key service providers in your districts. I truly believe that we need to bring the services and response home to individuals. If I'm in the North area, I need to have services available to me in the North area. If I'm in South, in Councilmember Vang's area, I need to have resources that are in my community that speak my language and that can support me with cultural competency and need. The other thing is we would increase the collaborative systems to ensure full wraparound supports. I am a big believer in wraparound. For any of you who know in social work, that's the whole deal. I want to give it to you all. I want to make sure we're catching every space you have in your crisis and in your long-term success so that we can continue to see you being successful and having quality of life. The next thing I just want to remind everybody, the long-term goal of this department, and I really believe we could be the national model. I have spoken with several cities in the country over the last couple of months. I've spoken to a couple of cities in Canada, and they're all talking about a mental health program, a homeless response program. We need to do it all. Nobody has one issue typically that leads to the crisis. And so long-term goal for this department would be a 24/7, 365 response model so that we are able to go to calls for service as they come, when they come, and when an individual needs us. The other areas I mentioned earlier, I just want to remind you all that Homeless Services Division is under the Department of Community Response, as is Office Violence Prevention. Clearly, they both go hand in hand with the work we're trying to do. And we need to be in the communities at all levels. And then the other key player for us is the collaborative partnership we have with our residents, our community organizations, and other agencies in the community and the county. They're going to be essential to us moving forward. They are essential to our success. And I appreciate the time you've given me today, Mayor, to share this. And I will come back in a few months and update you again on the next steps.
Okay, what about an update? It's just, maybe this is Howard here, because I think we ought to take it all together.
On the warming centers?
Yes, on the warming.
Okay, I can do that. Is Dan Bowers on with me as well?
Yes.
Sweet. Okay, Dan, you're going to be up in a moment here. So Dan Bowers will touch base on the numbers and all and the structure, Mayor, just so you know about our specific warming centers. I want to update you on a few things we're doing right now in that response model. Yesterday, Salvation Army provided a free FEMA training to churches and other entities that opted to open warming centers or were interested in how to do that. I will tell you, out of the several organizations that reach out to us, I believe 1 or 2 attended, but we are willing to do that again. We recorded it and it is available to council members and others to share. If they would like a copy, just email me to share with other entities. We are working with Winter Sanctuary, the former leaders and organizers who handled Winter Sanctuary for our community in our county. I am speaking with them and we are working to see if we can come up with a contract or other to make sure we can open more centers. We're working with the school districts. We have a few sites on hand. I think Councilmember Vang, thank you very much. And we are looking at a short list of those locations, Mayor, to open as potential warming centers ASAP. And then the other thing is we are meeting with several service providers. I have meetings tomorrow with mental health providers. We have meetings with some of our other providers around first aid, and obviously Danielle Foster is continuing to work on the hotel voucher program. I do want to give her a quick shout out. She's amazing, and we are lucky to have somebody that driven to find our housing and vouchering program. And we're continuing to work through several of our advocacy groups. They've done amazing work on the ground and really helped us organize where we have the need and where we need to be best served. And then Yep.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what you say to me is tantalizing, and I want to draw it out a little bit more. But let's be a little bit more specific. Over the next 2 weeks, we anticipate that we will have how many centers open with the ability to serve how many people? And then you might tease the motel and hotel strategy as well.
Gotcha. So right now, I believe we have, I want to say maybe Chris Conlon can help me here. I believe we have 3 school sites potentially on short list. And I'm working with the Winter Sanctuary, which would be multiple church locations. So in the next 2 weeks, we could potentially have 3 to 5 locations up with the continued effort to continue to open as needed. The other thing with that, Mayor, is we will continue to expand the service model. Hope Cooperative and a few other entities have been working directly with us to get the voucher system 24/7. So individuals, including many of our advocates out in the ground every day, can come across somebody, make that 24/7 phone call, and we can get somebody in. Danielle Foster is continuing to add hotels to our list and vetting them out. And I believe we will soon have a few more contracts in the pipeline. So we are moving quickly since last Wednesday, and we will continue to serve individuals based on size. As you know, with COVID, we do have to have some restriction on space. So Chris, do you want to talk about the schools or any of the others?
Yeah, sure. Hey, thank you very much, Bridget. Excellent brief. Appreciate it. And I believe we're up. We have 3 hotels complete. I think we have 2 that are in the wings that we should be signing contracts with. And then we have a couple of others that we're still trying to bring into.
How many beds? How many beds for those 3 to 5 hotels?
The current hotels we have now, Mayor, I believe we're at 312 beds. And if I'm correct, the next load will be right around 140 to 150 more, with several more on the list that we are currently vetting out.
Yeah, I would tell you.
Not filled right now.
Yeah, Mayor, we're still negotiating with the hotels. I would remind you that when we did the first 3 hotels, that they started off just giving us some of their rooms. And then when they saw how well the program worked, they gave us all of their rooms. So
I'm not trying to pull it down, except, I'm sorry, I'm trying for the public because so many numbers get thrown around.
Right.
What is our anticipation about how many additional hotel and motel rooms we will have from today going forward for this purpose?
Why don't I tell you what our goal is?
Okay.
Our goal is to get up to 1,500. That's our goal.
Good goal.
Yeah, that's our goal, to get up to 1,500. But Mayor, each hotel requires that we negotiate with them individually. So that's our goal. We're going to try and make that work going through March.
Through March.
And then let's talk about schools. So as you know, last night we received a list of schools that might be potentially usable for us. And we have an MOU that we've been negotiating with the school district. Today we spent looking at those schools without physically inspecting them. So we've got a short list now of about 3 or 4 that we're going to send back over to the district. We're going to ask to go on site and do a walkabout and see how those look. Now, just a quick caveat, the current warming centers that we have that Daniel Bowers is going to talk about are being staffed by city personnel. YPSI. We only have so much capacity to do that. So we will have to sign a contract with an outside entity probably to manage these school sites. So that will take at least a couple of days. And the school has asked us to give them at least 72 hours prior to using one of their school sites. But tomorrow, it's our anticipation that once we let the school know that we want to go look at those sites, that they should let us in, and we should be able to narrow up how many of those sites are appropriate for being warming centers.
That's great. That's really encouraging. Thank you. Is Daniel gonna?
Daniel's going to give you a status on what we got going right now. Daniel, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am your Director of Emergency Management, Daniel Bowers. I do want to just clarify real quick that our activation of these emergency warming centers is through our Emergency Operations Center, and we activate our Mass Care and Shelter branch, which is Youth Parks Community Enrichment, to run this. And so we have ran this as a true emergency. So this is separate from Office of Community Response. We have ran this as we would during any disaster. So we stood these sites up very quickly, and we have our protocols in place as best we can to abide by public health guidelines. But of course, as you know, we did move forward to an extent on our own. So just to talk to you real quickly about some of the The operations at the Library Galleria, we're hosting on average about 85 to 90 individuals per night. We also have our South Side pool activated. That's ranged anywhere from 2 to 4 guests per night. And then also unique to this activation is we also have safe parking. We're working through Matt Ironman and Parking Services. We've designated the City Hall parking garage as a safe parking location available also each night. So we have had a couple vehicles parking there on average each evening. Now, granted, just get to the Library Galleria with that pretty significant numbers. I don't think there's a record that comes close of previous activations of warming centers to how many folks that we've hosted there. And I want to say it's been a heavy lift for staff, notably our youth parks community enrichment, the library security, and the library staff in general, and also notably our volunteers. And so we've tapped into our volunteer organizations active in disaster to staff several shifts throughout the night, and they continue to do so. And I commend their courage to go into a congregate setting in the midst of a pandemic, volunteer their time and their self and their health to serve the community. So again, we do continue to run it on a nightly basis, and we will continue for the foreseeable future. And we also are preparing contingency plans for how that might look if we need to alter our operations. So notably to that is we have increased security lately because we have had a couple incidents. We haven't had anything too significant, no assaults or anything like that on staff, but we have had some minor drug use and so forth. I just want to be candid with you about that. And we do have a couple of folks that we had to remove, and they're not welcome back for some nefarious activity. We do have some contingency plans in place for when an outbreak occurs of COVID. So for myself and one of my staff members, we have to be involved in it, but I am keeping one of my third staff member away, our logistics chief, so that she can carry on emergency operations in the event we go down from that. Additionally, working with YPSI to be prepared for potential impacts across their department, specifically some of the essential service childcare worker programs and the food distribution in case some of their staff members also are infected by the outbreak since they're working those sites. Because again, we're drawing from across the city to staff these two locations. So far, we've been very fortunate, and also I think it's a testament to the great work that the staff have been putting forth to hold folks accountable to abide by the public health protocols. And we haven't had an outbreak as of yet, and we'll continue to serve the community as long as council directs us to do so. So pending any of your questions, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my update, and I'm more than happy to field any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, can I just throw in one more thank you? I just want to thank the community. They have been tremendous with their outreach and support with the warming center and donations and others. So thank you very much.
I'm going to save all of my thank yous because I do have many of them for my comments after I hear from my colleagues in the public. But I do want to put out one more fact that I want to make sure this gets out there. I was asking about the timing of hotels, and I'm told by Bridget here that today's February the 2nd. By February the 15th, we will add, now that is add from where we are now, 476 rooms, new rooms with 2 hotels. So I assume that some of those rooms might also be for partners. And so however many that is, you're talking about I don't know, anywhere between 600, 700 people, in addition to the warming centers. You say there will be 3 to 5 or 6 over the next couple of weeks with an intensive service component wrapped into as much of it as possible.
Yes, we are working into the services, yes.
I just want to sort of summarize that. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, one more add. You know, we forgot, we did leave out, and I'm sorry that we did. We still also have the 25 campers that are at Cal Expo. We split those. We had about 50 of them. We have 25 of those that we are putting women and
children, women and children.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let's take the public testimony, and then we will turn it over to the members. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I have my first caller, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yeah, Richard Wake, City Council, District 5. So
with the full understanding that, the priority is getting the residents into the warming centers and into the hotels and stuff, a little bit more consideration needs to be given to the neighborhoods that have put up with some of the stuff that's going on here for like the last 2 years. I heard Miss Dean say, or not Miss Dean, but the gentleman say that there were like 2 to 3 vehicles only in the parking garage. And I know things take time, and this is a big crisis here. But, there have been a bunch of vehicles parked on Riverside Boulevard now, south of 35th Avenue, for months and months and months, including a motorhome and a trailer that was just recently dropped there that's not hitched up to anything. We need to get somebody out there and respectfully tell those people that they need to go into the garage. I mean, this is only fair. And I understand other neighborhoods are in dire straits and everything like that. And, but we need to get these people into the garage. And since there's motorhomes, since it was mentioned about Cal Expo, why can't people that are living in motorhomes and trailers be directed over to Cal Expo? There's plenty of space over there. And for another suggestion, the Sacramento Kings got a $350 million loan for their arena. They should be opening up Sleep Train Arena parking out there. There's like 100 acres of property out there. There's plenty of room for campers and trucks and vehicles that are out there. So, we need to get, the main thing is, with full understanding there's other neighborhoods, I'm respectfully asking that immediately the vehicles get removed from Riverside Boulevard and asked to be put in the garage. And also that the camper and the trailer be removed and directed to Cal Expo. We've had so many problems here. Councilmember Chenier got a very terse email from Sergio, the owner of Barrio's Coffee Shop, about all the...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, and for the record, I'm doing my part. I took food down to the warming center and made a substantial contribution to Armando Flores's group cafe.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm doing my part. Yeah, the city needs to do their part.
Thank you for your comments. I have no more callers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let us now turn it to the members. Madam Clerk, maybe you could help me in terms of order, because I'm not sure who piped up, came up first.
Your order is Harris, Chenier, Guerra, Ashby, Valenzuela, Vang, and then Laloe.
That's my order. Go ahead, please. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. The first person I want to thank is you, Mayor. It was your idea to look at a different model from doing response to homelessness issues, moving it from public safety to a different form. I remember the day you brought it out at City Council. I stood next to you and said it was a great idea. It didn't take long for us to find Bridget Dean. And I have to tell you that I don't think we could find a better person to head the Department of Community Response. I've worked with Bridget for a while now. She went to the Modesto Outdoor Emergency Shelter with the team when we, in the earlier days when we were looking at different models to do homelessness response. She was essential in setting up the Shore Center. She understands the complexity of these issues and is very good at working with not only the diverse populations, but with electeds. As you can clearly see, she's great at presenting information. And I think that we have a real winner here. I can tell you already in working with Bridget on various issues like the homeless camp at 29th at Sea and the myriad of problems that we have in the River District, that she is right there. She's also working with the impact team. You remember when we stood up the impact team, that was back during Johnson's administration. And I was instrumental in getting a lot of funding for the impact team. They did a great job, but it was outside of their purview, but it is not outside of the purview of Bridget and the team that she will build. I'm very pleased with the way this is going. So Mayor, you had a great idea and we are implementing and we're moving absolutely in the right direction. As far as the warming shelters go, that's a very temporary respite and it's a good idea. Certain number of homeless people will avail themselves of it, but I can tell you from working with the homeless population, mostly they would prefer to be in their own camps and in their own space rather than go in a shelter. But when the weather is severe, this is a good program to have up and running. The motel voucher response, I think, is really great, especially because with COVID-19, doing congregate settings is intensely difficult. We walk a fine line between providing respite from the elements for the homeless population and potentially exposing them to transmission of the COVID virus. It's a really difficult task to do, and giving them their own space in a motel is really kind of a gold standard. It's great for temporary respite. It would be great to do it a little bit longer term for interim housing. But again, you know, coming to more permanent solutions is a difficult task. But I feel that the Department of Community Response is there with a lot of answers. And with the proper funding and the build out of this department, I think that we are in a much better situation than we were 2 years ago to tackle this immense issue of homelessness. You know, people have very different ideas about how we should respond to the homeless population, all the way from, you know, people not understanding how people fell into homelessness to the fact that we have many, many felons out on the street who are committing crimes against the homeless and from the homeless population. This is a very deep and nuanced problem. The cool thing about Bridget is that she's got a police background. She's got a social work background. She's got lived experience. You know, I mean, this is a real value to the city of Sacramento. So Bridget, thank you. I support you. And I look forward to the fleshing out of your office and moving forward. And, you know, we are already poised to do a lot more beneficial work for the homeless population, and look forward to moving forward with you.
Jeff, the fleshing out, by the way, will begin in about a half an hour as we take up the mid-year budget, because we're going to get up to $5 million. And I think at that point, it may be helpful for Howard or the budget team or Bridget to actually describe a little bit of the resources. Okay.
Agreed.
Very good. Councilman Chenier.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to add my thanks to what Jeff was talking about. I truly hope this becomes a national model, and I want to thank you for bringing it out of you know, some really difficult challenges that we're having as a city, and ones that we'll continue to have. It's the right thing to do. I'm excited that we will have the right people dealing with the issues that confront us, and hopefully the folks that didn't sign up to do that will be doing the things that they should be doing, and that they can do well. So first shout out, I think, goes to you. I think this was kind of ahead of its time, but we'll begin to see this, and have begun to see this around the country. I also want to do a quick shout out to both Bridget and Nicole Clavo. I sent them a quick note today. They just put out an RFP, which I think Nicole talked about a little bit, but within the RFP, they embedded the youth development plan that we're doing. So really thinking about the supports and opportunities that young people need, as well as access to be successful. So that's what this council adopted back in December a couple of years ago. And to see that it's actually being implemented, frankly, without me or someone from my office saying you have to do this, is a great day. And I look forward to continuing to see that from city staff as we move forward. Bridget, I think everything that you're doing is great, and I understand that you are more or less a one-person operation. So there is a lot on your plate, and I feel like you've also piled extra on your plate, looking at some of these things that connect to what you're doing, but maybe weren't in what we were thinking about, some of the schoolwork and things of that nature. But I think that's great. What I wanted to do is, and so I don't have any problems with the content of what you're doing. I think it's fabulous, and I appreciate it, and I look forward to you fleshing that out. What I wanted to talk about briefly, ask a couple. When we originally did this, and the mayor put together, you know, a 2-year transition, or discussed a 2-year transition, one of the things that I said at the time was, what will we know in 6 months? And what can we start thinking about in 6 months? And again, I want to say that we know that this is a balancing act for you in planning and trying to do everything every day and make it through the day. So this is not criticism at all, but this is a question I want to ask. Basically, if you go back to the chart that you put up with the number of calls, which I asked about, you had more or less about 7,500 calls. So the first question I would ask is our goal with OCR to be able to handle that level of calls? So within all of the categories that you put together, is that what we're trying to get to? That all of those, understanding that some of them might require law enforcement backup, I get that, but that you would be the first responders for that set of calls.
Right. So overall, that number I showed you, which comes out to about 70,000 calls total, would be calls that we potentially, right, with even if law enforcement would go, Jay, the reality is the goal would be law enforcement comes, let's say it's a safety issue. They mitigate the safety issue and then they go off scene and we take over. So now law enforcement is no longer on the scene. So yes, I do see long-term that we could be taking a large number of calls, if we were 24/7, 365 with the teams available.
So if those 75,000 calls are more or less our goal, which is great if we could do that, because I think there's a side B to this, obviously.
Yeah.
but if we could do that, do you have an idea, or when can you give us an idea of what the staffing would look like to be able to do that, and how long a period of time would we need to get there?
To be honest with you, Jay, I actually have all of that. I was going to queue it up tonight and I decided not to. So I'll gladly come back in a few weeks if you want and share that with you. I have it phased out through the next year and a half that we could have it up and running full service.
So 18 months to get there.
Yeah, maybe even by July 1. I'm hoping to get some teams out, depending on funding, here in March, because I think we can really start making that impact sooner than later. But yes, I do have it phased out. I'll gladly share all that with you or come back and share it at the council, whichever you prefer.
I'm going to leave that to the mayor. I certainly would like to see it. But I think that's great. I think it's really important. And it gives us a roadmap as a council when we're talking about budget and responsibilities to know where we're going with this. So city manager, I know you and I talked about this a little bit, but what I would love to see is kind of the flip side as well. So this isn't OCR, but if OCR is successful over the next, let's say 18 months at this point, or even 18 to 20 months, because nothing in the city happens as quickly as we would like it to. What would be the impact on police? So, you know, we have some staffing considerations I know that you've brought forward. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion about that. But I want to be able for both OCR and for the police department to know where we're going over that period of time, so that we're not making these decisions in a vacuum. Because I feel like sometimes all of a sudden we have X number of positions one place or the other. I think if we could do a little bit of planning, and Bridget, 18 months is quicker than I thought, but if we could do that, I think that would be great. So what does that leave us also on the other side of emergency response and public safety, or traditional public safety? What does that look like if OCR is successful? So that would be my request to you.
Perfect. That is something that the mayor and I talked about 2 years back, or saying that it would be 2 years when we fully transition and stand up OCR the way that it needs to be stood up. And that's when we would do exactly what you're talking about. Do the evaluation on, you know, if we do this and we're able to carve out X number of calls. Back then, we didn't know it was going to be 70,000, but to take a look at what impact that would have on the significant overtime we're experiencing in police right now, how that knocks that down, and how that relates to the staffing on a go-forward basis beyond that. So yes, we'll absolutely come back with that analysis.
And yeah, and it's more than just the overtime. Obviously, it's also department morale on the police side of people doing what they signed up to do, and maybe not being forced. Now, I understand with the protests and things like that, there's things that are out of our control. And somebody brought this up, and I've been saying this for 10 years. I do think we need to send an invoice to the state for a lot of the work that we do when we have protests, only because we're the state capital. But beyond that, if sometime in the next week, in talking with the chief, you could get a timeline for what that looks like on their side, and if Bridget has hers, we can overlay the two and get a good idea of where we are.
I will, here's the commitment I'll make is I'll have some of this information pulled together in preparation for the FY22 budget. Looking at some assumptions through OCR and projecting out, like you say, what that looks like on the police side.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jay. So the takeaway from that exchange that I just heard that, again, I think it's important to draw out is that the goal here, and it's not just a goal, it's going to be and we intend to do this, is that within 2 years and maybe sooner, this office is going to be able to take on the volume of 75,000 or so calls, that this is not a pilot. It has to start in the right way, but it is not a pilot. This is fundamental systemic reform. And that's the benchmark we are putting out there for our city and for ourselves. So thank you.
And also, Mayor, as part of the mid-year budget you're considering today, we're standing up the Office of Community Response, not as an office, but as an equal department on equal footing with all my other departments. So you're right, this is not a pilot. This is changing how we do business.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Guerra, Eric.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll continue on that conversation. Then I'll go back to my to earlier points I want to bring up. So Bridget, first of all, thank you very much for all that work. I know you're a one person shop here, and you had a lot on your plate, and not only in this last week, but in just developing everything we're doing to get the office going here. Continuing on some of the conversations that Councilmember Chenier brought up, and you mentioned the need for even with the personnel that we get you, that it's going to take a lot more than that. So, how do you see both engaging the community to assist in the work you do, and how do we make it easier? What's the process that you see for making it easy also for folks in neighborhoods or communities who want to be engaged? And I bring that up because there's very robust conversation at one of my neighborhood associations last night about many folks in the neighborhood have relationships with folks experiencing homelessness. Many of them have resources, but we also don't want to overcomplicate the problem by layering on more and more and more. We already have something like over 60 different inputs to the current system we have, and we're trying to figure out how to bring this together. So to that question, how do you see the community interaction to assist the work you're doing in developing OCR?
So on the development side, that's where those next meetings will come in, where we start talking to individuals and get that expertise that's in the community. I don't know if all of you know this, but we have almost 6,000 nonprofits within our county and area. And that's a massive amount of agencies available that I bet most of them may not come to the table. And we need to open the door for every nonprofit and agency to come to the table. So I see that discussion and getting an understanding of the expertise that's out there. The other thing I want to point out is that the whole idea of a Department of Community Response is we're operational, meaning we're going to that call for service. Our task is to remove any safety entity, whether it's myself, fire, or police, from that call long term, right? And the only way we're going to be able to do that is to get the public and their expertise involved in helping us keep people out of the system. So the way I would be doing that, Eric, is we'll be scheduling multiple areas. I'll be reaching out to all of your staff to get the key players in your area, but I'd really like to set up those meetings specific to your district so that we can get the people in your districts who are doing the services directly connected. And then working with an evaluation. And, you know, I talk about case management. We do have to have some form of at least a standardized model of entry level, tier 1, tier 2 intervention, and then being able to provide it across the board at a higher level if needed, but it will be speaking the same language. I think the other way we get the community involved is we start doing some shared exchange and we start working together on our individuals who are struggling the most, because many of us have our hands on them and we're not sharing information with each other to get that person up and out and into the best services supports they need across the board. So that's how I'd be doing that, is really reaching out and getting our community members engaged. We're creating a portal right now, Eric, for people to be able to send emails and information to directly about the department. And that'll be another way that we're able to really coordinate and do community outreach and community engagement with folks to get all that information together.
Appreciate that. And the portal and the community engagement, I think, are good tools. One thing that's come about from our weekly meetings of developing the District 6 component of the citywide master plan is a better understanding of the assets and resources. So I think what would also be helpful is to develop an asset map that is also by district, so that community members, our council offices working with you can better understand what are the assets that we have there. I mean, we have 6,000 entities maybe throughout the city, and even the data. We had a great presentation today by Sacramento Steps Forward, but it was citywide data, not understanding how do we get down to the community level, the neighborhood level. So first, an asset map I think would be helpful moving forward. Once you get the support and the staff that you need to get into that situation. Going back to that community connection, this last week, that frustration of how does the community engage, how do they respond, I think was extremely highlighted there, because we had, for I think the first time that I've seen a significant amount of private entities, property owners, churches who reached out and said, we want to be helpful and we want to be part of this solution and opportunity immediately. And there was a bottleneck of communication. And so I feel like that really needs to be something that we figure out how to best create a resource for that bottleneck of communication. First, I just want to say, a thank you on moving 312 hotel beds, another 150 you said that are coming online with the goal of 1,500 more beds. I know we're looking at some on Howe Avenue and Power Inn in my district to try to get more capacity. But unless you live in that core area of the city or around the central city, there aren't a lot of resources on the peripheral, on the edges, where a big chunk of, say, my district is. Sometimes we have 4 or 5 miles before you can even get to one of these locations. And so I think what I'd like to make sure we do is figure out, one, how do we look at those resources that are further away? There are no motels or hotels over off of Florent and Howe Avenue. I mean, Power Inn Road, right? They're all along the major corridors. So there's going to be very little resources unless we can triage people immediately. So, and that's more of a three-month term. So when it comes to issues like warming centers, I want to switch over to the warming centers here. Because this could be, I think Councilmember Chenier brought this up. This could be a good model, not only for this issue when it's cold, but back in the summer, I had asked that we open up clean air centers when the fires got so bad. That's something that occurs in Sacramento very much because of our geography and our location. And unfortunately, probably bound to happen again. So I think using creating a model and an emergency response model for not only warming centers, but when we do have those extreme heat events and then the fires that we have no control over that may come from 3 other counties, I think that having that response model is going to be critical. But for example, in this case, we had a church with a very large fellowship hall with bathrooms and kitchens and was willing to come out and support. And my understanding from our council action on Wednesday, we approved and gave the city manager authority to execute resources out. Why couldn't we get just the basic security or cleaning that we needed to get some of those operations? Nothing, when it's an emergency or it's a triage situation, why couldn't we have gotten those resources deployed immediately? And that's not a rhetorical question. I'd like to get an answer to that, because if not, and the public and community members come out and say we want to help, and they don't hear a response back, we're going to lose their trust in them coming back to help us. So I would like to get either from the city manager or yourself or Mr. Conlon an answer to that question.
Sure, I can answer that. By no means do we preclude any of those entities from opening their doors. They're always allowed to open their doors to others. Several of them did. We heard several stories of churches and other community groups that opened their doors to bring in people out of the weather. We can't provide them direct funding for things like security, and for cleaning services without having a contract in place. I'm sure you understand that. So in that case, we could not do a contract. What we encouraged them to do was to use us for PPE that we said we could offer directly to them out of our stocks, as well as sanitation and cleaning supplies. We offered that as well. We also told them that we are getting ready to start the Winter Sanctuary Program, which is absolutely true. As Bridget said yesterday, we had a training set up for any of the churches that had provided any interest so that they could be trained by the Salvation Army, the experts in how to do sheltering and warming centers. So that was provided yesterday. We had one church that showed up, but we put out for all of them to participate. We just only had one that actually did participate. What we hope to do is by reinvigorating the Winter Sanctuary Program, which you remember was run by the county, but they cut funding for it about 2 years ago. We will be able to have a program in place for next winter and for the end of this winter too, so that churches can fully participate. We can provide things to them. Even under the Winter Sanctuary Program, security was not paid for, nor were cleaning services paid for. They basically provided them a stipend to the churches so they could do food and other sorts of things. And we're working with the same people that ran that Winter Sanctuary Program previously to make sure that we're leveraging their expertise and we're not reinventing the wheel.
The likelihood that we have, again, extreme cold or extreme weather events is going to occur. And if it's the issue of legal requirements of a contract, I mean, we produce contracts all the time. So it seems to me that we should be prepared to have even a basic contract that people understand about what the quick MOU for a warming center, even if it's not for a long time, but that we could use that. And I want also to bear in mind that many of our organizations, sometimes like our churches, the volunteers are also some of them may be seniors or don't have the capacity to assist them, but if they're providing an available place when someone has to go 4 miles to get to a city garage, we should be thinking about, okay, maybe this doesn't fit in neatly in our box, but how does this play into the situation for that area as well? So I'm not satisfied with the answer on that, because I think we could move quickly on that. And I'd like to see how we look at those areas that don't have resources or public facilities to execute that, particularly if it's something that we can do, that we do often. We contract out for security and for cleaning. We have relationships with those entities already. We should look at replicating that or partnering with another agency, particularly when the city council gave clear authority. So I would just say that we're bound to have more of this, and we need to have something moving forward on that issue. Lastly, I think the moving on to schools, the city manager and I had a conversation about that today. When we have it again, an extreme weather event, just like our school, any place where we can get people out of the elements, if it's workable, I think that's a good opportunity. But I do want to make sure that we don't let a bureaucracy get us in the way of actually taking advantage of support. And that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
So yes, absolutely. The MOU that we're working on with Sac City Unified, we're kind of dusting off a previous agreement that we've had, just for that very purpose, so that we can move very quickly on these things. And I agree. What the Winter Sanctuary model that we're trying to stand up again, the one that was discontinued, maybe there's an opportunity for us to expand that to hit some of the opportunities that you're talking about, council member, in the outlying districts. One of the other considerations that we've been talking about internally over this past week, I mean, it's been, one thing right after the other here, and, Bridget and her team have been really working hard to try and make heads and tails out of it. But, maybe there is an opportunity that we can do more with our existing contracts. And we're looking at, with our security folks and some of our cleaning contracts rather, to leverage those in these other sites. So you have my commitment. We're going to look into that and figure out how we can do that better, even if that means expanding on the existing winter sanctuary agreements. And because you're right, the council did authorize some dollars to make this happen. There are some out in the community that are doing this just out on their own, but that doesn't mean that we can't support them. So absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, this is going to be part of my talking points as well in terms of where we go, but I'm going to save my comments and hear from the rest of my colleagues here. Who is next, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, and then Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's really a two-part presentation for us, which is why I think the comments are so lengthy and meaty also. So let me just start with the part around Bridget Dean and her new office. I want to start by asking the city manager a very important question. Howard, is Bridget still interim?
She is. We're in the middle of the recruitment process. I won't go into all the bureaucracy it takes to establish a new position with the unions and all that stuff, but suffice it to say that we're in the middle of it, and Bridget is still interim. And so I'll kind of leave it at that because of the process. I want to let that play out.
Okay. From this council member's perspective, the finish line should be very obvious at this point for us, but I digress. Bridget, fantastic job. This is amazing. I'm not even sure how we would be doing this without your leadership. Nicole Clavo, I know, is a great partner to you too. She's fantastic. The two of you, as Vice Mayor Chenier has already indicated, is that you are the dynamic duo, just really great hires. I have no doubt that all that you need from us is to get you some more resources. You and I have personally worked on housing a couple of women and children this week. I should say a couple of women and a couple dozen children. It's challenging when there's a lot of kids involved, but you are up to the challenge for certain, and you are always ready and willing to jump in and try to find solutions. And I'm really glad for the opportunity to get to work with you. No matter what we throw at you, you seem to be able to turn it into something. So I think it's our job really to make you a success. And I don't think you need so much mapped resources by where they are in the city so much as you need mapped resources by who they will serve in the city, because obviously we have some real shortcomings around, like, women and children is a good one. We don't have an emergency shelter system for them, so that's a challenging one. And if Lachelle Delger might be on the phone right now, she's a tremendous asset too. She would tell you we can never have enough for transition age youth, which are young adults who are transitioning out of foster care. So I think, some asset mapping around which populations we have resources for. I know we're inadequate in all areas, but some areas we have almost nothing. And it becomes really obvious when you and me and Rochelle Ditmore and Lachelle Dozier and everybody else are all trying to find one place for one person, because there just isn't a solution for somebody with 6 kids who's a domestic violence victim. So I'm here to help you. Anything I can do to support you, Bridget, say the word. I know the whole council will support you and have your back, but you are a tremendous asset to our city. And I'm excited to see this program come into fruition. And I love the way that you approach it, that this isn't, it is a new department, but it's not a new concept. It's complementary to the things that we already do. And as the mayor has identified in his priorities and goals, that it does help alleviate calls from the already burdened public safety entities and more appropriately give them to your department. But I love the way you describe that as a partnership, because I think that's the way it will be a success. And I think it's the way in the future we'll keep your employees safe as well. So I'm excited to see how you unroll this as we give you more resources. So it's just our job to do that. The second half of this presentation is really around the warming centers. And I want to go on record, first of all, for thanking Sac City Unified for helping us here with identifying the next round of locations that we can open that are across the city or will help us. I got to go down and be really involved Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at the warming centers at both of them, and at the actually 3 of them, and at the parking garage. And I want to thank a number of people, but not just thank them for the sake of thanking them, but also tell Sacramento how there are some people who are really working 2 jobs to make this work, or working double shifts, right? Like Daniel Bowers works all day and then works all night. And so does his staff. Lauren has been at that warming center every night. There are also some wonderful volunteers. There's a young man named Daniel Castillo. He's worked the warming center at the Galleria every single night since Wednesday, every night. And he knows folks by name. I know because he texts me in the middle of the night to tell me Andrew's back tonight, and I was able to convince him to talk to the social worker tonight. So he's really tracking. Having people like that care at that level makes a really big difference, makes us all more effective. It makes it more than just a warming center. It makes it a place to connect to resources, which is what I think at the end of the day, we all really want. Matt Ironman, he moved mountains to make this work. I say this every time he comes before the council. He's a superstar employee, but it really shows when you ask a person who comes from a parking department to help be a part of a solution for a homeless strategy. And he jumps in, no hesitation. The superstar in this always, she's rarely ever mentioned, but the person who orders every bathroom, the person who opens every door, the person who finds these locations is the same person every time. It is Shannon Brown out of the Parks Department. And her and Mario Lara and their staff are the ones who are over there running Southside. They are the ones who order the bathrooms for the parking garage. They're the ones who order the bathrooms for the Galleria. They're the ones coordinating with Rivka at the library. The Parks Department doesn't have a division of homeless services, and yet they rise to the occasion every time we need them. And I am just really proud of that team and what they bring to our city. I owe Rich Desmond from the county a big thank you. He met me down there at the Warming Center on Wednesday night, and we talked a lot about needing to bring on a social worker and have a social worker from the county, not just any social worker. And Bridget, she wrote out the words we needed to say. She wrote our script for us. And Bridget and Lachelle Dozier both helped Rich and I make that ask. And Rich Desmond ultimately was able to deliver a county social worker. The difference there, you guys, means that aside from people just coming in and getting warm, it means they also have an opportunity, a 4-hour window each night to get actually put into the county system and therefore get things like food stamps or healthcare or signed up for a scatter site model program or potentially a hotel voucher. And there have been people scooped up through that system and put in housing already. On night one, Bridget and Daniel Bowers worked to find a veteran who was there. It was his first night of homelessness. He was in vet housing by the morning. The next night, there was a young man and his pregnant wife, got them some assistance. So little by little, we're able to find people solutions when we have that partnership. I know the mayor has said this a multitude of times, and I know there's a lot swirling around in the air in Sacramento, but there is no way for us to do this alone. And we're so much stronger when we do this with the county. And when they provide things like a social worker, you can physically see the difference when you go down there and you see what's happening in that space. So I just want to say, thank you to them for providing that. I hope you will continue to provide that. And for every shelter we open, I hope you will give us another social worker for 4 hours in each one of those warming centers. And I think it's really important that we thank Rivka, the head of the library system, and her employees. They have been tremendous allies. And Bridget, I think they would do even more with you and Daniel Bowers if you would coordinate with them, especially as you move out into other parts of the city. I would encourage you to talk to the library. They're a tremendous asset and they're always willing to help. So I then, I just want to finish with probably one last big thank you. If you don't know City of Refuge, which sits in Council District 5, and Vice Mayor Schneer is super supportive of them. They love him and they love the mayor too. He's very supportive of them. But City of Refuge opened their own shelter. They reached out to St. Paul. The people, the women that Bridget and I have been housing this week, they all came from the St. Paul shelter, from City of Refuge, not from ours. And Rochelle Ditmore got in her car and drove around and brought people to that site. If the mayor often calls her Mother Teresa, she really is a modern day Mother Teresa. And we're so fortunate to have her. And I just want to take this moment to say that I am so grateful for the likes of Rochelle Ditmore in our city. And I know there are others. I know Councilmember Vang is working with Les Simmons, and he's another person who would just do anything to go the distance to help us. And I am very, very grateful for every person like that in our city. So Bridget and your team, Daniel Bowers and your team, Chris, thank you all very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Who is next, Madam Clerk? Councilmember Valenzuela, I believe. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to echo that. I think this is an exciting first step forward. I also want to appreciate that, you know, I hear a lot of questions and trepidation from the advocates and service providers. Is this real? Is this going to help? I mean, they have no reason to trust, right? Like they've been watching the situation get worse and they're worried. And I want to make sure that you know that this really is a big pivot, in my opinion. And of course, I don't expect you to trust. It's like, see it happen. And I want you to hold us accountable and I want you to stay engaged. And if you see something that isn't right, I want you to say something so it gives us a chance to get it right, because I do believe I can at least speak, you know, for my intention is to get it right. And I think we're all ready to learn those lessons and to make sure that we work with Bridget and her soon to be team. Yay, it won't just be one person, so that we can actually get that work accomplished. So hold us accountable, but I hope you share a little bit of hope that I have tonight. With regard to Bridget's department, I do appreciate also the analysis on the 911 calls and completely echo Councilmember Chenier's request. You beat me to it. Thank you, sir. So looking forward to seeing that conversation fold into the budget discussion tonight and moving forward. I do want to ask Bridget a question, and then I want to bring up some points about the warming centers and action since last week. You mentioned transitioning the 911 calls to your department, and I know there'll be a separate number, but I know you and I have also talked about like training for the dispatchers. So I was hoping you maybe just do a quick on what that's going to look like and how the transition is going to be operationalized from the dispatching center.
Sure. So one of the main reasons I opted when I was doing the review of this department of using our safety dispatchers is they are highly qualified individuals to do so much with mental health instant, you know, in those few seconds. Is it a mental health issue? Is it a safety issue? They ask all the right questions. They get people connected correctly. And I think as we're navigating into a system where maybe a social worker is the best response, that knowledge and expertise that's already with our dispatchers is essential. So that's one of the reasons I did that. The other thing about that, I appreciate you asking that, is part of the budget we've put together is actually to put clinicians into the call center. And I've been working with our safety dispatcher leads, and they are very pro that, as is the department, fire and police. And the idea of that, of course, right, is to get that person into the hands of that clinical social worker or counselor right away to maybe mitigate the issue. And then we go out and follow up. So the training, they're highly trained. I just can't stress enough about our dispatchers being experts in what they do. However, to say that, you know, we wouldn't work to bring other additional trainings if something new comes along. I think, you know, Katie and several others on this council know that I'm an educator at heart. And I travel and teach on mental health and a lot of different aspects as just something that makes me happy and keeps me going. So yeah, we're very open to continuing that process and making sure that we're all being trained. And I think vice versa, our dispatchers can do some great training for individuals when they do call, how to get the resource you want and how to do that.
Okay, yeah, I know that'll be an ongoing process. So yeah, definitely looking forward to staying engaged in that conversation and hearing about the lessons learned and the pivots that we might be making. Now, I do want to pivot now into the second part of this item, which is the warming centers. And just, yeah, to echo the Herculean lift that I know staff has really put into the warming centers, the additional hotel rooms, and we're ready to help. And I think, you know, I know Bridget and Chris and others know that I keep calling them like, what do you need? Do you need me to call a hotel? Do you need me to call, like, do you need someone to be down at the center doing intake? My staff was like, we'll sit down there. And I think we're eager to help make that scale happen because we need to get folks indoors quickly. And there's this really great opportunity with the federal money that I know we don't want to leave on the table. And I also want to appreciate that I got an update with Supervisor Cerna today about the stuff the county's doing and Supervisor Desmond. I know that there's a lot of pivots happening. And I think, you know, I feel optimistic about the direction we're heading in after Tuesday. I do want to quickly clarify, and then I have a couple more comments. When people go into the warming centers, I've been hearing a lot from the advocates, and so I just want to clear it up. Pets, stuff, sleeping, make sure that we're clear on what the parameters are, because I know there's been traditional practices and there's also been some changes made more recently.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that question, Councilmember. So pets are allowed. In fact, we welcomed a couple into the library galleria last night. For example, CBS 13 was out there doing an interview and got to catch a small terrier chihuahua riding a cart into the center. So pretty cute if you haven't seen it. But we also allow pets into the pool house down at Southside Park. I cannot speak for any of the faith-based groups or community-based organizations that are also activating them. I also can't speak for any other jurisdictions like the county and in other cities. Not that I'm aware of any of those being activated at this time, but For our warming centers at both the Library Galleria and Southside Park, I can confirm that pets are allowed. And we do have supplies to help with that. We even have puppy dog pads to lay down in case the puppy's not quite potty trained. So more than welcome to bring those in. As far as sleeping systems and things like that, sleeping with the pets, we do kind of corner off an area in the Library Galleria specifically so that the pets can stay with their owners. Understandable that a lot of those animals are comfort pets. They may not necessarily be trained service dogs, but they do provide an ample amount of comfort. So we would not want to separate that individual from their loved one. So I hope that clarifies that for you.
And on the property, Katie, I think, Daniel, we have a covered area, correct, Dan, that they can place their property under if they can't get it in?
Yes, one of the concerns with Library Galleria is we want to maximize the space available for the folks that are using it. And we got a pretty large population coming in. So what we do ask is we bring a bag or a purse with their sleeping system and leave the rest of their belongings outside underneath an easy up and awning that's set up outside there. And there is a guard posted there at all times. So from the time we activate in the evening to the time we close in the morning, there is a guard out there posted at all times. We haven't had an incident of theft yet. And we'll hopefully keep some good stewardship out there from the community and the guards to make sure we don't have a situation of theft. But they have been very accommodating to our request to keep their large belongings out there. And ultimately that leads to a greater use of the indoor space, again, for just the sleeping and the small bags of valuables and entertainment.
Super helpful, Danielle and Bridget, thank you. And yeah, I feel really hopeful, so thank you. But I do need to, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up, because I know a lot of you have been probably getting emailed tweeted questions, Facebook questions, you know, what happened on Tuesday night? Why didn't anything open? And, you know, there's been a lot of press on this. And I have to say that, you know, when I first came into office, I think, and Howard can attest, and the mayor, you know, one of my first questions was about the warming center criteria. And, you know, I was told pretty quickly that we were bound by these county guidelines, and particularly when I came to mandating staff at the center. But as we saw Wednesday, you know, we have plenty of community volunteers, and then we were able to make that pivot. And so I think a lot of folks are asking the question, and I do want to put out these two questions. First, you know, like, I think now we know that the county guidelines weren't an obstacle. And so I do want to give space for us to answer the question about why action didn't happen before Wednesday, because I share that question. And I think it's just important for us to make space for that, because I know there's a lot of frustration coming from a space of real compassion and concern for our unhoused neighbors. And so I think that's an important discussion for us to have. And then I also want to get to what I know Councilmember Guerra and a few others were asking about how this might not happen again, because I don't know if I'm clear from Wednesday. And so I think we should clarify, did the criteria change last Wednesday permanently? Can we now say moving forward, centers will be open under serious weather events, and what those criteria are, so that we never see this happen again? Because I was frustrated. I mean, of course, you always wonder if staff could have shown more initiative, if, you know, they could have been like, you know, do it anyways and pay the price later. But I also want to appreciate that staff was also operating under council guidance, and that was their job. And so the council, I think I just want to have a little bit of space for that conversation, and I'm not sure who wants to answer that. But, you know, I was relieved on Wednesday when we took action. And then as my relief passed and I started a process, I did have questions as well about why we hadn't done that sooner. And what the criteria means now, and if we need to take further action to make sure that the criteria is super clear for moving forward for any type of hazardous event.
So, Councilmember Valenzuela, let me answer that question. Let me answer the second part first. The criteria is, it does not apply right now with the county criteria, because the action that this council took in the emergency declaration helps us bypass, you know, those guidelines. And, you know, we're still trying to work under the public health order to make sure that our guests are safe. But the second part, and it was a request of the council, is that we're going to forever chart our own path in terms of what the criteria is for severe weather guidance. For this winter, so long as our emergency declaration is in place, we're going to continue operating the way we operate today and the path forward. You know, on the first piece, it's been a very dynamic week, as you can all imagine. We're getting lots of email, lots of media coverage on this. And here's what I will say about this. uh, in terms of the guidelines, whether we comply with them or we don't comply with them, and if it was a barrier to us opening or not. It's a little bit of everything. So if you go back to this, the guidance that has been in place since like 2012, every year we have during the summer and winter this conversation about when we can activate and why we can and why we can't. And so this we've activated in years past when we were pretty close to that criteria. But you know what's different about this time around is this public health order. The decision making leading up to Tuesday night storm was really one of managing the risks. Right, we are on the one hand we're talking about this public health order that says we do not move encampments for fear of spreading COVID. We're clearing out some of the jails from the county public health officer. That's because for fear of having people in congregate settings. And then even like in church services, we're not able to have those indoors. But as it relates to these warming centers for the city, another consideration was, and I know I shared this with you, council member, about the safety of our employees as well. And the labor agreements that we have in place, where if we're asking our team to perform functions that are outside of their scope and their classifications as identified through these MOUs, it requires an MOU process to begin as well. So all those things kind of get pulled together, and we're saying on Monday night we opened up because we were able to abide by the modified guidance given by the county. So instead of 3 nights of freezing temperatures, it was 1 night under 33 degrees. And we also activated in December, if you recall, under the same guidance. And so I did not reach out and ask the county if we could open on Tuesday night. And that's, and plain and simple is because I knew what the answer was going to be. That, this modified guidance didn't move. And there were conversations that I had with the county about potentially changing that permanently. And the response I got was that they were not going to make those adjustments. They would stick with the 1 day under 33 degrees. And so that call didn't make it out. Now, there's been a lot of media on this. It's been, hey, if the city would have reached out, we would have supported. I want to clarify what support means. In having direct conversations with the county, the support that would have been afforded would have been blankets and food and water and the like, but really the support we're looking for, and we have always been looking for, is saying that we're going to be able to pull people into these congregate settings and have the support of our public health officer, because that's not something that we're equipped to do and to make those decisions, because we don't have that type of staff on hand. To Mayor Pro Tem's point earlier, we don't have people who stand up shelters. I mean, Daniel Bowers and his team, they're amazing, and they're going to make do with what they have to get these things open. And we're going to staff it with personnel throughout the city, no matter what the classification. That's kind of how the decision making happened. And so as we go forward on the following night, on Wednesday night, this council, we got together and said, look, this is a priority for the city, and we're going to make this declaration that charts a very clear path for staff to follow going forward. And it really is clear to the team where we need to go. And so that's why you see this whole flurry of work happening from Bridget's team and Daniel's team going forward, and the partnerships we're forming with those in the community to stand up more of these warming centers. And I know I see Daniel here. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add about conversations you've had either.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. Now, I'm just up front. I can speak on behalf of all the staff and the community members and the volunteers that I've heard, and you always have put our safety and health and in us before you, and I really appreciate that, and everybody does, and we all know it. With that being said, Howard's absolutely correct. We have tried to navigate as best we can this pandemic with what we want to do and what's the safe thing to do with the county health official support. And I'll just look back just a few months ago during the summer when we were skirting the thresholds of high heat, and the former public health and human services director, Peter Bielenson, he recommended that we activate cooling centers despite not meeting the thresholds. And I remember standing next to Mayor Steinberg at Hagenwood Community Center, and we acknowledged that we had not met the thresholds, yet our public health officials recommended we open, and we answered the call. We answered the call within, I would say, hours of that recommendation being made. We had our cooling centers open, and we remained open throughout that duration. As far as clean air centers, we activated those as well over this summer, implementing safe protocols with the public support of county health. Where is the public support right now of any public health official across the state saying warming centers should be activated? You won't get it. You won't get it because nobody else activated a warming center. From Southern California all the way up the Western Seaboard, we were hit with storms, and you can't find any warming centers that were open. So to say that there was a potential lack of initiative, I was out through the storm on Tuesday night. I was clearing large branches out of the street. I've got a cut on my hand to show it. I engaged with community members, unsheltered folks out on B Street as their tents were ravaged. I was out there throughout the night. So were a lot of other city staff. Met up with a few of them at the Field Operations Center for Department of Utilities as they were scrambling to run generators from site to site. So we were out there and we were serving. With these warming centers being activated in this situation, I'll tell you, it's worrying a lot of people about a potential outbreak, the potential violence, the skills that are not there with a lot of our staff to deal with mental illness and mental health. But I'll tell you, we trust our city manager, and we know that he's got our backs, and so we'll show up time and time again every night, and I'll be back out there again tonight, just like I have been, and we'll see it through. But we do have our concerns, and we're not liking to do a congregate setting under this type of dynamic. But
so it sounds then like, and just following up on the rest of my question here about like, do we need to provide more guidance moving forward? And it sounds like this is, I mean, what you're saying is, I mean, we've done enough to keep these centers open for the near term, for the winter months, which is good. But like, I mean, it sounds like this might need further discussion when it comes down to more fine-tuned guidance from us to staff about what we would do in a variety of circumstances to make sure that that's super clear moving forward.
That is absolutely part of the process going forward. And once we get out of the kind of the emergent situation we're in, to establish our own criteria for when these things happen. And I don't know all the moving parts at this moment. We're going to work closely with our partners, work with the city attorney, work with the council to figure out what that looks like. But yes, that is correct.
I'm going to speak to this in a few minutes as well, because there's a much bigger picture here that I think needs to be addressed that has less to do with the city, less to do with the county. It has to do with the way society looks at this issue of unsheltered homelessness. I'm going to save it, even though I'm so tempted now. And I'm going to also speak to what I think the criteria should be going forward, very specifically, because I'm very clear where I come down on that question. It's the right question. What are the criteria going forward? Absolutely. I'm going to wait. Okay. Let's turn it now. We've got three members, and I'm going to say something. Who was next? It was Councilmember Vang, Jennings, and Malloy.
Thanks, Mayor. It helps to go a little bit last because a lot of my colleagues asked my question. And so I'm just going to try to just get to the point, but also want to just thank you, my colleagues, for asking all those questions. First, Bridget, I want to say thank you so much for your heart and your hustle and your work for the past few months, and especially these past few days. I know it takes an incredible team to make it happen. And I also echo Councilwoman Ashby, just a shout out to all the staff on the ground making this happen. And so thank you so much. I also just want to recognize recognize that, this department was created before I was a council member as a response from the community, right? Asking to reduce contact with law enforcement and to reallocate support for community intervention and prevention services. So I just want to make sure that I put that on record, and so that we remember that it was the community that asked for this, right? And I think this is a really great first step, and it's possible because, Bridget, we have you here leading the work. I also just want to say thank you to Councilmember Chenier. He's always asking the really sharp questions. I was going to ask regarding timeline and impact of this. So I really look forward to, Howard, the report back in 18 months. Or that it's going to actually take around 18 months to gear it up, right? So I support Councilmember Chenier's direction on that. I did have a few questions, one regarding just OCR, and then the other part regarding the warming center. So for the first piece regarding OCR, I know one of its goals is to establish collaboratives,
Yes.
right? And you mentioned in your presentation that 63% of the funding for this department is actually going to go to CBOs. And so I'm curious to know what the vetting process is so that we know these CBOs are trusted in the community. And what process are you going to be using to determine which CBO is going to be funded? Is it through referral? So would love to hear a little bit about that. So if you can answer that, I will go to my question after
Great.
that.
So a couple levels there, right? So first of all, of course, we'd have to do RFP, but I will tell you that I'm a firm believer in vetting out entities and agencies. And I think it's crucial that we have a lot of entities that do great work, but they don't always have the data to show that they're doing the work. And we can't use evidence-based practices to make sure and inform our decisions. So part of that, Maya, is going to be making sure that we create a system that on the front end allows that RFP model, to Jay's point, that we start writing RFPs that incorporate the need of the individuals that we're funding to serve, because that's essential. Families, as you know, if we go to a family crisis call, rarely is it just that crisis moment. It's unemployment, maybe justice involved parent, maybe a kid who hasn't been attending school, maybe substance use, right? So making sure that we're using our resources wisely. So we're going to create that evaluation process with regular check-ins. I think it's really important with our community-based organizations that we are team multidisciplinary players together, meaning that we're sharing that information, we're working towards good results, and that we're using data to determine whether the work's being done. And that includes, by the way, quantitative and qualitative, right? Hearing back from the community, does that serve you? Doing needs assessments. One of the biggest things I have found in Sacramento, and this is no respect to anybody who's been doing the work in our city a long time, but we have a lot of silos when it comes to social services. And it's a struggle to really close those gaps, but we need to do need assessments and see what does your community per se, maybe in your district need, versus maybe what Katie's community members need. And then we need to be making sure that those community-based organizations are rooted in those communities. I can't stress enough for me the importance of getting back to where if you're calling for OCR to come to respond to you in your district, Councilmember Vang, I want a community organization in your district who knows that community to be the one supporting and serving them. And so that vetting out process will be an evaluation. We're looking at a couple different tools now, but it's going to be an essential piece. But I also think that goes back to our community members again, and a lot of our leadership in our city who know how to do that already, right? They're doing it every day. In Jay's office, Claudia comes to mind. I mean, there's a woman who knows a lot about a lot of things when we talk about programming. We have some great resources and expertise. So we'll be vetting out regular contact, regular checking in, really reporting back the data. If we don't have an evidence-based model and we don't have data driving it, then we're making a big mistake.
Thanks, Bridget. I really appreciate that. My second question is really around the motel hotel vouchers. I think it was like 272. I think Chris might have mentioned a few more hotel beds that was brought on. And I think I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, but the goal was 1,500 beds. Is that correct? So, I have a question. What has been some of the challenges of bringing on more hotels on? So, and I want to know, like, what type of things are being negotiated? And I don't know if that could be shared, but I think it'd be good for us to understand just the complexity of it. Because, I'm getting questions like, will they allow pets, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is kind of the living standard for the city in terms of our expectations of hotel and motels? And so if you can share a little bit about that, I'd love to hear a little bit more about just the challenges, because obviously we're not at 1,500 beds yet. And so if you can share a little bit about that.
Oh, and I appreciate the question. So one of the first things is finding a hotel that's accessible, that, for us long-term, we started out with a couple small hotels where the owners gave us there's two larger hotels that the owners provided us a certain number of the rooms, and that worked out great. And then we had one hotel that gave us their entire hotel right away, a small business owned hotel. And we actually found that that hotel was easier to work with just because they were more open to some of the population. Not that the other owners weren't, but there wasn't a mix of maybe public rental versus what we were doing, right? So that was one of the hurdles we're coming across. We're really trying to find hotels that are willing to contract with us for the entire site, because we have found overall just providing services, getting those information. You know, a lot of our individuals who have been in unsheltered communities, they have a community. I think, you know, for many of us who've been doing the work in the homeless community for a long time, we know that they have community, they have connections, they have leaders, right? They have elders that they respect. And so part of that too is finding those hotels where we can place individuals easily. Make sure we have enough ADA accessible rooms are one of the things we constantly look at. Can we get somebody in the wheelchair? Do they have access? Pets is a big one. I'm glad you mentioned that, Mai. We are looking for more hotels that will accept the pets. And then I'll be honest with you, damage to the rooms. We have had several rooms damaged, and then we are responsible for a certain level. And the hotels have been great about working with us with a cap, but it would be remiss of me not to say that there are some people that we have to remove for total non-compliance of the rules and damage to rooms. So those are some of the key pieces. Parking, right? Are you willing to take a person's car to sit for maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks? And then other is one of the goals of this hotel voucher program in the city is we don't want it to be 3 to 5 days. I want to be able to offer you 7 days, 24 days. What does it take to keep you situated and safe? To Angelique's point earlier, we have a family. I mean, I shared earlier, I had that experience as a homeless mom. I don't want to be moving them every 7 days. I need to find a space where they're safe. So the other things we're looking for are hotels that we could primarily work within your community and focus them on that community in your district, but also family safe hotels and making sure that we're providing the supports for those. So I think some of those key issues are really around, do they have the availability to provide us the entire site is key. And then also parking, and then ADA. For a lot of the older hotels, it's hard to get ADA accessible. If you're 2 or 3 stories up, it's pretty tough. You have to have certain people that can use that space. So we're always navigating what's available. You know, are there elevators? Are there not elevators? Are there additional spaces? Are there pet areas just outside even, right? We have some hotels that allow pets, but they don't have the little grass area for that pet to use. So those are different things. Smoking, non-smoking rooms. It gets down to the kind of the nitty gritty. But what I can do is have Danielle Foster also reach out to you and give you and give all of you a little bit report back on what she specifically looks for when she speaks with the vetting process.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think also just for transparency, right? Because I think I've had constituent ask me questions about why can't we bring on more hotel rooms, right? And I think it's important for the public just to understand kind of the processes and some of the challenges as you're working really hard. And then this question, Council Member Ashby asked, but I don't know if I heard it correctly, so I'm going to direct this to the city manager. You know, currently Bridget is the interim director, and I believe she was hired as interim in July. This is not about Bridget. She's doing amazing work, but I just wanted to know, what is the timeline and what is the process on finalizing a director for the position? Or just what's the timeline? If you can give, the council member a timeline on that.
So as I mentioned earlier, it's a process to get a new classification approved by the unions and get it advertised. You know, I'm going to ask Chris in a second here to figure out if it's already been posted. We're in the middle of that recruitment process. Typically what will happen is it'll take 2 or 3 months here from that point going forward. That includes panels and, second interviews and background checks and the whole 9 yards here. But we're in the middle of that. And Chris, have we posted the position already?
Thanks, Howard. We have finalized the position description, we believe. We've come up with a salary area, and we hope to be able to get something out the next week or so. Now, I'm talking HR stuff, and that's not my area, but I'm just telling you where we are as far as mechanically right now. And Howard's exactly right, council member. You know, in order to be able to do this and do this the right way, it's a department director position. I mean, we had to create a position around a department that's never been done anywhere else. So even writing the position took a while because nobody else has got anything like this. So we couldn't steal anybody else's write up and go with that. Plus the city has never seen anything like this before. But we anticipate within the next couple of weeks, we should be able to get it out there. And I believe, and maybe Lainey can correct me on this, that you might even be voting on the salary as part of the big vote that you do on all the salaries here in the next couple of weeks too.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for the question. But yes, we're going to move forward with that classification for this council to approve, along with the salary range as part of the unrepresented resident. So
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much, Bridget, just for your heart and hustle. You know, it takes leadership. It takes heart and hustle to get things done for the community, and you embody that. And I just want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Vang. Councilmember Jennings.
Councilmember Vang, I added one more H to your heart and hustle for Bridget. And I gave her the H of humility, because she does everything and she just does it in the right way, never wanting to take any credit for herself, but only wanting to do what is best in the eyes of others. And Bridget, I just want to thank you for sharing your personal testimony to us, because many of us may not have known some of the things that have happened, but I know why your heart, hustle, and humility is where it is. And it makes me just, place you even at a higher level. Mayor, I just want to stop for a second and just say thank you to everybody that has stepped up and stepped out of their comfort zone to put us where we are today. I had put down on my list that this was a 2-year pilot, and you corrected me very, very well, and I appreciate the correction that this is not necessarily a 2-year pilot, that this is a systemic change that we have to do in our city. And I'm glad to hear that. And I'm also glad to hear that you couldn't find anywhere else to model this after, that we're going to be the ones that are going to be, cities will come to and model after us for the work that we've done. So I just want to stop and thank everybody. Some of the names you've heard already, the mayor, of course, the city manager, Howard Chan, Bridget Dean. I just heard Danielle Foster, Daniel Bowers and his team, Rivka and her team, Shannon Brown and her team, of course, Nicole Clavo and Lachelle Dozier. But some of the other names that we haven't heard, people like Chris Conlon. I mean, Chris has been just as steady as a rock, and I just want to thank him as well. And I heard a new name today, Rich Desmond. I don't want to leave anybody out, but I just want to thank everybody for their work at the right time in the right leadership that's moving us forward. This is just really, really important work that we're doing, and I can't thank them enough for what they've done. I do want to talk about communication, and you mentioned about engaging the community. And I feel like we as council members can help you a lot as it relates to our district. And I want to make sure that I raise my hand and volunteer to tell you every asset that we have in our district, whether it's a community-based organization or whether it's an individual that I think can help make a difference, so you can vet that out in the way that you need to vet it out. But I know that you need that help, and I would just encourage my colleagues to make sure that they get to know who is who in their community and who's making a difference, who's already doing a lot of the work. In the case of City of Refuge, Angelique, they stepped out and they did something that they knew had to be done, right? And we know what kind of a player they are in this whole game, in trying to help making a difference. Every time there is an opportunity to make a difference, they step up and they step out. And so we've got more organizations like that in our districts. We've got to get that information to you so that we can know exactly who it is that we want to continue to work and help us in this model that we're building. And then from a communication standpoint, I appreciate getting the emails that tell me every day how many people are going to the warming center, how many people are taking advantage of the parking lots. There is another opportunity for us to get the word out through all of our organizations within our district to let them know that we have these resources available in the city, and more people can take advantage of them. I think the safe parking lot that we have downtown is a perfect opportunity, because we're not getting as many people there as I think could be there, because maybe they don't know about it. So again, to me, that's on us. So I just want to let you know, of the 6,000 nonprofits that may be in this city, we need to let you know which ones we feel can really help us in this game, in this war that we're fighting against. And I really like Eric Garrett's talk about asset mapping by district. I really like that a lot. And I think that's something that we can do as well. So I just wanted to stop and say gratitude to all. Thank you for stepping up, stepping out. Let's increase the communication. Let's figure out what more we can do as council members. Many of you have already done incredible. I've heard the stories in this conversation, but there's more that we can do, and there's more that we will do. And if we're going to make a difference in the helping our unsheltered homeless. And so I'm just pleased with where we are, and I just want to put my hat on it. I'm going to stop there, Mayor.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Councilmember Jennings. Councilmember Laloe.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I had a whole page that I wanted to talk about, but thanks to my colleagues, you guys covered it all. So I really appreciate it. But to Mr. Mayor and Mr. City Manager, unfortunately, we're living in a world that complaining and just pointing out to negatives typically outweighs the gratitude that also needs to be stated in situations like that. So I personally want to thank both of you for being proactive and taking the decisions that you did. Miss Bridget Dean, listen, if we were in the actual chamber, I would get up and give you a hug. I'd probably get some hateful emails on that, you know, it wasn't politically correct or what have you, but it is what it is. I want to thank you. I mean, you've been nothing but phenomenal. Anytime that I've reached out to you, you've been immediately responsive. Knowing that you're only one person, yet you have such a great attitude on fixing the issue. And one of the other things that I truly admire about you is that you're such a realistic individual rather than sugarcoating it. And, you know, making the statements that sometime within the unsheltered neighborhood that we have or community, there are guidelines that they have within their environment that if one so-called their mayor doesn't move, they're not gonna move. So these are also great things that for us to get educated on. It's great to kind of hear. What scared the heck out of me is when you said City of Sacramento has 6,500 non-profits. That's scary. That's very, very scary. But going back to what my colleague, Councilmember Jennings just stated, I think reaching out to each district council, we can probably help out with the ones that are really out there and the ones that are just looking good on paper. And the fact that you're pointing out accountability, that's a major fact. And then if our offices can help you with that, please let us know on what we can do so we can kind of get this process going. But, you know, we still have a lot of work to do. You know, we have to still think about the partnership with the county, the state to find a long-term solution. I mean, everything that we're doing, thanks to our mayor, thanks to our city manager, including yourself, Bridget, is great for right now. Long-term, it's a much bigger project that we have to be aware of. And I also want to emphasize on what Councilmember Venezuela indicated, that, you know, we have to create certain guidelines today. So when the next winter or next summer come up, we're ahead of the game, so we can make immediate decision versus, a tragedy to take place. So again, thank you very much to you. Thank you very much to all, well, the few staff that you have, and everybody else that everybody named. So thank you so much. I couldn't be more proud. Thank you.
Mayor, I know I want to give you the last word, but I want to.
I haven't said a thing yet. So
well,
go ahead.
I want to leave it for you, but this is something very quickly. I just want to thank the mayor and council for charting this path forward as we go forward here. And specifically, you know, there's many of your staff that are working on things that I'm probably going to miss some people, but I felt it was important to note out of your office, Mayor, Julia Burrows, who's been working on food security in conjunction with these motel vouchers, Councilmember Valenzuela and Councilmember Vang, for really pushing us to do better. Councilmember Guerra's office with Chloe Saturn, she's been looking for opportunities throughout the district for us to locate some of these centers. And, you know, in particular, the mayor and Councilmember Vang for helping lock down the Sac City Unified School District agreements and the sites. Couldn't do it without you. I know that this is something that you both personally made some calls to help with. And then last but finally not least, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, you know, she talked about being at the warming centers from night one, and I was down there with her, Rich Desmond. There's all the food that her team was able to secure and help augment what we're doing in Office of OEM, Daniel Bowers and Company. So, and her team has been out there. It's Deanna, Karina, Deb, Bree, and Maisha. So I just want to say thank you, and I'm gonna let you have the last word, Mayor. I didn't want the moment to pass without me thanking you all for your support.
Howard, thank you. Look, I will not take a second place to anybody in terms of feeling and hopefully expressing consistently my gratitude to all the people who have helped make the last 6 days happen in the right way. And the city staff, I mean, think about Yipsy, you know, who this isn't their job, but yet they're doing it. Daniel Bowers, this is not in your team, and Lauren and everybody else. This isn't come under the purview. Rivka and your library staff, what you do always, what you all do always, the city management, the volunteers, my team, everybody. And I am very grateful to all of you in my heart. But I don't want to be a downer to this discussion here, but I don't think there's yet much to celebrate. There's gratitude, but there isn't yet much to celebrate. On the one hand, we have stood up a transformational reform here with the Office of Community Response. And I'm confident that it won't be if, it will be when, Bridget and her team, under the leadership of the city manager and the city council, as we provide the funding and the direction, that within 2 years, when we get to this new department being able to handle 75,000 calls a year and to narrow the scope of what we ask our police officers to do, to get them out of the business of homelessness and mental health and all these other calls, that will be transformational in action, not just in policy and in intent. And I know we're going to do it. And every platitude about Bridget is correct, because she has all of it. She also has the fire. And I know that she isn't satisfied. She is not satisfied with modest success. And so that's good and great. I want to answer Katie's question because I think it's a valid question. There's nothing wrong with it. You better believe we should have opened a warming center on Tuesday night. And we did not. And you know, you should hold accountable for that. You should hold me accountable. I've been mayor 4 years. It was not until Wednesday that we divorced ourselves, rightfully divorced ourselves from these random temperature criteria that we had followed for years. And why didn't I make this issue my own cause célèbre as mayor over these last years? Well, in fairness, it's because I have been leading hard on the issue of homelessness, as many of you have as well, in many other areas of vast importance, whether it's stepping up because we had to create a $60+ million whole person care project, whether it was siting the first shelters with the leadership of Jeff Harris and others at Railroad Avenue, whether it was fighting for the money at the state to get the first direct allocation to cities in years through HEAP and HAP to be able to fund our new shelters, whether it's trying to change the psychology of the city, which has never been in this business before, to say that this has to and must be a priority? Could we have changed the weather criteria earlier and done what we did Wednesday a week before, a year before, 3 years, 4 years before, 10 years before? Yes, we could have. I'm accountable. I accept that. I know people will look at my entire record, and some people will love it, and some people will say, you haven't done nearly enough. And that's just the way that it is. But here's where I depart from the current thinking. And it is not inconsistent with my deep appreciation for all the incredible work that has been done. And I think Daniel Bowers really states it well. And Chris Conlon himself tried to state it in an email, in a memo of the last couple of days. Do you know that the emergency response system in California does not consider homelessness to be an emergency? What kind of a statement does that make? It's set up, all right, but it is set up for fires, for floods, and for other, quote, natural disasters. And yes, there are all kinds of regulations that say if you move from a warming center to a shelter, that the regulations, you know, kick in and you need more professional staff, some of it for good reason. So much so that, you know, tell the dirty little secret here that in the warming centers, we have to kind of turn our backs a little bit because people aren't supposed to sleep in the warming centers. But we allow them to do so. That's how ridiculous this is. And this is a systemic failure. It's not a city failure. It's a systemic failure because we don't consider, as a society, homelessness to be the emergency that it is. So here's what I think going forward. You asked the question about timing and the end of winter, we're going to keep these open. I do not believe there should be any weather criteria. I do not believe that these centers, whether they're shelters, respites, evening ability to rest or sleep, should be dependent on any weather. I think they should be open all the time, year round. Now, we cannot do it alone. We cannot do it alone, but we certainly can take the kind of urgency and energy and culture change that I have felt over the past 6 days, and we can elevate it to make sure that what we are doing with the right kinds of partners and with the right kind of help and with more help from our respective governing partners at all levels, that we can do this and more year round. For look at every obstacle. There's liability questions. We know we're living in the midst of COVID, and Daniel Bowers, everything, we've had to balance that. Look at the question of resources, although we have more money than we have ever had before. Look at the question raised tonight by Councilmember Guetta about whether or not we are going to contract with and financially support the faith-based and other nonprofit communities. And there are, quote, legitimate reasons to back off, slow down, say this is as much as we can do. But you know, and I know, and the public knows that not moving towards shelter for everybody who needs it in this city, that anything less than that, at least trying, is not getting it and not getting at it and is not satisfactory. And that better be our goal here. Not warming centers, but shelter and ultimately housing for every person. And I hear all the argument, nobody wants to come in. You're right, Jeff. But you know what? A lot of people do want to come in. A lot of people do. I saw it on Friday night. You've all seen it as you visited the warming centers. People, in fact, do want to come in. Enough of them do. And why isn't it our job to get with our other governmental partners and our nonprofit community to make sure that we've got enough space nightly for everybody who wants to come in? And by the way, we can't provide any relief to our business community, our residents about these god-awful tent encampments unless and until we create that capacity. So the urgency that I've seen and experienced, and the gratitude that I have for what's been done over the last 6 days, we have got to elevate it, because despite all the obstacles, we have no choice. This issue is roiling our community. It's affecting the quality of life in every way. I've been sounding this alarm for 4 years. Angelique knows I ran for mayor on this platform. But I admit that I need help. And I will tell you, I'm heartened by this new city council. I'm going to tell you that. This is a compliment. I'm heartened by this new city council. Everybody's in the game here. It's not that the members who returned were not in it. They were, but this is a good city council. We can elevate this issue. And we can get to not wintertime warming centers, insufficient, not enough. We've got to provide shelter for everybody. We've got to move towards that with our master planning process, with being aggressive about partnering with our faith and nonprofit communities, and Jorge Aguilar and the Sac City School District. Thank you. As the other districts, I know we've had some conversations, but let's get them in the conversation as well. 1,500 motel beds. What a fantastic number. You add all this up, we'll begin getting to the thousands. And if we sustain it and we grow it, we just might, together with our rental assistance and our vouchering programs, we just might get to a place where this looks and feels better and more people are being taken care of. So let's not stop, because this is a fine start. But we've got a lot more to do to actually adjourn these meetings, not in anger or frustration, but with pride. And that's what I want to do. Let's move on to the mid-year budget. Item 24.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dawn Holm, the Director of Finance and your acting budget manager. City Clerk, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. The item before you is the FY 2020-21 mid-year budget review. The focus of the mid-year review is to update council on major changes since budget adoption. While major revenues have not been impacted as severely as originally projected, department revenues have been impacted more than projected. We are still working to understand the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our local economy and our revenue streams. The pandemic has not manifested itself like a typical recession or downturn, creating forecasting challenges. Like the state and other cities of our size who were predicting significant losses at the beginning of the fiscal year, we are doing better than we anticipated, despite the business closures and stay-at-home orders. Our fiscal year 2019-20 year-end results have bolstered our bottom line, bringing just over $58 million in available one-time resources, primarily due to the prior year resources set aside during the budget process. The mid-year recommendations included in this report address high-priority council initiatives and city operational needs. The city's total general and Measure U revenue estimate is $589 million. The chart on this slide is focused only on the revenues that have significantly changed since the budget was adopted. Hold on one sec. I'm going to try and make this just a little bigger for you guys. Okay. While our sales tax revenues are above the approved budget estimate, they have not yet returned to our pre-COVID estimates. Property tax growth is expected to continue given the ability for more people to work from home, allowing them to relocate to more desirable and affordable areas. This is also the reason Sacramento is projected to be the hottest real estate market this year. Cannabis revenues continue to be strong, and we are recommending increasing the current budget by $3 million, which is in addition to the $4.5 million increase included in the first quarter financial report. These increases have been included in the out years of the forecast. Our challenge and what we didn't expect was in our department revenues. While we had time to adjust major citywide revenues prior to budget adoption, we didn't have time to evaluate and consider the impact the pandemic would have on our department revenues. Parking revenues are down more than 50% from our pre-pandemic estimate. Community development revenues are down 15%. However, council authorized policies establishing separate reserves for development and rental housing inspections have adequate balances to offset these losses. Our youth programming revenues are down over 80% as a result of shutdowns and social distancing. Despite these mid-year revenue adjustments, these revenue categories are still projected to be $26 million below our pre-pandemic estimate. We are proposing to increase revenues for the city's major tax revenues reflected in this chart by $42.7 million. The biggest increase is the result of sales tax revenues coming in better than projected. This is partly because we have a smaller reliance on tourism, entertainment, and hospitality spending than other areas of the state, as well as increased revenues from out-of-state internet sales. The mid-year recommendations included in this chart reflect council identified priorities totaling over $30.2 million included in this council report. Another way to look at it is by looking at the types of investments in each of these priority areas. As you can see, many of our investments included in this report actually can be counted under more than one priority area. Since budget adoption, council has discussed needed investments and new programs. The mid-year report includes funding for the Sacramento River Parkway Bike Trail that was put on hold in September, the funding and positions needed for the new Office of Community Response and the city's climate action team, investment in North Sacramento, and the funding council requested last week for tiny homes and safe grounds. These council initiatives will add 15 full-time positions and ongoing costs of $9.1 million to the out years of the forecast. As reflected, the city manager is proposing just over $16 million in increased spending to address critical operational needs. The fire department budget adjustment will cover increased costs for our ambulance services, communication center, and contracts for development review. At Budget and Audit Committee last week, we heard the mayor and committee members' concerns regarding the addition of positions in the police department and the complexity of forecasting attrition. Reflecting the concerns of the committee, the manager is revising the mid-year proposal to provide funding for background investigations and pre-academy costs and eliminating the addition of positions, but providing resources should the department incur expenses associated with these priority activities. The revised proposal includes funding of $1.1 million in the citywide and community support department, similar to the proposal for the fire department, that will be transferred if expenses are incurred that do not align with additional attrition. Please note that Section 5 of the resolution, as well as the staffing charts, have been modified to reflect this change and were sent out in the supplemental information earlier today. In our Youth Parks and Recreation Department, adjustments are needed to allow for the opening of the new North Natomas Aquatic Center, which is expected to be completed in June. Positions recommended include the Inspector General for the Office of Public Safety Accountability and staff for our diversity and youth programming efforts. This report recommends the addition of 26 full-time positions with ongoing costs of about $9 million for department needs. In addition to the department changes recommended, the mid-year report includes one-time funding for critical multi-year projects like a grants management system that was recommended in a recent audit, continued funding for Great Plates delivered, and an online youth program called Sacramento Class. The city's enterprise funds have also been challenged by the pandemic, resulting in a need to use fund balance to address bad debt issues. With the new convention center complex nearing completion, the department is requesting to add staff now so they can be ready when we can resume events. These positions will not be filled until there is a clear timeline for reopening. As discussed on September 8th, the pandemic has significantly impacted our revenue streams used to fund the Golden One Center debt. As the general fund is ultimately responsible for this debt, the mid-year recommendations include funding to offset the loss of parking revenues, the reduction in the King's payment to the city because of the reduction of games being held in the facility, and to restore the liquidity reserve. Restoring the liquidity reserve will provide resources in the event of further schedule reductions and revenue shortfalls. Finally, the report recommends restoring funding to the city's economic uncertainty reserve. The recommended contributions would bring the EUR to 9.8% of the city's minimum target of 10% of budgeted revenues, but still short of the 17% of budgeted expenditures, which is equal to 2 months of operating expenses. In developing the forecast, we were looking at a $5.5 million shortfall in the fiscal year 21-22 budget. To address this, we are recommending that $5.5 million be set aside for budget development for the budget we will be starting shortly. It is important to note that the forecasts I'm sharing have been updated for the revenues and expenditures previously discussed. Additionally, we have added the $1 million for the overnight warming shelters council discussed last week and earlier this evening. This forecast does not include adjustments for increased fleet, insurance, services and supplies, or labor adjustments that may be needed as we start to develop the fiscal year 21-22 budget. As a reminder, our management unit SCXA's contract expired last June. 522, our firefighters contract expired in December, and the majority of our remaining labor contracts will expire in June. After the mid-year recommendations, the revised general and Measure U fund balance will be approximately $40 million. This forecast presented here includes a $7.5 million set aside for a housing trust fund bond based on council discussion in January. This version of the forecast presented a one-time commitment to the city's housing trust fund of $40 million in lieu of doing a debt service payment. As you can see, even though we are projecting positive year-end results, we are still challenged in the out years of the forecast. On January 26th, the Budget and Audit Committee received the mid-year report and discussed the recommendations. The mayor made an initial proposal to reduce funding to the police department and the EUR to fund affordable housing, youth programming, and participatory budgeting. This was amended to include additional funding for the city's climate action initiative. As you can see, these changes would increase our funding in critical council priority areas, and this additional funding is not included in the prior graphics I shared. This forecast now reflects the changes recommended by the Budget and Audit Committee with the funding for the Housing Trust Fund, youth programming, participatory budgeting, and climate action initiatives just discussed. This afternoon, we provided a revised resolution with changes to exhibits B and C. These are available on the city's website. The changes discussed in the police department were not updated on exhibit A, and that exhibit will be updated to include the final direction of city council. At the conclusion of council's discussion on the mid-year budget, I would ask for approval of the mid-year budget. After tonight, our focus will shift to development of the fiscal year 2020-21 budget, with release of the proposed budget during the week of April 19th and hearings beginning in early May. In conclusion, I would like to thank our department heads, their staff, the city manager, his team, the charter officers, and the budget office for their work on the mid-year process. Staff from the various departments and I are available to answer any questions. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dawn, for, first of all, the outstanding work of you and your team. Always professional, always organized, and always engaged. And I want to thank you and your team very, very much. Now, I'm going to ask Councilmember Guetta to make a motion, and I would like to outline what the motion is based upon last week's budget and audit discussion as amended through various conversations and negotiations over the past week. But before I do that, I think it is important that we describe, either Howard or Dawn, describe how it is we are suggesting here together that we deal with the police department issue. As you remember, last week, the proposal from the city manager was to add 10 new positions, FTEs. That has changed. And I think it's important that be described before I describe the motion. Allow Councilmember Guetta to make it. Then maybe what we'll do is open it up to the public testimony and debate. Why don't you hit on the police issue here, please, Howard?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. So following the Budget and Audit Committee meeting and the recommendations and the discussion about these 10 FTEs, it became very clear to me that it was unclear about how we were counting these FTEs and when they were going to be needed and the timing and as such. And so what we ended up doing was going back and trying our best to figure out when, and it's not something that's predictable necessarily, is that how quickly we're going to attrit positions such that we have sufficient FTEs in order to have the next academy. One of the things that's a little bit different with the police department as opposed to the fire department is that we don't fund the academy positions for PD. What we've been doing over the last, as many years as I can recall, is using the vacancies in the police department to fund those academies. The challenge now is that as we get to a point where we're filling those vacancies, those opportunities to use those resources to fund the academy going forward become fewer and fewer. So what I'm suggesting is that we set aside the value of those 10 FTEs, set aside, as Dawn pointed out, in the citywide community support, so that if we do not get the attrition that is sufficient to hold the next academy, we will pull those resources. And if we do have the attrition and we can fill the academy, we will not tap those resources for those efforts. So I think it's but it should also be said that if we're not able to fill the academy using vacancies, that we will be coming back at the beginning of the fiscal year, which is really starting in the next month or so, to ask for those positions to be filled. And that was really to your point at Budget and Audit, is that they can come back as part of the fiscal year discussion.
Okay, so just to summarize, we're going to, the recommendations to set aside the money so that you can pay for overtime and also to fill the academy, the summer academy, with confidence. But we are not tonight, you're not asking tonight that we actually create the 10 FTE positions, correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So now let me tell you what I want to put on the table here. And then, of course, we'll have the public testimony and the members here. First of all, incorporated in this motion, it would be easy to ignore it, are all the things that the manager recommends, but that the members themselves have been worked their hearts out for. Rick Jennings, the Sacramento River Parkway Bike Trail Project, you never thought it would happen, $4.5 million, labor of love, you, your staff, and your community. The North Sac Library relocation, the number will be amended a little bit, but Councilmember Laloe, your predecessor, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, people, the community out there, people who have championed this thing, the Office of Community Response, the additional $2 million to get us to 5, the climate action initiatives coming out of the Joint Mayors Commission on Climate, $3.9 million, the Mama Marks improvements, another District 2 improvement, animal care, of course, for the zoo and Fairy Tale Town, the Meadowview Navigation Center to compensate SHRA for fronting the money, Eric Guetta, the fuel network, you've continued to champion. There's going to be money for the fuel network to stand with and for our immigrant community. So that's all a given. But this is what I want to describe in terms of the approach that I suggest, and I'd ask Councilmember Guetta to put it in the form of a motion. Number one, I will ask that we remove reduce the North Sac Library allocation from 7.5 to 5. And we'll make up the money. Promise, Sean, promise. But we don't need it all up front, and we can use it for what I'm about to suggest. In addition, I want to suggest that we are making the manager recommends we make 2 EUR contributions. I'm suggesting we only make 1, and that we take $3 million, which is less than half of the total amount recommended, and we put it into our one-time expenditure category. I want to request that we take the one-time resources we have, and Mindy, if you could put up the chart now, I think it's probably timely to put up the chart. Thank you. That gives us a total of $46.5 million of one-time money. Now, I know that there is a lot of concern from our employees, and we're in the midst of various stages of bargaining. This is all one-time money. It's all one-time money. And so we live by the adage that we should not spend one-time money on ongoing expenses. But we are doing better than we thought. And that means we're going to do better than we think going forward as well. So I expect 21-22 to be a year where we're going to be able to do a lot of things, including within our organization. So what I'm suggesting tonight is that with this one-time money, we set aside $40 million for our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Now, a lot of members have ideas about using some of that for homeless intervention, for where the money should be directed. All we want to do tonight is just establish the fund, and then we can come back next week, the week after, and begin strategically deciding how we want to spend that. This is in lieu of this is in lieu of the bond. Now, we may come back to the bond in 6 months or a year, but if we can avoid indebting the city millions of dollars a year for 30 years with one-time money and get us started with 40 out of the original 100, well, I think that's a prudent way to go. So $40 million. The fund should be consistent with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund framework that the City Council adopted last year, which my colleague, again, Councilmember Guerra, played a big part in helping to put together. 3, I request that we set aside $6 million for youth programming and development. The fund should be spent consistent with the city's youth development plan, and it will be in addition to $3.6 million of ongoing funding that we've already been doing and will do for youth pop-ups and for fare-free transit. This will come back. Councilmember Chenier is bringing back a report on the 9th to Vice Mayor to report on the intensive stakeholder process that he and the city team are currently leading about how to identify youth priorities. But again, this is one-time money and should be seen in that light. Consistent with the Budget and Audit Committee's recommendation, I also request that we set aside an additional $500,000 for additional climate change initiatives. Budget member Guerra had a number of specific ideas there. And lastly, on the issue of participatory budgeting, I request that as part of this motion, that we provide clear direction to the city manager to include $1 million for participatory budgeting pilot program as part of his upcoming 21-22 proposed budget. We're going to be discussing this issue further as part of the ongoing council workshop next week, and having a commitment that these funds will be part of the budget in several months will help the Measure U committee and our city council begin to think about this. By the way, on participatory budgeting, just so we're clear about something, there are 2 pieces of participatory budgeting. One is actually handing over the money to a community group, non-elected community group, to actually decide in a binding way how much, where money should be spent. There aren't many cities who do that, if any. We're suggesting that we do a pilot of $1 million. However, I would suggest to those who have worked so hard, Deborah Odo-Kent and Dr. Kofer and all the members of the Measure U committee, that the entire budget be subject to participatory budgeting, because that's what it should be. The city council makes the final decisions. We're the elected members, but if you can help us develop a participatory budgeting process that includes the community in a much more robust way, we will take your help, and the budget process will be better as a result. So that is the outline of my mid-year motion. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the mid-year budget as outlined by the mayor in his changes and augmentations. I do want to do this with a little bit of direction. because each one of these items deserves more detailed conversation to get the right appropriation, whether it's the housing piece, whether it's the youth piece, or whether it's the climate change piece. So as we come back and in each individual piece, I do think that if staff could come back and ensure that how our housing funding goes, that we start looking at making sure that it aligns with our general plan, our commitment to equity, our commitment to commercial corridors, and the funding of that. Likewise, on the issue of youth, that we make sure that we look at where our investments are going, how we prioritize that, and that we look at also how we are training our youth and in career tech education. I forgot a piece on the housing piece. We know that there are many folks, particularly from our last conversation, our service providers who are getting into the housing business, like St. John's, Weave, City of Refuge, and others who are trying to get an issue on this. So as we come back, let's bring those pieces together. And then finally, on the climate piece, we should think about how we can draw down federal dollars as the new administration comes in. All those are directions of things to bring back for each one of those conversations. With that, Mr. Mayor, I want to move the item and also just make sure that the staff come back on how we make up that difference for the North Sac Library to make sure that it becomes a reality.
Very good, of course.
Second,
There's
from
a second.
Chenier.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt before public comment. I want to make like super sure. This is my first budget negotiation, and so I'm a little anxious about how Brown Act worked this time around. And so I wonder if we could maybe all talk a little bit about who we talked to in our Brown Act bubbles so that we're all super clear that we didn't accidentally do a Brown Act violation on this conversation.
Yeah, I know that I did not. I was very cognizant of ensuring that I kept my conversations about the big picture and the dynamics to the minority number of members. I don't know about others.
I mean, I'm not sure how to do this, and maybe Susanna could guide us. Should we talk about who we talked to before this meeting?
I don't think that's necessary. I don't. I mean, if you want to, you're welcome to. That's not necessary. We all work with a code of honor, and I know that I did not negotiate the budget framework with more than a couple of the members. So, but no, I don't want to use the public time to go person by person as to who we all talk to. I'm happy to talk to you offline about it.
Mayor, can I also ask for clarification, because I'm on the budget audit committee and I think the recommendation was just to bring both proposal for discussion. I didn't know that. And I guess you're mayor, so that you could it's almost like a Christmas wish, like you just put something out. Is that how it works? I just, as a new member, I just want some clarity.
No, so the way it works is any member has the right and the ability to make a motion, can make a substitute motion. Okay. That's your right. There's a motion on the floor, and the mayor takes the lead on this stuff. That's what happens. In the regular budget, the city manager presents the budget, the mayor then puts out a budget memo, and the budget committee and then the full city council deliberate. But any member is welcome to put out a substitute motion if they have a different idea about how the mid-year budget should be put together. I just wanted to give the benefit. And this, by the way, all this was discussed publicly. This was all publicly discussed at the Budget and Audit Committee. In fact, it's hardly different than what the Budget and Audit Committee decided, just a couple of tweaks since that public hearing. So if anybody wants to make a motion, you're not.
Mayor, I'm queued up to, is it okay if I speak? I'm queued up to speak. That'd be all right. I'm pretty sure I chimed in after Eric.
Okay, well, I was going to we have 26 public testimony here. We can either talk now amongst ourselves. That's fine.
I think I'd like to say something right
go
now.
ahead.
I feel.
Okay, go ahead.
I feel a little frustrated too that we're leading off the budget discussion with a motion, because it's just sort of feels like it's stifling conversation. I'm frustrated because, well, first of all, I would have been supportive of the police ask as it stood, but I understand what's being proposed and can support that as well. But I am frustrated that there's no funding in here for homeless women and children's programs. I've spoken about it publicly to several of you on every, I'm not on budget and audit, but I think it should be in the mid-year, $1 million for women and children. I feel like I fight this battle every 6 months, and I'm a little tired.
Well, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that? It's within,
Sure.
it's in the 40 million. The $40 million is set aside for housing, and as I said earlier, it could be used for homelessness. And what I suggest we do is just approve the number and come back for either emergency purposes or long-term purposes to decide how to use that money as early as next week. And we are still trying to get guidance from the Biden administration about what is federally reimbursable. So none of this is intended to prejudice any specific project in any way. In fact, it's intended to further any specific project. But I felt that if I put forward a motion that had a number of projects in it, which you're going to hear from others as well, that we would then be getting away from what the purpose of the mid-year is, and that is to set priorities by subject matter. But you could get $1 million for women and children out of the $40 million as early as next week. We have to, this is a structure. And I think it's the right way to go, because if every one of us is putting forward our project or projects tonight, then we're going to have a hard time agreeing on an overall structure. I know Councilman Lowy.
Can I finish before we do round robin on my halfway through comments?
Right.
Thank you.
Right,
I don't want to wait another week for $1 million for homeless women and children. Maybe I'm alone on this, but every single day I get a call about a woman with 6 kids, a woman with 2 kids. Oh, I got calls tonight while we were on this call, and we don't have anywhere to put them. Bridget Dean doesn't have anywhere to put them. Lachelle Dozier doesn't have anywhere to put them. I'm not talking about just a warming center. I'm talking about women who are victims of domestic violence, women who are working, women who have children they're trying to protect. And I waited till mid-year to ask for it because this isn't the first time I've asked. And I think, Mayor, you can understand that I support every single priority that you have listed out for council districts. I hope you're not saying that this is like my project, because it's not mine, it's ours. This is women in the whole city. And I fought for it and fought for it and fought for it. And I just want to see one time for it to automatically happen, because this council believes in it and sees the value in it. We literally saved hundreds of women and children over the last couple of years, each time that we've done this RFP. And these providers, St. John's, City of Refuge, Weave, Women's Empowerment, Mary, all of them, they need our help. And I really want to put that out there. And it's not the only thing on here that I'm frustrated with. The library, by the way, I talked to Sean, Councilmember Loloe, about this earlier today. I've worked on the North Sac Library for 5 years. Councilmember Warren had a conflict of interest, so I led on this. And I'm really happy to see it funded tonight. And I am more than happy to say to you, Mayor, yes, absolutely, 5 million tonight is fine. And 2.5 million can come in July. And I think Councilmember Loloe will agree, as long as we're certain that we get the other 2.5 million in July. And I think Rivka is on the line. And I think some of these callers, one of the reasons I'm taking the time to make these comments right now is I want the callers on the line. I know some of them are going to be from North Sac. I'm sure you've all gotten emails from them. They're going to be worried that you have reduced the amount from 7.5 to 5. And I'm here to tell them it's okay. I'm saying it's okay. We only need 5 million right now. We need 7.5 in total, but we can wait a couple months to get the other 2.5. That's not pressing right this moment. We can do it. And it can be used to fund the other things that the mayor has identified and that are other priorities for now. It doesn't mean we won't get it in the end. So I hope callers will hear me on that, Mayor. And then I don't know if there's, you know, a motion on the table. I think we would probably, I think there is. And I need to understand better what some of those parameters are. But I would be asking that $1 million be added into this budget for women and children on an RFP to continue to do that work that we've been doing. And I would also, you know, reiterate that I'm okay with the library component as the person who has brought that proposal forward. And I have talked to the city manager's office about this, but the council district offices had money, well, the whole city had COVID money. And a portion of that was 50,000 in each council office that allowed us to help people because of COVID issues with all kinds of things. And my understanding is that that has been renewed and we could re-up that for council offices. And I want to do that in this budget as well. And we can come back in July and talk about it further, but it should be re-upped now because every council member could be using that to help people in their district as they're dealing with COVID. And we're all dealing with that, with businesses, with people who need a little extra help. And I want to ask that that be included in this budget as well. And I am interested in hearing what others have to say. But Mayor, I hope there's room in your budget, which is put forward by, or made the motion made by Councilmember Guerra, but as outlined by you, I hope there's room in your budget for these things as well.
I would be fine with saying that of the $40 million we're setting aside, at least $1 million needs to be for women and children for emergency. Fine. If Eric Guerra is willing to add that, it's not a specific, it's not giving to anybody specifically, but it's part of the categorization of the 40 million. It's fine. Eric, you all right?
Mr. Mayor, that was part of the direction that I made in the first motion, including the library piece.
Then that's done.
Okay, really quickly, it's not what I heard in your motion. And I'm not okay with setting aside 1 million and then not allocating it now and not identifying how it's going to be used. What I want to walk away from today with this motion is $1 million allocated towards women and children. It can go to whomever city staff determine inside of the category of women and children, but I don't want to come back next week and talk about it. I don't want to come back and approve some RFP. I did not hear it in your motion. It was not singled out. It is not on your chart. I want to take 1 million out of the 40 million and put it in tonight's budget allocation for women and children service providers who are dealing with homeless women and children on the streets of Sacramento today. And I want to give the city manager the authority to move the $50,000 that he has of COVID reimbursable funds to the council district so that we can help our constituents. So I'm going to ask that as a friendly motion. If you don't want to take it as a friendly, then I'll make a counter. It's fine, a substitute. Up to you, Mayor and Councilmember Guerra.
Okay, I want to hear from Howard on this question of the $50,000 in the COVID money, COVID reimbursement. Does that need to be a mid-year general fund allocation in order to accomplish that?
Well, that 50,000 initially was to help the onset of the pandemic. We had dollars that were allocated to each council district because of the prolonged pandemic. We're suggesting, and I had a discussion with Mayor Pro Tem, to have the 50,000 for each of the council district through the end of this fiscal year, and then revisit it at fiscal year 22.
Does that need to be part of the motion here, or is it in the budget?
No, it should be part of the motion.
It would set aside an additional $400,000 from the available fund balance.
Right.
Say take it from the fund balance, then that's fine.
Right.
Okay. Then
So Mayor, are you saying that you would take both of those items as a friendly amendment to your motion?
I'm going to ask Councilmember Guerra first.
Well, I'd like to actually even put it up there and say, because we know that we have some providers ready to build and construct. So I'd like to even say we can move it up to $2 million from that area, because we could use housing all over the city. It isn't just about 1 or 2 providers, but if there are other providers who want to build that, I can do up to 2 million on that as part of the motion. And if we don't have that available or projects ready, then we can put them back into the pot. But I'd like to make a capacity of up to $2 million for projects.
It's service provision money, Councilmember Guerra, not necessarily construction money. Are you okay with that?
That's fine with me if they're ready and available. That's
okay. That's great.
We do not want to have money sitting on the table when we have when we gotta get projects going.
Exactly. Thank you, Councilmember. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Then I'll second his motion.
Good. Okay. We've got 26 people ready to speak, so why don't we hear from them? And then we'll turn it back over to the city council.
Thank you. May I have my first caller, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. It's Emily Bay Michaels, Executive Director of the Midtown Association, calling in. Thanks for hearing my comments tonight, and thanks for the opportunity to listen to some really incredible hold music for the last couple hours. Appreciate all the conversation you've had today. The Midtown Association represents 110 blocks of the Central City in Districts 4 and District 3, which, as you know, we are one of the primary areas that generate the sales tax for our city. We're calling in to support, on behalf of our 1,200 stakeholders, the adjusted mid-year budget proposal. In particular, I want to voice support for the adjustments being made to add additional resources to address the daily challenges faced throughout our community. Obviously, as your conversation has really been focused on this evening, the pandemic has had an incredible impact on our small business community, our homeless community, and our ability to welcome visitors into our central city. We've seen a huge rise in quality of life issues, and obviously that's required significant investments. Our organization, for example, our calls for service for quality of life issues has more than doubled, and I know I've shared that with many of you. And our staff and businesses continue to face unsafe operating conditions on a daily basis. We ask that you support this proposal to invest in increased public safety so that we can create a welcoming environment that will allow the business community to thrive now and as we go through a recovery process. We in Midtown are also supportive of the efforts to create more housing in the city by committing funds to the Housing Trust Fund. As we all know, many of the challenges we face today as a community and around homelessness is a direct result of lack of housing. We see a tremendous need to develop housing of all income levels. We specifically see some great projects occurring in Midtown currently at the Lavender Courtyard and with the work CADA and CFY are doing at the 17th and S Street area. We'd love to see more of that, and thank you for that investment. Specifically, I'd like to acknowledge the mayor and city manager for their tireless effort.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is
concerns.
complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Thank you very much for the consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of council. Michael Ault with the Downtown Partnership. You know you're committed to an issue when your phone says you've been on hold for 3 hours and 30 minutes. So this is clearly something that we wanted to communicate, and we are voicing our support on behalf of the Downtown Partnership for the proposed budget amendments to the mid-year budget. These expenditures are critical to helping our city move forward. And I think as we talked to the Budget and Audit Committee, there's no sugarcoating the impacts that we've seen downtown since this pandemic has started. Our small businesses are barely holding on. We know many people haven't been downtown since March, and we've seen firsthand how these impacts have really changed downtown, and we want to make sure that these impacts will address the needs of small business residents and the most vulnerable. We need the investments you're talking about today, in particular the adjustment to support the cleaning service, public safety, affordable housing, and the next generation of our city's workforce. I want to acknowledge the city manager, our mayor, this council for your leadership. This will create a plan that will be responsive to the citywide needs, and we know that that's not easy. I do want to highlight our support for public safety, in particular the police department. These additional resources are critical to ensure that staffing is needed to address calls for service while building on efforts to make the department more accountable and accessible. Also, heard Bridget Dean's testimony tonight and very supportive of the additional resources to her department and the Office of Community Response. The additional investment in the Housing Trust Fund, youth development, key programs, we just heard the women and children will improve the transparency and participation in our city, and it's important to see them included. This is not going to be for any of us, and I think we know an easy road to recovery. But
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Absolutely. We appreciate the attention given to the mid-year budget. We encourage you to approve them on behalf of the partnership. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, Council. My name's Mia Moreweathers. I'm a Sacramento native and a proud representative from District 4. I'm also a community organizer for Youth Forward and a member of the Sac Kids First Coalition. I'm calling in to express my support for the Council to approve the Mayor's proposal to allocate $6 million of the mid-year unallocated funds to children and youth programs. In the past 2 years, Sacramento citizens have called upon this City Council, minus some of your newer members, to make direct investments into youth and youth services. These asks did not go unheard, but they did frequently result in a hefty misunderstanding of public safety and a lack of compromise. The worries and concerns of community members were sparked once more at the outset of this pandemic. Not only was youth safety a concern, as we saw with the public police abuse of Elijah Tufano and Rancho Cordova, but youth mental health, which was already suffering, began to spiral due to inefficient and ever-changing distance learning standards. I believe that the adoption of the public safety resolution back in the fall was a large policy step towards building a safer city for our youth, but the resources and programming our youth most need to have is a funding stream, and more importantly, a permanent funding stream. We understand that these $6 million are a one-time allocation and believe that this will benefit the children and youth of our city and the organizations with immediate support to address urgent needs during this time. However, we see this as one small step forward to achieving our ultimate goal of securing a stable budget and funding source for children and youth of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the council, and City Manager Chan. My name is Mike Testa, and I'm the president and CEO of Visit Sacramento. I'm calling to voice support for the adoption of the proposed mid-year budget recommendations and request the council to approve it. Specifically, I want to express support for the staffing and budget adjustments to public safety and the police department. During the pandemic, we've seen how challenging the virus has been for businesses, residents, and visitors. In the tourism industry, our hospitality workers in particular have been on the front lines of some of these challenges, many having to confront quality of life issues that have arisen while also having to do their jobs amidst a pandemic. The hospitality workforce in Sacramento is diverse, and often these people rely on the services of the Sacramento Police Department to keep both guests and their fellow staff safe. These adjustments would allow the Sacramento Police Department to further diversify its own workforce so that the police supporting our businesses are more reflective and inclusive of the hardworking people that they serve and protect every day. Sacramento's recovery will take a coordinated effort, and this is a critical step in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. I'm Bay Murray, a local developer of a wide array of housing affordability types, as well as commercial and office properties, and I'm a resident here in Sacramento for over 17 years. I'm calling to make a few quick comments and support, as well as voice some concern over some of the proposed mid-year budget adjustments, which are critical to ensuring our community is clean, safe, and pro-business. We need a type of approach, bigger picture, to policy that ensures our city's financial capacity increases and avoids negative impacts on our city's workers. The folks that work at our city's hotels, offices, apartments, restaurants, retail, etc., all of us heavily rely on policies that facilitate a clean, safe, and pro-business environment. Recently, the business community voiced support for the Homeless Master Plan, innovative new Office of Community Response, and additional affordable housing trust funds from Measure U. The business community has not lost sight of the unfortunate reality that individuals in our community are suffering, even tragically dying on our city's streets. However, innovative, fundamental, systematic change is certainly admirable and encouraged. That said, it's fair and reasonable to say it takes time and there is a challenging learning curve. Hand in hand with all this support is the equal need for solutions that increase our city's financial capacity. Without more property tax, sales tax, permit fees, and development, our city's ability to do more for our entire community is hindered and the lives of our city's workers impacted. Therefore, solutions equally as critical include the establishment of a hospitality zone, a greater level of clean and safe services, K Street light rail relocation, and greater funding for
Thank you for your
development.
comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yeah, absolutely. There is an economic circle we must ensure is nurtured properly. I want to thank the mayor and the city manager, but I just want to highlight these bigger picture comments.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Shelley Miranda and I am the General Manager at the Residence Inn by Marriott in downtown Sacramento, District 4, and also the chairperson of the board for Visit Sacramento. I want to just tell you a story really quickly. As a small child, my first introduction to this city was my grandmother working in wine stocks and taking me to wine stocks to pick out anything and everything that I could see. In 1996, I had an opportunity to be at Cesar Chavez Park, as it was named Cesar Chavez Park. In 2007, I had an opportunity to take a job in downtown Sacramento as a director of operations at the Sheraton Grand. And in 2009, I moved over to the Residence Inn, where I am currently at. And over that time, you know, I thought long and hard about really what was important for me to say to you tonight. But I've watched a city that has changed, a city that, where as a little girl, I was very excited to be a part of and to see. And I've seen the city do amazing and great things. But today, I'm uncomfortable in my city, in a city where my grandparents grew up, where my mother grew up, where my father met my mother. And it saddens me. And so I hope that each of you understand the importance of this mid-year proposal budget adjustment and the things that you guys are doing. And I'm in support of the additional resources for public safety and police. And I appreciate that we are focusing on that. And I want to say a special thank you to Councilmember Ashby this evening, because as I've sat here and I've listened to the discussions, I think it is very important to acknowledge her concern and her efforts to single out women and children that need support and help within our city. The budget adjustments being proposed today are important to address the ongoing threats that we see to public safety, and hopefully the changes that we see as a result.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Hopefully the changes that we are about to see will help make me and my guests feel safe in this beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Mayor Steinberg and City Council members, this is Pat Sayre Handley, President of the Friends of the North Sacramento Hagenwood Library in Council District 2. I'm speaking, of course, on the relocation of the North Sacramento Library. First, I want to give a huge thank you to Councilwoman Angelique Ashby for really bringing this issue up. She has indeed worked and supported for a larger library for the last 5 years. We really appreciate her effort. The current site is inoperable. It was closed today for repairs again. The fully funding this initiative would provide the needed library for the residents of this community. The 2.5 is inadequate. I am somewhat confused whether it's 2.5 or 5 million. We do need the bigger library yesterday to provide for the needs of our community, not only for our exemplary teen program, but also for early education. Could you please clarify whether it's 5 million or 2.5? And thank you in advance for your support of the library. Thank you. Bye.
Do you want to clarify for her, Mayor, or you want 5 million? It's 5 million, Pat. And 2.5 later.
Okay, thank you, caller. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
PJ District 4. I would like to join with other advocates to call for $20 million instead of 40 to facilitate $200 million in affordable housing bonds, as that will give us a good footing for the future, but to also ensure that we are addressing present issues surrounding equity, homelessness, and the community outcry for no new police spending, regardless of the technical source of funding. Given the tremendous community interest last year for transitioning funding from police to communities, I can't see how a proposal for 10 new positions is anything but tone deaf. Even if the funding comes from retirement positions, the reality is that poverty results in crime. We're treating the symptom, not the cause. We need to address poverty, and the start of that is investing in historically disenfranchised communities kept from attaining generational wealth due to a myriad of racist policies. Also, our homeless crisis is immediate, as it has been for decades. I would ask that the budget for community response be doubled from $5 million to $10 million. Political will needs to be stronger than NIMBYs. Morality has to take a front seat when it comes to the most vulnerable members of our communities. This means stopping sweeps, including hiding sweeps under the guise of cleaning. A holistic approach has to be taken when it comes to the unhoused. We need to approach the situation with common sense. Giving someone the option of a room for 3 to 7 nights and losing every belonging they have due to not being able to bring it with them, or functionally not being able to pack it all, has the end result of you claiming they didn't want help, which wasn't true, or them being put in the untenable position of not being able to survive outside after their brief 3 to 7 day stay. This needs to be considered and actual viable solutions offered. Additionally, we need to follow up to ensure any issues are being addressed, from not being able to get needed medications to being able to charge phones to actually communicate with social workers and other service providers. Otherwise, we aren't trying. I can give a paraplegic person a car, but unless I provide them with a way to get to the car and a way of controlling it, all the money I throw their way in the form of cars isn't going to functionally help them. And I couldn't in good faith claim that I had tried. And lastly, I would also like to ask that you invest in participatory budgeting to the tune of $15 million. This would signal your interest in hearing from our communities as to the disposition of budget money, and it would go a long way to getting buy-in from community members and showing you're serious. Community members know
Thank
what's
you for your
happening on the
comments. Your
ground.
time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Community members know what's happening on the ground. They know their money is sorely lacking, and they
Thank
would
you for your
probably budget a lot
comments.
less during council.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, my name is Ana Talcolo, and I too, along with many others, have been on hold for over 3 hours now. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, for taking this time to hear me out. I am a member of the Sacramento Kids First Coalition, and I also work as a youth community organizer for the Sacramento Youth Alliance, Pro Youth and Families, and the Alliance for Education Solutions. I'm calling in today to voice my support for the City Council to approve the mayor's proposal to allocate $6 million of the mid-year unallocated funds to children and youth programs. I really truly do believe that these dollars are fundamental to the vulnerable lives of Sacramento children and youth, because as someone who spent a majority of their childhood in District 2, specifically the Del Paso Heights area, I understand wholeheartedly what it feels like to feel hopeless and alone. I've also worked as a youth coordinator since I was a youth myself, and now that I'm aging out of that youth category this year, I'm noticing more and more, especially with the pandemic, how many young folks have been feeling deprived of social and emotional experiences that are usually found to be necessary while developing as a young person. And I believe that this funding can really help alleviate those issues. And as a peer of mine, Nia, said earlier, we do understand that these are one-time allocations and believe that this will definitely benefit the children and youth of our city and the organizations that support and address urgent needs during this time. However, we also do see this as one small step forward to achieving our ultimate goal of securing a stable budget and funding source for children and youth. And I've said this once before in a city council meeting in the past, and I'll say it again tonight. Youth and children may only consist of about 40% of the population today, but they are 100% of our future. So please invest in them and invest in the future of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, my name is Adele Sackler, and I'm in District 5. I'm calling tonight because my understanding is that City Council has a surplus of $40 million, a part that they want to spend $10 million on 10 new police officers, spend money on 10 new police officers at the cost of an estimated cost of $4 million. I'm asking that no new police officers be hired. We have enough police killing innocent, unarmed Black men. I asked that $20 million towards affordable housing bonds. I asked for 15 million towards participatory budgeting that would listen to people's needs in their own communities, $5 million to double the current homeless outreach budget to ensure the necessary workers are there to serve our unhoused neighbors. And I ask that we stop clearing out homeless encampments. That's illegal. And then we're taking their possessions from them. And then it's just making this situation worse, and they're just moving to other places. They need help. I have ideas, but it seems like I'm a clanging cymbal, and City Council does not want to listen to those of us who have a concern for our homeless population. And I feel like the ones who call themselves Democrats are Democrats in name only, because Democrats that I know would really have solutions to deal with the homeless problem in our city. And it disgusts me when I live in Oak Park, right by Alhambra, where that encampment got cleaned out by Forensic Clean a few weeks ago. So they clear them out, they take their possessions, but then they still leave a mess down there. So you're not worried about cleaning up the city. You're worried about doing bad things to homeless people and making their lives harder. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, council members, Mayor Steinberg. My name is Peggy Delgado Fava, and I'm the founder and executive director for Bridge Network, and we are located in Eric Guerra's District 6. We serve youth and transition age youth 7 to 25 and sometimes older with extended learning programs, life skills, workforce development, counseling, crisis management, and a drop-in center. And I have several people from my team that are going to comment in the youth, so I'm going to yield my time. But I do want to make a point that our youth are in crisis, and I've never seen so much crisis in dealing with suicide, mental health breakdowns, homelessness. And so we need to address these issues. The schools have not been the safety net that they would normally be, so it falls on nonprofits like us and youth development programs. So I urge you to please support the proposed funding for $6 million of the youth programs. And I support programs such as SAC Youth Works, which we were a partner. I did want to comment one thing. We were a part of item number 2, the Gang Intervention Task Force. So thank you for that. And then the Office of Community Response, I want to give you high applause and to work together collaboratively. We have to during these trying times. So thank you so much, and please approve the support.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Wonderful. Greetings from Fairy Tale Town. My name is Sarah Thomas, and I'm the Education and Program Manager at Fairy Tale Town. Just wanted to share our support for the $6 million allocated to youth programs. We participated in the pilot project, SAC Youth Works, over the summer and again this fall, and we were one of the work sites for the teenagers in that program. We got to see the teenagers take on leadership roles with the younger youth, and the confidence and job skills they gained were just amazing. And these teenagers really made a difference in the lives of the younger children while getting to kind of reconnect with their childhood. So I wanted to share our support of this program that would be funded, hopefully with the mayor's proposal for $6 million to support children and youth programs like SAC Youth Works. As most of you know, our teenagers are really struggling. Teen depression, anxiety has gotten worse because of the pandemic. And teens are also overlooked a lot when it comes to public funding. So we want to kind of end that isolation in this crucial period of their development, and funding programs like the SAC Youth Works program make a huge difference in so many more lives in our community. And I also know that our flock of friendly farm animals are slotted for funds in the budget tonight. And the part they play at the park is also so pivotal. The teens from the SAC Youth Works program served as facilities for some of our most beloved animal education programs. So they got to learn right alongside the little kids about our animals. So just wanted to share our support. Thank you for considering the $6 million of unallocated dollars for children.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good morning. Good evening. My name is Rachel Minnick. I'm the Director of Strategic Programs for the Youth and Family Collective and a proud resident of District 6. The Youth and Family Collective implements collaborative projects that help youth, families, and nonprofits learn, earn, and thrive. Our most recent project was SAC Youth Works, a partnership with the city and 46 nonprofits to provide over 1,300 youth with work-based learning opportunities. I strongly support the mayor's proposal to allocate $6 million for Sacramento youth programming. I have 2 priority areas that I'd like to propose this evening. Priority number 1 is invest in our network of community-based organizations. Sacramento's CBOs are reaching the most vulnerable youth and families and providing prevention and intervention services that contribute to quality of life and improve all of our public safety. When youth and families are connected to a strong network of CBOs, they're more likely to get the support they need. But this does not happen without ensuring that our CBO partners can weather the storm of COVID and beyond. Priority number 2 is investing in a single point of entry for youth to connect all workforce opportunities that the city and other organizations have to offer. There are many available programs for youth to gain skills and earn money. However, it's really tough for young people to find and apply for each program separately. Imagine if we had one single point of entry where a youth could do one application and be connected to all available opportunities. An investment in this type of infrastructure now would have lasting benefits and ensure that no youth is left behind and no program goes underutilized. The YSC is here and ready and willing to assist in these efforts. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my comments this evening, and I really appreciate your willingness to consider the needs of our city's youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Gabriela Chavez, city resident from District 4. Good night, Mayor and City Council members. Just to support $20 million towards affordable housing bonds, $15 million towards participatory budgeting that will listen to people's needs in their communities, and $5 million to double the current homeless outreach budget to ensure the necessary workers are there to serve our own house and neighbors. No new police officer. I cannot believe that in this time we are suggesting increasing the police budget. I don't know if we haven't seen the protests, if we haven't seen the movement that has happened, but I don't understand how can we support even more funding for police. We ask that if you are serious about addressing systematic cases of racism in communities, we need to receive those investments and serve it to the people who need it the most. $20 million towards affordable housing bonds. We need to plan for the future and invest in affordable housing and house our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening. My name is Jetsville. I am a youth participant with Bridge Network in their SAC Youth Works program in District 6. And I want to support item 24 for youth program funding. And I just want to say that so far, the time I have had with Bridge Network has taught me so many different ways to help my community and be involved. These programs help us in our development to become functional adults of this society. Like, for example, this and other youth programs help take the best out of ourselves to be more productive and active. So in conclusion, investing in programs that help youth to gain knowledge and any kind of skills is like investing in the future. And we, the youth, are the future.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Jose Gonzalez, and I'm a member of SAR, Self-Awareness and Recovery in Sacramento, and I'm in support of the SAC Kids First Coalition, and I'm calling to express my support for the council to approve the mayor's proposal to allocate $6 million of the mid-year unallocated funds to children and youth programs. This is very important for youth in the community, especially with the COVID-19 isolation and all the violence in the community. These dollars will support the children and youth of our city as they continue to navigate distant learning and limited access to social activities with their peers. We understand that these are one-time allocations and believe that this will benefit the children and youth of our city and the organizations with immediate support to address urgent needs during this time. However, we see this as a one small step forward to achieving our ultimate goal of securing a stable budget and funding source for children and youth in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you for having me on the line. My name is Jaime, and I'm with Self-Awareness and Recovery. And I just want to just say that we really appreciate the work that you guys all are doing, and that we really do support everything that you guys do for the youth, because there's a great need for the kids, and we support what you guys are doing, and we appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Sadia. I'm a member of ACE and Muslims for Black Liberation. I'm asking you all to ensure that allocation of funds go towards investment in our community's future and current needs. We don't need any new police officers. Please prioritize the demands of Black, brown, and working class communities that have already been significantly and disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. As we're in the midst of this pandemic, our communities are dealing with unparalleled levels of unemployment, followed with the ongoing threats of displacement and the vicious cycles of continued persistent state-sanctioned violence directed towards Black and brown communities. 6 unhoused community members died directly after last Tuesday's meeting, and those deaths are on your hands, not just Mayor Steinberg, who's apparently taking accountability, but also Howard Chan, who chose not to open the warming center that night. I was absolutely heartbroken when I found out that the shelter doors never opened, despite the false hope you provided, and disgusted that you allowed this to happen while the unhoused waited throughout the night in unbearable conditions to seek refuge from the storm, and with none of their survival gear thanks to your sweeps. People died because of this and are continuing to die due to your negligence. Do better, invest in community. We don't need any more police officers or sweeps. I'm in support of allocating $20 million towards affordable housing bonds, $15 million towards participatory budgeting, and $5 million towards homeless outreach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, members of the City Council. My name is Darrell Roberts, co-founder of the Roberts Family Development Center, where the center resides in District 2, as well as my wife and I live in District 2. I am calling tonight on behalf of SAC Kids First Coalition and the Sacramento Youth Works Network to ask for your support for those pro-youth items you have on your present budget. Mayor, the North Sac Library offered as a solution to one of our challenging problems around locations for our kids to have a positive activity. Councilmember Lolo Lee, thank you for your support there. And the Thomas Aquatic Center, thank you, Councilmember Ashby. To all of you, thank you for your support and hopefully your vote for the $6 million allocation to youth services. As we talk about summer activities, things that should be happening as our kids transition back to school, we think this is a truly important investment by the city. As someone who for the last 20 years has offered solutions in the form of programs, services, and others, I feel like I'm easily an expert that can tell you this works. It has been successful. Presently serving more than 500 students citywide and primarily District 2, District 4, District 3. I recognize that the services we provide are supporting young people in our city. The one concern I have is not hearing the issue of inclusive economics, which we championed 2+ years ago when we voted for Measure U. My hope is that you will direct to staff the thought of finding inclusive economic projects in the various districts that deserve support. As you have said, when Measure U was passed, that was a priority. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, caller. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm a resident out of Sacramento, District 5, and I'm just calling to support the mayor's proposal to allocate $6 million to youth and the children of Sacramento, and then also to say, I don't think we need any more new police officers. I think that money could be redirected, somewhere else, reallocated somewhere else. Anyhow, thank you for your time, all the work you do, and you guys stay blessed.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Kimio Bazit. I do business in Districts 3 and 4, and I'm a resident of District 4. I'm calling to voice my support for the adjusted mid-year budget proposal, particularly the adjustments being made to increase funding for public safety. Over the past year, there's been a growing number of issues related to public safety without a commensurate increase in resources to deal with these challenges. It's absolutely critical that council consider the safety and well-being of our city and increase funding to address these problems. Throughout the pandemic, I've experienced a dramatic rise in trespass at my businesses, both in and out of business hours. The majority of these individuals seem to be suffering from untreated mental illness, addiction, or both, as we're all familiar with. They are always unmasked and unwilling to leave without coercion that I am unqualified to provide. While I'm certainly empathetic and well aware of the larger issues here, that doesn't address the fear and uncertainty of the moment. Each time I call the non-emergency line, the dispatcher tells me that there are numerous calls for service ahead of me for quote-unquote similar issues. The response times have increased exponentially, and I assure you that the danger is very real. So I ask you, don't my staff, customers, food delivery drivers, and I deserve to feel safe? Are we not deserving of timely intervention? I want to thank the city manager and his staff for bringing the adjustments forward, and the mayor and council for your leadership and direction here. The mid-year adjustments are a balanced approach to bring additional resources to the community. I ask that you approve the item before you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, City Manager, Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Reina Innocent, and I am the President and Founder of Operation Helping Those Having Challenges, a nonprofit organization that supports youth and families in District 6 and District 8. As a nonprofit that works with youth, I am here today to say that our organization supports Mayor Steinberg's allocation of $6 million to children and youth. During the summer and fall of 2020, our organization was part of SAC Youth Works. While in the program, we were able to educate 13 youth. Our youth learned about digital media, interviewing skills, and with those interviewing skills, they was able to interview professionals in the video production field. They also learned leadership skills and created a documentary about the challenges of COVID-19 and how we can overcome it. Our youth learned a lot and enjoyed every second of it. Although our youth had fun and learned so much, we are still failing our youth. For the past couple of years, our organization has seen youth failing behind in school because they don't have the necessary technology to be successful in school. And it's only getting worse with social distancing and online learning. On the other hand, our youth are excited about their future and their career. In contrast, they don't know the right path to take for that career. In the near future, we hope to see more technology and career building programs for our youth. Our youth are intelligent, compassionate, and proactive. They just need that extra support and learning to get them to the next step of being successful and future leaders that we know they are. Please help us as we continue to support the youth and their families in District 6 and District 8. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, and City Council members for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Monica Mares. I was born and raised in District 8, and I'm an organizer with Youth Forward and a proud member of the SAC Kids First Coalition. We are the city's largest coalition of children and youth advocates with 28 member organizations and 1,500 plus individual members. I really want to give a shout out to all of my colleagues for hanging on tonight for 3+ hours to make our voices heard. I'm calling in to express my support for the council to approve the allocation of the $6 million of the mid-year funds to children and youth programs. So this $6 million allocation is one small step forward. We know that our ultimate goal is going to be securing a stable budget and funding source for children and youth. So moving forward, I definitely want to ask the mayor and the council to make good on the promise to the citizens of Sacramento to establish a children's fund so that programs and services for our kids are supported with a permanent funding stream and not just one-time money. You know, we also know that our Black, Brown, LGBTQ, foster, and unhoused youth are feeling the greatest impacts of this pandemic, layered with the ongoing racial reckoning in our nation and in our city. So my heart definitely goes out to all of the kids and parents navigating these unprecedented times, especially our immigrant households like the one I grew up in, where our parents are currently either losing their jobs or aren't eligible for benefits or relief funds. They're also either being exposed to COVID because they're essential workers while trying to ensure that their children get a quality education. So the $6 million would definitely support the children and youth of our city as they continue to navigate this distance learning with limited access to social support and physical activities. But in addition to this, I want to ask you that you continue to honor the new definition of public safety you approved during the October 27 council meeting, which includes prevention, early intervention, and youth services. So our council voted to expand that definition.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is
sure
complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Our coalition is open to working with you to put action towards that definition. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi, I'm a constituent calling from District 4, and I just want to iterate that $1 million for the community to have input on the budgeting process is frankly just insulting. There needs to be far more money than just $1 million, $15 million no less, in order to ensure that resident voices are part of the budgeting process so that the city makes investments and actually have the city making investments to reach out to them, not just talking about it and doing performative stunts like last week. Furthermore, too, I'd like to call out any city council member and any member of the business community that would try to say that investing in 10 new police officers is a worthy investment of the city. It's frankly just not serious about addressing systemic root problems of racism in Sacramento that we continue to talk about. Communities need to receive investments to stem the tides of the actual root problems of the crime that they're saying that we need these police officers for, particularly investing in poverty and getting people off the streets, which is great that the city is finally taking it seriously after 4 years of Gail Steinberg's tenure. But adding more police officers to the force has not accomplished that goal. That money needs to go to the communities which have historically not received that investment. Furthermore, it's also pretty stupid considering that we're talking about increasing the total budgeted positions in Sacramento PD from 751 to 761, even as the department has yet to fill all those positions, is currently sitting at 711 sworn officers as of January 15th. So the idea that this is a worthy investment, again, not just insulting, you're just not serious about actually addressing the root problems that supposedly necessitate the need for police. But again,
thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
the investment in affordable housing is a good start, but it needs to go further, and you know how to do that.
Thank
And
you.
can start
Thank you
by
for your
actually
comments.
giving.
Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, yes. My name is Lambert of my family-owned cheesecake business in Del Paso Heights. I think this is a good start. I would like to see how much money actually goes into Del Paso Heights, specifically people of color, because District 2 is a very gerrymandered district. It's probably one of the most segregated districts ever drawn up in California history. So when you hear District 2, that can eliminate people from Del Paso Heights. How do I know? My family has been in Del Paso Heights since 1946, older than any of you that are on this rostrum, including me. So my point is, the focus now should be on, let's get some money to Del Paso Heights youth. Grant High School, get some money there, because there's some very talented business leaders and nonprofits that are there. And when they say, okay, the money's going to District 2, they may put it over in the Woodlake or put it over in the Alberta or something. That's what I mean by gerrymandered districts. And by the way, I didn't see any people of color presenting this this budget other than the city council. I have a problem with that, because that is the reason why you have systemic and institutionalized racism. You need people of color to present and by the way, graphs and statistics can be skewed to present a hidden agenda. Only people who know what I just said know what I meant. And so hang in there, Mayor Steinberg. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. You were voted in by 71% of the voters citywide.
Thank you for your
City
comments. Your time
Chan,
is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Mr. Chan was not voted in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. And this is our final caller on this item. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Council. This is Rose Cabral, resident of District 6. I have a quick question for each of you to think about. When you create your own personal budget, do you put things in it that harm you? Why would we put things in our city budget that harm others? 6 of our neighbors died a week ago, and hundreds of our unhoused neighbors have died in the last year on our streets. Adding new police officers will not help our unhoused population. It will not help our crime situation. It will not help the things that we're trying to solve. We have seen over the past week what can happen when we take swift action. I would like you to imagine the increased impact we can have with more funds directed in a coordinated way. I would like to see $5 million be put towards the budget for our unhoused neighbors. Now, I want you to imagine if the people who are calling in tonight had an opportunity to advocate for each of the programs that they are passionately calling in about, whether it's youth services or library services or local businesses. I would like to see $15 million put towards participatory budgeting so all of us can be part of this process. And now I want you to look ahead a few years and imagine what will happen if we are not able to ensure affordable housing for our neighbors. We will have more unhoused neighbors, and we'll be back to the first point. I would like to see $20 million allocated towards affordable housing bonds. And finally, I would like each of you to remember and think about what an equitable Sacramento looks like for all of our neighbors, including our Black and Brown neighbors, including our neighbors who have been left out of these processes for so long, our neighbors who can't stay up until 9 o'clock at night to make these comments. I would like to make sure all of their voices are heard in this whole process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mayor, I have no more callers.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the public for your patience and hanging in there and giving us your important input. So I've got Councilmember Chenier, Valenzuela. And then after that, I need help with the order, Madam Clerk. Jay? You're muted.
Yeah, I got it.
Something happened to your computer. You're muted again. Somebody muting.
All right. So I'm going to support the motion, but I want to do two things, and I know it's been a long evening, so I will try to be pretty brief about it. First, I want to describe the process that my office has been going through to work with providers and others who work with young people in the city of Sacramento. We wanted to kind of start the process of putting together a children's budget. And so what we did is put together 4 workshops. One was on academic support, one was on mental wellness, one was on workforce, and one was on violence intervention. In the workshops overall, we had over 130 individuals. We had 97 institutions that participated, including community-based organizations, youth commissioners, school districts, the city and the county. We had 71 youth providers, 71 organizations who provide services to young people. And so if we want to talk about participatory budgeting, this is a slightly different form, but the input we had from all of these folks running workshops, which they facilitated, and coming up with recommendations about how to spend dollars. We were looking at the potential of $10 million, which is what we originally talked about with Measure U, but with the understanding that that might not come to fruition, but that the priorities that are put forward by those who are closest to the ground, who are working with young people every day, is incredibly important. So for those who are on the phone saying we're not listening to the community, this is a way that we can really listen to the community and listen to those who do this work on a daily basis. We have taken all of the information from those 4 workshops, and we did those over the last month. We're putting it together and bringing it back in a document to all the individuals for one last workshop where they can give us their final approval and comments on it. And then we will bring it to the council. Many of the young people and the providers that you heard on the phone just now, as well as some of your staffs, participated along with us. So I just want to let you know, and my hope is that we don't start carving up the $6 million before we hear the recommendations of these 71 organizations, 130 individuals, and particularly the youth commissioners who I think led the way on a lot of things. So if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to answer them offline. If you want to come to the last meeting, it'll be on February 10th. It'll be a 2-hour Zoom. All of them have been 2 hours. And again, all of them have been facilitated by providers of youth services in the city of Sacramento. So again, my hope is that we do nothing with the $6 million until we hear from them, and then the council can make a decision. And I want to make sure that everyone understands that the youth providers that we worked with covered the entirety of the city. They weren't just from one district or 2 districts. We had lots of folks from every district that's represented on the dais here, if we had a dais. So that's the first piece of it. The second is I just have some questions. And again, I'm going to support the motion, but I want to just say a couple of things. One is I do want to refer back to the resolution that we passed, and we had 3 new council members since we did that redefined public safety and included prevention services for young people. This $6 million will go a ways towards fulfilling that resolution and the commitments that we've made. So I think that that's really important that we keep to a commitment that was made by a unanimous vote of the council. Along with that, I do agree that we need a permanent funding source. Just like Pro Tem Ashby doesn't want to be arguing for $1 million a year every year. I don't want to be arguing for money for young people starting over every year. I know that we're going to be working with the mayor, and if others are interested, with SAC Kids First and others, to come back with some type of initiative that will guarantee ongoing funding for our youth programming. The other thing I wanted to do was reaffirm, and again, I'm supporting this as a whole. I want to reaffirm the staffing discussion that we had on the last item of looking at the Office of Community Response and how much staff they're going to need, which will have an impact, hopefully, on the long-term staffing of the police department and how many staff they need to do their job. Once we, I think, more specifically and adequately define what's in their job and then define what's in OCR and how that splits up. The last question that I have, and maybe this is for the city manager or Mario, when we talked, I know that there is funding in the budget, both to finish off the aquatic center and for the operations, and it's the Pro Tem showed it to me a couple of weeks ago. It's a beautiful facility. I think it's going to do really well. When we okayed the money to build it or to finish building it, one of the questions I had asked is, what is the plan to make sure that young people from around the city have access and the ability to use the aquatic center? And I had asked for a plan on that. So I'm not sure if that's been done. But if it hasn't been done, I'd like to make that, Mr. Guerra, if you would, I'd like to make that a condition of funding, that we have a plan to make sure and ensure that young people from around the city have the opportunity to use the center. It's going to be a beautiful facility.
I'll include that
Jay,
as part of the motion.
Yeah.
If I could, before you add it to the motion, it was already a condition of the funding from Natomas Unified School District 2, and the plan is done. Shannon Brown has it and can put it together for you, but it includes things like outreach through the libraries and programs like that where we reach kids across the whole city. And it also includes your free busing program to make sure that they can get there. And it also talks about ways that we can bring in students that are in different schools to use that facility. So it is already included and probably is not necessary as part of the motion. It would be redundant, but it doesn't matter anyway because it is done.
Okay, well, I certainly would love to see it. And,
yeah.
We can go from there.
We should include part of the motion anytime we have a budget allocation.
Okay. If we can include it, that's fine. And I'd love to see it and share it with some of our providers in some of the other areas in the city to make sure that it's accessible for them as well. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you. Goodness, this has been a week of learning lessons for me. I think first lesson is I should stop spending so much time on my talking point, because every meeting I feel like I just end up throwing them out the door and doing them differently. But I have to say, I'm a little frustrated that folks didn't feel like I would have anything to add that would be worthwhile. Starting this with a motion and this framework really stopped what I hoped was going to be a lively conversation tonight, a conversation I prepared for, a conversation that I expected to engage in, so that we could really debate and come to a resolution that made the most sense publicly, right? Because that's, I mean, I'm new, but you know, when you're new, you go through all the trainings of not just Brown Act, but like the intent of what this is supposed to be. And the intent is that the public's supposed to see it, right? So I have a lot of feelings. And I don't support the motion as it is. I am going to make a substitute motion because I guess that's how we do things. I hope to have a discussion, but you know, I think I'm just learning that that's not how we do things. So here's the deal. I support the extra climate funding, obviously, the 500,000,000. I want to make sure, though, and I'm going to make this a part of my resolution, one of the things that didn't happen in that climate process was consultation with environmental justice communities. And we need to make sure that the communities that need to benefit from this the most are a part of the implementation. And so I support that extra funding. I support the original funding, but I want to make totally clear that we consult with those communities before we move forward on anything. I also completely support the $6 million in the youth funding. I think it's important. I want to make sure that we exhaust all the FEMA resources. I've talked to Henry at RT and my new role on RT board to make sure they're fully exhausting the FEMA funding available so that we aren't double, counting money and we're fully using the money for the youth for the way it can be used. And that is where it stops for me. And so I think, I don't not support an affordable housing trust fund. Obviously, housing is a huge part of my platform. I just think we need to balance short and long-term stuff, right? We got to do this when it's important, we start making that investment, but should it be the whole 40 million? I don't think so. So I want to propose 15 million. And here's what I want to do with the rest of that money that's left. I want to give Bridget $5 million additional dollars because last week we said that we were going to take homelessness seriously. And the fact that there's no new money beyond what was talked about in the original budget bothers me because I feel like, as we've always said, budgets are a reflection of values. And if we value it, we should be giving her the money to do the job. And that should include a $2 million set aside for what Councilmember Ashby just talked about for women and children, because she expressed that. And again, this is the dynamic, right? Didn't come in with that idea, heard her case, think it's a great case. Let's make 5 million and set aside 2 million for women and children services specifically, right? That's one part of it. Another part of this is going to be 15 million for participatory budgeting. And I need to make an important distinction between what was said in the beginning. Because having a good budget process where we engage people is just good governance. It's something we should be doing. We should be always looking for ways to bring in the public to make this as transparent and grassroots as possible. And I'm excited that council members, including Councilmember Chenier, who's talking about the youth funding, that you're embracing that for the whole budget. But participatory budgeting with the big P and the big B means something super specific, which means that we are giving the community money to tell us what they need. And 15 million seems like a lot, but when we're in the middle of a pandemic, I think it's only the least we can do to say, hey, what do you need to get through this? Is it more small business grants? Is it additional youth funding? Is it, I don't know, something else that I'm not thinking of that would be really, really helpful to you recovery? And that's important to know. And it's going to set a foundation in these next few months for the whole budget, right? We start this now with that 15 million. It's binding. It's something the community decides on. And then that sets the framework, hopefully, for us to keep building on and that budget amount to keep growing. That's what I mean when I say participatory budgeting with the big P and the big B, separate than the process, in addition to a better process like the Measure U Committee has been talking about, with metrics, with data, with goals for each department that we can set together. And then finally, based on input, I talked to a couple members before this. One of them was Councilmember Harris. I think he has a great idea that I'll let him explain in more detail to free up $5 million for public works match funding, because I think we leave a lot of money on the table, and I agree with him on this, and I think it's a wonderful idea. So that's my motion. I want us to do a substitute motion to recap 15 million Affordable Housing Trust Fund, 5 million for Bridget with the 2 million set aside for women and children, 15 million participatory budgeting with the big P and the big B, 5 million for public works match funding, and then keeping the original 6 million for youth, 0.5 million for climate additional money. And with the set aside that Councilmember Chenier just said, to honor that part of the discussion, right? That he wants to make sure that the aquatic center and access remain a part of any motion. So that is my substitute motion. Thank you for the time.
Okay. Next is Councilmember Harris, then Vang. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one-time money. The first thing I'd like to point out is that in the motion currently, there is not $40 million for a housing trust fund, as I read it, with the amount of money set aside for warming shelters and Angelique's proposal, we're down to 38 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's at 38. The question then becomes, How important is the Housing Trust Fund? It's very important. It's a very important piece for us to move forward. Obviously, housing is an urgent need for our city. On the other hand, this is one-time funding, and this is our forum to discuss the various priorities of council members and how we see them for our constituents. As Katie pointed out, I had mentioned that, staff constantly tells me that we leave money on the table all the time. We don't apply for grants because we don't have matching funds for projects that directly affect our constituents on the ground. Public works projects, like getting stoplights on Northgate. Right now we're talking about the Sacramento River Trail, a project that I absolutely support. But I've got the Two Rivers Trail, and I got that funded through grants and matching funds, not through a council vote for specific monies allocated towards that project. An awful lot of things don't happen. Again, we also have chronic underfunding for parks maintenance. These things affect our youth a lot. There are many, many needs in the city, and I question whether, with this windfall of $40 million to look at, or 38 at this point, whether all of it should be put in the Housing Trust Fund. So I would like more information about this. I'm hoping Danielle Foster is on the line here, because I'd like to ask her about what would happen with $38 million of Housing Trust Funds, what kind of gap funding we could achieve, and what sort of projects would move forward if we allocated the entire lot of carryover money. Or maybe we should go in a different direction and think about a different way to spend this money. So Danielle, can you just briefly sketch out what would $25 million of Housing Trust Fund money do? What would $35 million do? Give us an idea of the kind of projects that might be in the hopper, and how the gap funding would be distributed. I would really like myself and the public to understand more about it.
Happy to. Thanks, Council Member. Danielle Foster, Housing Policy Manager. So anytime our affordable housing developers are going after state and federal funding, they need local dollars to leverage that funding. And so depending on the project and the number of units, it can range from 8 to 12 million depending on the site. And so they need those funds in order to bring other resources to our community when we're looking at wholly affordable projects that include extremely low income units, very low income units, and sometimes up to 60% of AMI are low income units. So we have a number of projects right now that are in pre-development and that are working towards leveraging those funds. And depending on the size, again, we would probably get for 20 million, probably 2 projects. We might stretch it to 3 if we're at 25 or 30 million. So it varies project by project, but we have a lot of really good projects that are in the works. We do have, some local resources as well that SHRA awards to funds every year, or to projects every year. But there's never enough for all of the projects that are out there that are worthy projects. And I am happy to say that with some of our work through the NDAT team, the Neighborhood Development Action Team, and with offices along our major corridors, we're making some good headway in reinvestments along the corridors. So I know we would be interested in looking at options there. But there are projects throughout the city that are worthy projects that could bring more affordable housing online.
Well, I mean, bottom line is, are you saying that you could use any amount of money for the Housing Trust Fund? I mean, 40 million you could use quickly. Is that correct? 38 million?
Yes, I mean,
that are already in the hopper?
Yes, we have several projects that are in the works. Several on Del Paso, several on Stockton, and then others throughout the city, Florin and Franklin. We've got a lot of locations where we could possibly, try to reinvest these funds. And there's always need for funding with affordable housing, even maximizing the resources that we already have.
All right, well, thank you, Danielle. There's always a need for funding for everything. There's a need for funding for youth. There's a need for funding for women and children. There's a need for funding for homeless services. There's a need for funding for public works projects, for infrastructure, for park maintenance, which is chronically underfunded. These are tough decisions. When we have money to spend is when the council gets a little testy with each other, because we all have priorities, right? The way this process happens is not exactly settling for me. I was certainly not asked what my priorities are, and my chance to vocalize them is now. And I would like to see $5 million set aside for matching funds for projects that directly improve neighborhoods, public works projects. That is my desire. I don't know if the council has an appetite for that, but I think it's very important because it's for matching funds. We pull down as much money from the state and federal governments to do these things. It's very hard to get one stoplight built in your district. It's really tough. I know because I've done it. I've done it a few times, but it took years. And I'm still waiting for 2 years to get 3 stoplights on Northgate. Happily, we're moving along with that, but that was a big budget fight to get there. I'll tell you what, that was an epic battle. I don't want to fight about these things. I'm worried about putting all our eggs in the Housing Trust Fund basket at this time, because these kind of carryover funds happen very rarely. This is a lot of money. A few things are being funded. I appreciate what Eric Guerra has put together for air monitors. I appreciate Angelique, fighting for funding for women and children housing services. But there are many needs. And so I would like to float a substitute motion that says that we go with the proposed motion, but set aside $5 million for a fund for matching funds, so that we can get some projects built in this city and pay a little bit of attention to our infrastructure while we're trying to build housing, while we're trying to support our homeless community and all the rest. This is a discussion that gets put on the back burner every time, but our infrastructure is crumbling, and it truly affects everybody in the city, whether you are in an underserved neighborhood or a well-served neighborhood. Our infrastructure is crumbling, and at some point we're going to have to pay the fiddler and realize that we're behind the 8 ball. So that's my motion, to take what was proposed by Councilmember Guerra, except adjust it with $5 million towards a fund for matching funds for public works projects.
And reduce something else, or just add it?
No, well, there's nothing to add. That would come from the Housing Trust Fund. So it would reduce it from 38 to 33.
Jeff, and does that include the modifications that Councilmember Garris accepted from me?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Okay, there are 2 substitute motions now on the floor. Let me now turn it over to Councilmember Laloe.
Mayor, I think you need I apologize. I think you need a second for the first substitute motion before
No, you don't. If somebody wants to make it, they can make it. It's not somebody, it's been moved, but you don't need anything. Somebody has a choice whether to second it or not, right?
Well, you
There's a
wouldn't
motion
vote.
on the floor that has been seconded. There have been 2 substitute motions made, and there has not been a second yet to either of them. So there doesn't need to be, we don't need to do anything. It's up to the members whether to second a substitute motion. Councilmember Laloe?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Listening to my colleagues, it's hard not to agree with every single one of you. But at the same time, there's only one pot of money, and it can only be stretched so much. Every one of you that has come up with different ways to spend it, I agree with you, and I'm definitely on board. But in order to do that, we have to cut out of something else, and that creates even more problems. So, you know, I hear everybody, it's tough, but when you have only $100, that's all you have to spend, and we have to kind of make sure that it's spent in the right ways, and to make sure it can help our community. My district has been underserved for God knows how long. You know, as I listen to Council Member Harris about a traffic light, we're looking for stop signs. We're not even asking for traffic lights at this time. So, you know, there's a lot that we can ask. But with that said, during my race, one of the biggest things I wanted for District 2 was a library. So when I saw that, I was like, wow, you know, I was just campaigning about it. And next thing you know, it's on this. And I said, who says city works slow? I barely talked about it during my campaign. And of course, today, 2 hours before this, I find out this project was actually being championed by my colleague, Council Member Ashby. So, you know, that was a little black eye. I was pretty excited for a second, and then the reality checked in. So I want to thank you, Council Member Ashby, for championing the library. I was, you know, I had my chest out going, that's how you do it in this city. You work hard for it during your campaigning. That was out the door. But again, thank you very much for championing the library. It's well needed in a district that doesn't have a library that meets 2021 standards, and it never had. And with that said, I would also like to ask the one-time amount that's set for youth, to really allocate some of that for some of the youth programming in District 2. That's specifically for our district, which is, again, you know, we haven't had that much luck in the past. So I would like to just put that out there for the consideration between the mayor and the city manager and the rest of the members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll make a quick comment here. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Vang and then to Councilmember Guerra. Just doing a running tally now with regard to Councilmember Guerra's motion. The Housing Trust Fund is down now to 38 million because 2 million has been moved as part of his motion for women and children, which, by the way, I consider part of housing. So to me, it isn't a sacrifice. You can put it under one category or the other. And then the 400,000 that she asked for, I think can come out of the fund balance. What occurred between Councilmember Ashby, Guerra, and myself here at the beginning, I think was a pretty good example of how a member can take a framework and suggest with passion some changes to the framework within the framework, and then the maker of the motion can accept it, the sponsor of the proposal can accept it or not, and that's exactly what we did. And so I hear some of the frustration, and I know we do have the new members here, and so I just want to speak to that. If the frustration is that the mayor is going to make a budget proposal, again, to be amended, then that's the way this is supposed to work. In fact, that's my responsibility as the mayor of the city. Now, 5 votes can say yes, no, or otherwise. With regard to the housing issue, I would remind my friend Councilmember Harris that you had some rightful concerns, I think, with the idea of indebting the city and issuing a housing bond. But remember, my proposal, and in fact, the council adopted the proposal, you may have even voted for it back when Councilmember Hansen was on the dais, We voted for, I believe, the concept of $100 million housing bond. And so what I'm suggesting is a prudent way to say, let's not indebt the city now, but let's use pay as you go one time. And if anybody wants to assert that housing is a lesser priority than anything else that we are doing, then I'll have that debate anytime, any place, given what we are dealing with in our city around housing and homelessness, including preventing homelessness. So 40 million or 38 million is a start towards a more robust housing trust fund. And you better believe, whether it's Stockton Boulevard or whether it is any other area of the city, especially along these commercial corridors, we will build with the private sector some great, great projects that will house a lot of people. And that is our priority. And I assert that's our priority. It's up to the common will of the council.
So Mayor, I had my hands up, so let's also debate. Could I also share my comments?
Well, yeah, I was just responding, and now we'll hear your comments. Everyone gets a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So first, let me just say I want to just give a shout out to all the youth and all the youth advocates that call in today. And if you're watching this, definitely keep the pressure on. And I want to let you all know that I fully support the 6 million, if not more. Also, just want to give a shout out to Councilmember Shinera for all the groundwork he's laid over last year and this summer. Really, he's been a strong advocate for our young people. And I want to thank him for leading that charge. However, there are parts of the proposal, and I am just taking notes as I go because there's different motion on the table, but wanted to just share my thoughts and advocate for a few things that are important to me and the community at large and folks that I've heard from. So, we're still in the middle of a pandemic, right? And we've seen, I think, the dire needs for support services to improve the quality of life for our residents, especially communities most in need and our young people. I've heard we need more services to continue support for our youth, public libraries. I hear you on the affordable housing, our homeless supportive services. And again, I'm going to keep emphasizing our young people. And I do understand that this is one-time funding, but I also want to say we have urgent needs now, and that also includes housing. We have urgent need now in our community. I want to second Councilmember Valenzuela's motion in particular, but also with Harris's recommendation for the 5 million. I kind of want to walk through why I support this proposal with Councilmember Harris and Councilwoman Ashby's amendment as well, which are all very important. And I just want to reiterate what that is, what the counter motion is. So that's 6 million for our young people. That's 5 million to OCR, and that's housing, which would include the 2 million for women and children that Councilwoman Ashby requested, 500K for the climate, and 15 million for the participatory budgeting. And I will share in a few minutes why that's really important for me. And then lastly, what's left on the table under this counter motion, it's 20 million for housing. But after hearing Councilmember Harris, I think the 5 million is incredibly important. Something that I ran on my campaign, even though I'm a millennial and I'm all about innovation, it's also back to basic, right? What are our core city services? And that's investing in infrastructure. And so Councilwoman Valenzuela, I would say instead of the 20 million for housing, I would do 15 million for housing and 5 million with Councilmember Harris' request for the infrastructure piece. Now, the OCR, we just heard from Bridget earlier, right, that we need to scale up and we need to make this priority. I think this council, we heard loud and clear. And Mayor, you also said that this is a priority for you, for this council. And so Bridget's going to need all the support that she can in order to actually move folks into shelter and housing. We have to make sure that we can really, meet the moment. And so that's why I support the 5 million. And that would also include, of the 5 million, $2 million set aside for Councilwoman Ashby for women and children that we all should be advocating for, not just Councilwoman Ashby or me or Katie Valenzuela, because we're the only women on council, but it's something that we all should be fighting for. Lastly, not lastly, because I want to go through each item. So the 5 million, I don't need to go through that for the public infrastructure. I think Councilmember Harris laid it out why this is really important. I want to emphasize why I think it's really important for us to honor our Measure U committee and ask for the 15 million. We owe it to the voters and the people who voted for Measure U as part of transparency and uplifting community voice. I think in good faith, we should make a commitment to set aside fund for this. The Measure U committee, whom this council appoints, right, made a recommendation collectively. That means all of y'all who appointed your Measure U committee said, hey, this is what we want. We're asking you, please set aside not 1 million, but $15 million so that we can begin that community conversation about how we want to budget. And so I think participatory budgeting is about transparency. It's about allowing for real decision-making power from neighborhood residents and stakeholder. And we should let the communities tell us what they need to recover from this crisis. And that's the reason why I think, you know, if we are to honor our appointees and to listen to their recommendation, I think this is what we can do as council. I also know as council, you know, we get the power of one vote and of setting the budget, right? And Mayor, you did mention that, you know, this is kind of participatory budgeting, right? Folks can call in, how do we include? But we also know that there are dollars that are like non-negotiable, things that we can't even touch because of things that we have to pay for, right? Like payment for our employees, our unions. So there are things that we can't even touch as council, or even as if I wasn't a council member and I'm a community member and I want to participate in budget, I can't even have a say because there are non-negotiables. And so that's the reason why I think setting aside a higher number for participatory budgeting is really important. And then lastly, you know, the Housing Affordable Trust Fund, I think setting aside money is important, right? But I'm weighing out what is our urgent need right now in this global pandemic, and that is helping OCR, that is helping our staff scale this up so that we can support our unhoused neighbors and women and children. So that is the recommendation that I would like to put on the table and support Councilwoman Valenzuela on that with just those tweaks and adjustment from Councilmember Harris and Councilwoman Ashby. The last thing I also want to say is that, you know, we saw an increase in cannabis revenue higher than anticipated, which is great, right? But I also just want to put on record that I'd like for this council to have a policy how we spend that cannabis fund, because I don't think it should go to the bottom line. During budget and audit, I asked, where does that money go? And the answer was, it goes to the bottom line. If we have communities that are hit hardest because of cannabis, we should have a budget in place or a policy in place to ensure that when we are talking about equity, that these funds that folks are making and the revenues that are coming in because of cannabis, where minorities have been disproportionately impacted, those funds should go to communities hardest hit. I know this conversation is about mid-year budget, but as we move as a council, as we talk about equity, right, like those dollars should not go to the bottom line. They need to be going to the communities hardest hit. And so I want us to have a further conversation on policy regarding the cannabis fund. But in addition to that, the last thing is I support Councilmember Valenzuela's motion, and I hope we can have a more fruitful debate. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just want to logistics here. Does Councilmember Valenzuela accept Councilmember Vang's friendly amendment, taking the Housing Trust Fund down from 20 to 15 and substituting in Councilmember Harris's 5 million for matching public works projects?
That was already in my motion, so yeah.
I missed that. Okay, and Councilmember Harris, within that motion is $15 million set aside for participatory budgeting. Let me ask you, Councilmember Valenzuela, again, your 15 million for participatory budgeting, is that intended to be binding, whatever recommendations the community group makes on the city council to spend the 15 million, or would the council have some say in that? What is your intent?
My intent is to follow the recommendations of the Measure U committee, which is to make those recommendations binding.
Binding, 15 million. Okay. So we now have a substitute motion. It was unclear to me, but okay, now we do have a single substitute motion that has been seconded. Let me now call on Councilmember Guerra and then Councilmember Valenzuela.
Great, thank you. You know, first I want to start off by saying, I thought hard about altering what came out of budget committee. And because I think there are a lot of other things that we have to think about planning right now. We're in a pandemic, but then as we come out of this pandemic, we're going to be in an economic situation, an economic crisis where we have so many people who have lost their jobs. So many of you have heard of me. I heard that we have to do everything we can to invest money in projects that help people get into a living wage. But I also thought about where are we going to continue to make revenue for our city to pay for the programs for youth services, to pay for park improvements, to pay for the regular things we want to do here, to pay for the staff for our homeless support services. That comes through sales tax revenue, that comes through property tax revenue. And the fact of the matter is, we have a lot of our city, like Stockton Boulevard, like Del Paso Boulevard, like Meadowview, like parts of Franklin and Fruit Ridge, of vacant land, vacant areas that aren't producing any tax revenue, that frankly our retail areas have been hit hard and aren't producing any sales tax revenue. We have an opportunity here, and I thought about this significantly, to focus our investments in housing on commercial corridors. This isn't just our own city strategy, but it's a strategy that's been recognized by our 6-county region about how do we improve our air quality goals, how do we improve our housing goals, how would we meet our regional housing allocation goals by looking at that. Because if we can use this money without creating more debt to make a vacant plot of land in one of our commercial corridors that have been neglected, which is primarily communities of color, we can do two things. Number one, we can immediately start constructing housing because we know how long it takes to actually get going the longer we wait. Second, we can start actually making some production and bringing more into our city by doing that. And so we have to think wisely about where our investments are. Now, I was willing to try to push and target more of this money into commercial corridors because that is the best bang for our buck. And it is where our community is. It is where our unhoused is living too. That's why we need to do that. Danielle Foster brought up the point that we have projects on Del Paso Boulevard that we could build and get going if we have that gap financing. We're always losing to the Bay Area and to LA because we don't have that level of competitiveness of gap financing of our local match. We have projects, I can tell you already on Stockton Boulevard, both District 5 and District 6, where we can put almost over 600 units online if we have that gap financing. But if we don't take advantage of this, then we're going to lose the opportunity for more property tax revenue to fund the programs that we want to do. We're going to reduce the opportunity to actually get revitalization in our commercial corridors, and we're not going to build housing. We're going to be in this situation. So we have a unique opportunity to do this. Now, to Councilmember Harris's point, I agree. If we can find matching funds to bring those projects down, that's another way of doing it. But this is exactly what the purpose of the Housing Trust Fund is. We can make that change. So I will place the argument right now that by us focusing our energy and investing wisely, we get a bang for our buck and a deliverable at that same time. And to me, I think that's a critical piece. So I'll argue for the motion right now to support the original motion and continue that. Now, to Councilmember Harris's point, I'm willing to look at how we find that other matching funds for those projects. Let's figure that part out as we move forward. But we already know there are projects online for housing. If we had a list of projects that were ready to go in Public Works, I think I would be willing to entertain that as well. But we already know we can spend all that money on housing and revitalize corridors.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Valenzuela, Councilmember Pro Tem Ashby, and Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that, Councilmember Guerra. It's been a while since I finished my master's in community development, but it's good to get a refresher course on how the financing works. And just to be super clear on what my motion is, because $40 million isn't going to do anything that we just said if it's one-time money. If we're talking about setting up a bond, that money is exponentially increased, right? And so 15 million, 20 million in that ballpark is still going to bring over $100 million of projects down. And so this is part of what we're talking about. And if we really want to talk about making the money stretch, the cheapest thing we can do is buy existing buildings and bring them into deed restriction. That is the cheapest thing we can do to bring a ton of housing online that's affordable. It's always going to cost more to build new, but if we're buying existing buildings, we can increase the housing stock significantly with a far lower cost because the buildings are already built and they're already in the neighborhoods. They already have the infrastructure. And so this is what a bond conversation can do versus a one-time investment of $40 million. You know, I originally raised my hand, Mayor, because I wanted to correct something you said, because I want to make sure, you know, when Measure A didn't pass, you are not the one who proposes the budget. It's supposed to be the council. It's supposed to be the city manager, and it's supposed to come to the council so that we all discuss. And that was the whole point. The biggest argument behind why that happened for me is because we all bring different perspectives and different expertises. And that's the beauty of this process is we all come in with our thing. Like Jeff has got that $5 million for public works. That's a great idea. He's pushing for that. And we give and take a little bit. And across the board, we get something that's better for the whole city because it reflects what the whole city needs. Another reason why I'm bringing up Measure A, however, is the promise that was made when that was put on the ballot was that we were going to commit to those principles. We were going to commit to participatory budgeting. We were going to commit to the things that were in that regardless if Measure A passed. And my argument here is that $1 million is not honoring that commitment. We are hearing from the committee of small business folks, of business district folks, of community folks, of youth service folks, that what they want is $15 million so that they can figure out how to use that money to best serve the needs of the community. The very community that we're all talking about, the community that's still being ravaged by COVID, the community that's still on the verge of shutting their doors permanently, as we're hearing from businesses every single day. I was on a heartbreaking call with music venues in my district just last week. They're getting ready to shut down. Harlow's, the Crest, they're not sure that they can hold on any longer. And this $15 million opens up the possibility for us to figure out where that money is needed the most as a community. And that's one of the commitments that was made not that long ago when Measure A was being debated, that we were going to do this anyways. And this is an opportunity for us to make that real. And I know that we keep saying we can figure that out next week. But this is the mid-year budget discussion. This is when we should be figuring this out. And the fact that, I mean, I appreciate the $2 million for the women and children per Angelique's suggestion. I really do, Mayor Pro Tem Ashby. But we made a commitment on Wednesday that we were going to take this seriously, and the FEMA money is not going to reimburse 100% of the cost. If we're really going to stand up warming shelters, if we're really going to stand up winter sanctuary, if we're going to take this seriously, it is going to require an investment of money. That is not the current budget that we already told her that she's already spent, that she's already planning for to hire her staff, like a real infusion of cash, cold hard cash that's going to make that real. This is where our values meet our spending. And so I know that this is not what some of you expected. I wish that we had maybe scaled our expectations coming into this meeting so that we could have compromised a little bit more with each other. But I appreciate Councilmember Vang for seconding my motion. And I hope you all will consider supporting the substitute motion as the first step in a longer conversation that should be beginning with the full budget process this year. Thank you.
So I just want to respond to part of it. And it's a good discussion back, and it's a good debate among colleagues. I did not bring this proposal to the city council tonight. I brought it to the Budget and Audit Committee last week, which is actually the process that the city council has laid out. You're appointed as a number of committees. I appointed 3 members to the Budget and Audit Committee, and we discussed this very proposal. And they agreed to forward the proposal along with the city manager's budget to the full city council. So all of us have had a week to put together our alternatives, to think about amendments, do all that. And the process actually think is working pretty well here tonight. Participatory budgeting, I am in favor of, but it's hard for me to understand how at mid-year that setting aside $15 million before the community has prioritized how they would want to spend the money in a binding way is actually more important than $15 million into affordable housing. Because your proposal, $15 million, is less than half of the $40 million. And you know what the bond proposal was? It was $100 million. And so yes, this isn't the whole thing, but it's 40% of the way there in one fell swoop. Again, if housing is our priority, which I believe it is, then let's put our vote behind what is our priority. So no surprise, it's exactly what I, as the mayor of the city, laid out last week in the budget committee appropriately. And everybody else had the same opportunity to put forward their own budget proposal. So it's a good discussion and debate. Substitute motion is a legitimate motion. And so we go back and forth and we'll see where the members want to go here. Councilmember Ashby?
Yeah, maybe somewhat surprising to people watching. I don't hate any of these motions. I like the compromise. I like the dialogue a lot. And I just want to take a moment to say that I'm really proud that each of the substitute motions includes the staff's full recommendations. I'm proud of that. I just am. And my addition, and I appreciate that, all of you. I do have a couple of questions. One, Susanna, are you on the call? Or
Councilmember, I'm here.
Okay, Susanna, I could be misremembering because I'm really just working from memory here, and I am, getting older every day. I don't think the Measure U committee I don't think they can bind us. I think they have to make a recommendation back to us. I'm pretty sure that was in the language. Do you remember, or is it something you would need to look up to?
If you give me a moment, I'll look it up right now in the city code.
No,
Okay,
and
I hear what
they're recommendations.
But I was going to say I can look it up to definitively give you the answer.
Councilmember Valenzuela's motion. That is not her motion.
I understand
just to
that, but
clarify
I'm pretty
my motion, if that's okay. My motion is to codify the recommendation from the Measure U committee to do a participatory process that would be informed by the Measure U committee, but would be its own process that we're saying would be binding.
Because, can I ask you a question, Councilmember Valenzuela? Because I don't hear her asking to change the rule. I hear her asking to give a significant amount of money to Measure U, which obviously we've all heard from Flo and others that they feel like they don't have the funds to work with. I know you asked her the binding question, but I don't think legally we can do that. And I think what I hear from the intent but don't let me put words in your mouth, Councilmember Valenzuela, is that, she intends to take that, whatever recommendation they give us, but that doesn't mean the whole council would. I think she's just trying to put money towards participatory budgeting, capital B. That's what I'm hearing, but am I wrong, Councilmember Valenzuela? Do I have it summed up wrong?
Yeah, if it's possible, I think the recommendation is that the process would play out with the community and their recommendations would be binding.
Okay, but if the city attorney comes back and says it's not possible for it to be binding, then you would accept that, obviously, and it would come back as a recommendation to the council. And of course, you would champion that recommendation, but you would honor the fact that that's the way it's because that's the way I remember it being set up. Okay.
Yeah, if we can't send money out into that process and have it be spent the way the community decides, then obviously, yeah, I would take that amendment.
Right. I think it can only come back as a recommendation, as Councilmember Vice Mayor Schneer saying. That's the way I remember it being written into the ordinance. But let's get Susanna's opinion. That makes a big difference for me, just because we get held accountable for those dollars, and people will, no matter who spends it, if it gets spent in a way that the broader public doesn't like it, the people on Measure U are not elected, we ultimately have to be able to answer that. I think I'm probably okay with it, but I want to hear, I would rather it came back as a recommendation to us. My second question is also for you, Councilmember Valenzuela. I really want to support, I think you've done a nice job. You've included the $5 million that Councilmember Harris wants. And I too want to give Bridget Dean's office more money. And I know the mayor does too. And I appreciate that add-in, but I do think that 15 and 15, it feels off balance to me because housing is so expensive. And for example, when we looked at like the hotel in the River District, that hotel alone would be $20 million. So I'm just wondering if you would consider making that like a little bit less equal and maybe lopsided a little more towards housing. I know housing is a big priority to you. Don't want to push it down your throat. I'm just asking the question. Do you think it might be better to have at least 20 million in the housing? Then you could still do 10 million in participatory budgeting, which is a big significant amount. but would still allow potentially the buy of a couple of, or the beginning of funding or seed money for buying at least 2 hotels or whatever projects everybody decides. I'm not trying to pre-assume what the projects would be, but they're very expensive, these housing projects. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I would accept that amendment and be flexible. So 10 million, if my second accepts it, 10 million participatory budgeting and 20 million affordable housing bond.
I have a question. As far as the Department of Bridget Dean, they did the analysis. Is the money, the budget that they came up with, was it at the low end of it, or how was that budget calculated?
Sean, two things. First of all, Katie needs to get her answer from Mai on her second first. It's okay. Mai, are you okay with Katie's amendment?
Yeah, I'm okay with Katie's amendment, and I see what you're doing, Councilwoman Ashby, and I really, this is the conversation, right? This is the debate conversation, but yeah, I would be happy to make that motion. I mean, to second Councilmember Valenzuela amendment to that, because I do think we still need a good solid number for participatory budgeting. And, you know, I hear the call on the affordable housing, right? I think it's just weighing out the values and the priorities of that piece. So I would second that.
Okay, Sean, the answer to your question is Bridget doesn't really have a full budget yet. That's what Councilmember Valenzuela is trying to do, is get her a budget ahead of the conversation that's coming. The mayor laid out that she would be a high priority and that conversation would start even as soon as next week.
I think
Let me, I'm gonna say something for a minute here, please. I get all the good machinations and negotiation. I would like to ask Councilmember Guetta if he would consider amending the main motion to reduce the Housing Trust Fund from 38 to 33 and to substitute in the $5 million for Councilmember Harris's Public Works Matching Fund. I think that would be a better balance than the 20 million and the 10 million for participatory budgeting when we don't even know whether or not it can or cannot be binding. And if it's not binding, then what does it mean? Because it's all for, we could ask the Measure U Committee to take $100 million, it's not binding, and give us advice.
Well, I guess, Mayor, the question comes back to you. I mean, what did you think it meant when you committed to it in the Measure A discussion? Did you think it meant not binding at all, or did
I thought that we would set aside some amount of money as a binding, as a binding process. I did, but not $15 million, and not even 10. And we don't even know. We haven't even gotten started on the process yet. It's not even been tried, and we're going to give up the authority as elected officials to decide how to spend budget money. You know how hard Jay Chenier fights for $6 million of youth funding? Do you know how the difference between even 20 and 30 or $40 million for housing money, what that means in terms of housing people, or how many additional people we can shelter?
Well, I'd argue it's not our money. It's the people's money in the first place. We're just returning the power back to them.
Well, I'm sorry. We were elected by the people. We can debate this all day. It's fine.
Mayor, can I interject? Susanna's got the answer on binding or not binding.
I'm sorry. We're gonna have to have some order here. Okay, we go in order. Susanna, what is the answer?
The question to me was, is the Measure U Commission recommendation to the council advisory or binding? And it is advisory. The committee recommends to the council, reviews proposed budget, reviews expenditures, and then makes its recommendations to the council. And then the council gets to decide what to do with those recommendations.
So what is this? What are we talking about then with participatory budget? It hasn't even been thought out. The council member makes a motion to spend $15 million in a binding way, and it's not legal. So are we
ready? To be fair, Mayor, that's not the question on the table. So I'm not asking the Measure U Committee to make the recommendation.
I have the floor, excuse me.
All right.
I'll turn it back over to you in a moment.
So, Mr. Mayor, to your question?
My question is, Councilmember Guetta, would you be willing to entertain a substitute motion that takes the Housing Trust Fund from 38 to $33 million It substitutes in Councilmember Harris's $5 million for the public work matching program, which he described.
You know, yes, in the context that we have more, it would be a proposal in a mid-year budget that has more money for housing. And it also is addresses the issue of matching funds. I completely understand what Councilmember Harris is saying, and I agree with that. So yes.
Okay,
I would.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby, are you willing to second that friendly amendment to the main motion?
Sure, I sure am. Can I finish my comment, Mayor, or did you want to finish what you were saying?
No, but you do second the main
Sure,
motion.
yeah, I'll second Councilmember Garrett's motion.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Is it okay if I finish really quick?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know we took a sidebar, it's my own fault. So I just thank you, Susanna, for getting that answer. I was pretty sure. I think what I hear the difference here, assuming that Councilmember Harris is gonna, I don't know if he's gonna withdraw his substitute, but I assume he is since it's embedded in Councilmember Garrett's now.
It's Councilmember Valenzuela's substitute. It's not Councilmember Harris.
No, Councilmember Harris also had a substitute motion, but it was only to add the 5 million, which you have now embedded in Councilmember Garrett's proposal. So I'm assuming he's going to withdraw his substitute, but I don't want to speak for him. I'm just assuming.
Okay.
But I guess what I want to say is that I appreciate this dialogue. I've been on this dais long enough with, you know, some of you for a long time and some of you for 4 years and some of you for 4 weeks, to know that this is a real effort to try really hard to compromise. And I applaud that. And, you know, Mayor, you have yourself to blame for this. You passed Measure U with the second half cent. You're the one who wanted to do participatory budgeting. And this is all things you want to do. So while I know you're fighting vigorously to keep money on the table for housing because it's your number one priority, I think this is really good governance all the way around by everybody. And I'm proud. I'm proud to second Councilmember Guerra's motion with Mayor Steinberg. And but you know what? Given the fact that Councilmember Valenzuela is willing to modify hers to 20 million for the trust fund, and now that we know that the 10 million would be advisory only to the council, although heavily weighted by the opinion of the folks who had participated in that, I think I can support both.
Okay, well, if you support the substitute motion, then the first motion will never get heard. So that's a choice. That's your choice. Okay, who else? Councilman Harris.
What's in that? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's Harris. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, you know, the need for housing is certainly not lost on me. The good news here is that there's money to spend, and we are spending it on a lot of great stuff. First, the proposal from the city manager, all very good, necessary things. Funding the Department of Community Response, essential. You know, all of this is great. I appreciate you bending certainly for what I propose, which basically brings more resources to the council and every council district to get projects on the ground that are very necessary. It's a small piece. I don't really like taking away from the Housing Trust Fund, but as I said, there are many, many needs in the city. I really appreciate it. And like Councilmember Ashby, I appreciate this conversation. This is what we are to do. That we are to have this kind of debate in front of the people and for the people to spend the money that we have available to us from all of our revenues. So it's a good process and I appreciate it. And yes, I withdraw my substitute motion and I would support the motion then on the table.
Which one, the main motion?
The one that was recently amended by Councilmember Guerra.
Good. Okay, thank you. Councilman Chenier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to add a couple things. So on the housing piece, I mean, Councilmember Guerra talked about tax revenues, which is extremely important. What he didn't mention is the jobs that come along with building housing. What we've heard, and particularly in all the community meetings we've done around Aggie Square, which is Oak Park and Elmhurst and Tahoe Park, 3 pretty representative districts of need, I think. We have heard that the two top issues in the city for these folks are housing and jobs. And so this is an opportunity that we have to do something large there. If you think about it, I can show you one project, one of the projects that Danielle Foster was talking about on Stockton Boulevard that has a gap of between 10 and $12 million. What they would get for that is 200 units. We're talking about 200 units of affordable housing. We will never fix the homeless challenge that we have if we don't have housing. Whether we do it that way or whether we buy and convert buildings, I don't really have a preference one way or another, but we need the space. There's no question about it. So to balance that out with putting, if it's $10 million in for participatory budgeting, that you're probably not going to get any kind of resolution on. If you started tomorrow, it's going to be a minimum of 6 months till you get somewhere, if not quite a bit longer. And some of the work I've seen, and I've done some research on this and done some visits on this, it can take a year to do that. And we don't know where that will end up. If we had lots, and we have never done that before as a community. We've done different types of engagement. And as I said, we did a lot of engagement on this $6 million for youth or whatever it was going to be. We need to continue to do that kind of outreach, if not more. But I think that the $1 million as a pilot project to see what it looks like, how effective it is a good way to invest dollars. Putting $10 million into something that we don't know the results, when $10 million could result in 200 affordable housing units, to me is not even a question. So I'm going to support Mr. Guerra's substitute motion.
No, it's a main motion. It's the main motion.
Main motion. I think if we can find utilities is a huge problem. There's no question about it, particularly if we're going to redo urban corridors. The utilities part of that is pretty major, and the safety aspects of it, particularly in our most under-resourced communities, is going to be really important. The only thing I wanted to assure Mr. Loloe that the process that we're using around the $6 million, around how what programs and projects would get funded, that's one-time money, would certainly involve District 2. There's no question in my mind. And a lot of the folks that we had in participating in the process were representatives from your district. We would be looking, and this was the main thing people said was basic needs. There's no district and no set of young people that has a greater need for basic needs than those young people in District 2. So I want to assure you that that would be part of the solution.
Thank you.
So, okay, let's vote. There is a substitute motion on the floor. By Councilmember Valenzuela, which you're welcome.
Mayor, it's Dawn. Can I please clarify a couple things? On the substitute motion, I need to know whether or not the council member was intending to take the beginning parts of your motion, which would be to eliminate the EUR and then still include the youth programming and the climate. Right now, we're out of balance as we understand it, unless we include all those actions, and we're still out of balance with the numbers that we have. We're overspent by about $1.397 million if we, including your original recommendations on the EUR and the North Sac Library.
I don't think we're going to reconcile that tonight. We're going to have to come back and probably do some cleanup. I think Councilmember Valenzuela should describe her motion.
Yeah, no, and thank you, Don, for catching that I missed that. I didn't mean to include the original changes, reducing the North Sacramento Library from $7.5 million to $5 million, and deferring the main EUR payment that was in the mayor's proposal. And then my motion is now, and I've been trying to take notes, $20 million for an affordable housing trust fund, $5 million to double Bridget's budget, including $2 million for women and children's services, $10 million for participatory budgeting with the Measure U committee that needs to come back to us to be affirmed, $5 million in public works match funding, $6 million in youth, and then the 0.5 million in climate additional funds.
And the COVID piece that
And the
Councilmember Garrett-
COVID piece, thank you, Angelique. And also Jay's note wanting to make sure that the youth access on the aquatic center got tied in as well.
Just to
Thank
clarify,
you.
that will put us over budget.
We understand. Well, that puts us over budget. Okay, well, that's your assessment. Okay, we should call the roll on the substitute motion. Let's go.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
No.
Councilmember Harris,
No.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
No.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Jennings,
No.
Councilmember Vang,
Yes.
and Mayor Steinberg.
No. No. Let's call the main motion now, please. Let's summarize the main motion, Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you. It includes the recommendation coming out of Budget and Audit Committee. It makes the changes to the identifying $2 million that, St. John's is in my district, so I'm really proud to propose this as well. $2 million for women and children for the support and getting the RFP out as well as part of that. The $5 million for public works, the balance going to the Housing Trust Fund, and the direction from Councilmember Chenier on making sure that we have an equity component in the aquatics program to make sure that we reach out to the city. And Councilmember, Mr. Mayor, did I miss something on that? Anything else on that?
Can I recap the motion so that we have it on the record with
Yes,
all the
Don.
correct information that we need for the budget?
Go ahead, Don.
And Don, that
I
should all
believe-
be at 47.5. They shall be
Yeah.
all encapsulated within the 47.5.
I believe the motion is to eliminate the fiscal year 20 EUR contribution, reduce the North Sacramento Library by $2.5 million, add $2 million to the homeless program for the Women and Children Shelter, add $500,000 to the Climate Action Project, add $5 million to the Public Works State and Federal Grant Match Program, add $50,000 in funding to each council district for a total of $400,000. And finally, to commit $31.5 million for the Housing Trust Fund and $6 million for youth programming, which will come back for further discussion by council.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Are we on balance there, Don?
Yes, we are. We have
How much do we want?
$13,000 left.
Let's call the roll on the motion, please.
No, let's spend the 13 first.
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem Ashby,
Yes.
Councilmember Laloe,
Yes.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
Can you come
Councilmember
back to me?
Valenzuela,
Sorry, Mindy. Can you come back to me, Mindy? Sorry.
Vice Mayor Chenier,
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra,
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings,
Aye.
Councilmember Vang,
No.
Councilmember Valenzuela,
No.
and Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. That motion passes 7-2. All right. Thank you. And again, thank you to all the members for the robust debate, the members of the public and the staff for working very hard and trying to translate all of this back and forth. Good job, everybody. All right. That is the agenda for today. Are there council ideas and questions?
And so, Mr. Mayor, I do have board and commission appointments to read into the record, and I have 5 callers for matters not on the agenda. So board and commission appointments to the Active Transportation Commission, Ron Brazel, Planning and Design Commission, Nicolina Hernandez, Sacramento Arts, Culture and Creative Economy Commission, Luisa Lavullo, Sacramento Community Police Commission, Arandi Zamora, Renee Carter, and to the Sacramento Youth Commission, Erica Charlotte Galvez.
All right, very, very good. I'm going to turn this over to Councilmember Chenier. I need to take care of something. And I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Chenier, Vice Mayor Chenier, I have 5 callers. Would you like those or council comments first?
let's go to the 5 callers if we can, and then we'll end with council comments.
Thank you. May I have my first caller, please? Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. First of all, I would say that the whole time to get in was about 5 hours, and I enjoyed every moment of the public debate that happened tonight. I do want to say that something did concern me in the way that some people spoke to the female aspects of council members, and I think they're deserving of some more respect. The issue that I did want to bring forward upon this council was the fact that if there is someone who wants to speak more or on multiple issues, now the whole agenda has become the consent calendar where they have to call in. I wanted to speak on multiple issues that were agendized, but had to choose one or the other. I also want to thank council members for moving agenda items outside of the consent calendar and having them up for debate. This is important for transparency, and it allows for us to be able to see how these actions take place. The thing that was specific was item number 2. I think it talks to how the police department criminalizes and looks at youth. When this report looks at 40% of the people who are outlined as being preventative from gangs as being under the age of 13, and it shows how where the specific interests are for this gang prevention are also the #1 places where police shootings happen, where Black people are killed by police officers. It shows an unset bias straight out of the middle of how they're looking at our youth from the beginning and how it continues. I am so happy that somehow the ghost of unhousing past has come to deliver the mayor to be passionate about unhoused issues. But I appreciate you holding yourself accountable to that extent, but not opening those shelters is more than just like there are lives that were there. This idea of equity when it comes to Katie saying that we need to be able to have input from the community is absolutely incredibly important. The fact that we are, and that it's whether or not it's binding or not, it's about being transparent. And the fact that there were so many issues on this budget, first of all, to start off from the idea of asking that it be, that there be an amendment to it or a seconded.
Thank you for your
right out of the
comments. Your
gate.
time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
There needs to be more transparency. I appreciate that there are members of this council who are seeking it and are looking for the Brown violation acts that are happening at this body. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Council member and mayor, I really appreciate everything that you guys have done this evening. A couple of things procedurally, I just want you to understand. Public comment was not allowed to comment on some of the components throughout the measure throughout this evening, and I'd like to see item numbers assigned to every agenda item. I brought this up before, so that when people call into the queue, that they are actually preserved for the correct item. I appreciate the pullouts that were done on the consent calendar, and I appreciate the negotiation and the debate that occurred. I do appreciate the discussion that just occurred on the budget. I know it took a little longer than most wanted, but I think it was helpful for transparency for those who are in the community. I heard a couple of things today. You guys talked about community or communication, leverage, and procedure. I'd like to see the council look at more of a long-term tactic and a short-term tactic. I appreciate Bridget's efforts at being tactical, but we need a strategic plan as well to deal with housing in general and putting people in housing as opposed to sheltering. That is not a long-term solution. That is a Band-Aid, and I'd like to see that to go away. I don't want to see that as a permanent position within the council. I think that you need to leverage services that are in the county and state and not create a wheel that already exists. I'd like for you to do a little bit more research because there are residents in the community that are not given services through the county and state because you have the funding, but you don't have the services. So that's just something to think about. The last thing is you have 515,000 residents. You have a budget of 1.3 billion, and you have 14% of your community that is calling in for response and resources. I think you need to look and see what it is that people are asking for, ensure that you prioritize what's needed, and put the right people in the right place to do the right solution. You have different council members who have different priorities.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Please assign a guru on each of the council members and have each person use their talents to make the right solution for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, yes, this is Lambert from To the Bay and Back Cheesecakes. I've been listening to this, and I'm known for attending meetings. I don't care how long they last because I gear up for this, especially when I think it's a lot of injustice. I wanted to acknowledge City Councilwoman Valenzuela and Vang because they are really putting the microscope of scrutiny on what's really going on at City Hall. I mean, for me to sit here all these hours and watch most of the people who spoke regarding the budget that were not members of the city council or the city manager or the mayor were mainly Caucasian. That disturbs me because that is one of the reasons why I believe institutionalized and systemic racism continues to exist. And when you have an act like the Brown Act, some very racist people can stay on the payroll and be protected. I want City Councilwoman Vang and Valenzuela and anybody else, you got to have courage to really look at the practice of bid peddling and bid rigging. Our family-owned business is state and federally certified. You have to meet IRS requirements. And you're going to tell me that $89 million went into the CARES Act after Measure U monies was exhausted, and we didn't get one penny, and we have gone viral. We've been endorsed by the Better Business Bureau, and some of you on that diocese has bought cheesecakes from me. It's a terrible thing going on, and I'm glad that the Sacramento Bee and the natives put the light on the city manager's decision to say no to opening that up. He is considered
Thank
a
you for your
strong
comments. Your
city
time
manager.
is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, fun to the Bay and Back cheesecake.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please. And this is our final speaker this evening. Welcome to the meeting. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Caller, please turn down the audio on the device you're watching the meeting. Welcome to the meeting. It's your turn to address the council.
Thank you. My name is Erica and I live in District 5. And I just wanted to call and first say thank you to Council Member Eric Guerra because Alejandro, your staff, reached out to us and it was a very different conversation than we had a few months ago about the students who were locked in their leases at Sac State. And I just wanted to share with you too that we hope that those conversations still continue because those issues aren't resolved and we're actually having a difficult time re-engaging with some of the students because the experiences that they're having right now about being pretty much harassed to collect so they can get $12,000 for months of their leases that haven't even happened that they're not even living in. So we do very much appreciate that you guys are engaging with us and talking about that issue. The last thing that I want to say, and I'm saying this as an appointed member of a board or advisory council for Sacramento County, that we take a public service ethics course every 2 years. And I really enjoy that course because I relearn things all over again because it is very complicated and there's a lot that you could forget. And so there's a couple of things that I want to share with you that I think you need to think about. And I guess this is a really great time to be saying this because we're closing out here. So it can be easy to overlook the fundamental fact that the public expects and deserves its public servants to serve the public interest, not private or political interest. Values are important to the public. The public is strongly supportive of public officials following their sense of what is right, the right thing to do, and making government decisions. The question is, how does the conscientious public official sort through competing considerations and determine the right thing to do? When it comes to being a public servant, how does one put...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment, please?
Yes, I think there's competing interests with some of these decisions tonight, and it was not transparent, and I appreciate Councilmember Valenzuela in my vein.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate that. Council comments? No council comments? I have one. I just want to thank the city manager. We had a conversation about a week ago after I got a number of emails and texts from folks in different neighborhoods talking about whether or not we could extend the claw for a bit, maybe one more round around the city because of all the branches and limbs that have fallen during the last storm. And so I know there are piles in the street all over the place. And so I did see the claw out yesterday, and city manager informed me that they've extended its run for a while here. And so I'm assuming that our public works people or our public works will get out information to people about when they might expect to see the claw in front of their home.
Right.
So thank you.
Vice Mayor, so we just worked on extending a contract we have to do just that. We'll get something out tomorrow through our public information office to make sure everybody understands when they're going to come to pick up.
Great, thank you very much. And can they call 311? Will they have the information if somebody wants to know and they don't hear?
Right, they will. Once we get the schedule dialed in, 311 will have the information as well.
Okay, that sounds great. Appreciate it. Okay,
Vice
with
Mayor?
that, Mr. Guerra.
Yeah, sorry, I think Councilmember Jennings and I have a couple comments, but
Yeah.
one, I just wanted to remind folks about tomorrow's Aggie Square Community Town meeting at 5 o'clock. We'll be talking about transportation, Vision Zero, and air quality on the project. Please reach out to us to register. You can also, we'll also be sharing it on our live on our Facebook page too. And also I wanted to.
And can I say, Eric, really quickly, this is the third town hall that we've done. The first one was on workforce. Second one was on housing. This is on transportation. We'll probably do one more early, either late in January or early in February.
Yes, correct. And then we just had our PFA meeting today. So Rick, Jay, and I have had a long morning, a long day. And then lastly, on Monday, February 8th at 5:30, we're going to have our first District 6 community meeting on the homeless master plan. Our District 6 working group, which includes not only neighbors, family-owned businesses, and service providers, but also includes some of our neighbors who are unhoused, who are in District 6 as part of the drafting of our first plan here, first iteration of our plan. And so the community members are going to be presenting that plan out to our district, and we encourage everyone to register and register and participate. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
Yeah, I too, Jay, want to join you in supporting the city manager, Howard Chan, and Public Works Interim Director, Ryan Moore, on getting the claw back out there and dealing with all the piles that our constituents put out on the sidewalk after that storm from last week. They called and asked for assistance. We made our phone calls and they came through with a contract, and it affects the entire city. So the timing of when they'll get to each neighborhood, they'll get back to us with that information. But the fact that they came through was big for many of us in our constituents in our neighborhood. So again, thank you, Howard, and thank you, Public Works.
Okay, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am also appreciative of the extension of the claw pickups. I've certainly received quite a few calls. This is a good thing. Yeah, I'd like to thank my colleagues and just point out that the Public Works matching funds will only support housing moving forward in our corridors. So it's an integral piece, and I'm glad that we got to that point. I had a meeting last night with ESAC Improvement Association to talk about homeless siting. And my announcement is that next Monday, I will be meeting with River City Commons at 5 o'clock and South Natomas United at 6 to talk about homeless siting options, basically, you know, about our response to homelessness and where we're heading in the future. Thank you, Jay.
Great, thanks. And I did get something from the mayor's staff. So let me read this. They're looking for donations to help feed our unhoused neighbors in motel rooms provided by the city of Sacramento. to get people out of the weather and under a roof. Funds donated through the St. John's Program for Real Change website will pay for formerly homeless women to prepare the daily meals, which will then be delivered to people living in motel rooms, including many families with children. If you're interested, they need volunteers and they need donations. If you're interested, www.handsonsacto, handsonsacto.org. Thanks very much. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I weigh in real quick here? Hector Barone, Assistant City Manager.
Yeah, we know who you are. Go ahead.
I wanted to clarify about the claw. And basically what we're doing is what we noticed was that a lot of the material that's out there are larger trees and limbs that can't necessarily be handled by some of our equipment that our recycling solid waste folks use. But we do have a contractor that will be going around and picking up all this material. So you won't necessarily see the claw, but you will see contractors going out picking up these piles. So
great.
More messaging will come out tomorrow.
Thank you, Hector. Appreciate it. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. I want to thank all the people who called in and waited on the phone for hours. It's a long time, but we appreciate your input and engagement. Have a good night, everyone. Be safe.